Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We are on our second day of our Chroma Symposium, and we're so pleased to have you here both in person in the Met's auditorium and also online in our live streaming. So welcome back. We are stepping into our third session of the Chroma Symposium, and this one will address color, medium, and materiality in ancient art. The four presenters in this session will engage with questions that center on these intersections of color and material in ancient Greek, Roman, and Egyptian art and architecture. And you'll find, for those who were able to be with us yesterday, you'll find that they will dive more deeply into another overarching theme of our symposium, and that is the meaning of color in ancient contexts. As a group, the papers explore the materialities of color as encountered in representations of on ancient Greek vases and Roman sculpture, and on temple architecture from ancient Egypt, Roman Egypt. Jennifer Steger will present first in our session this morning on the matter of gender in ancient Greek painting. Jennifer is a writer and an art historian who specializes in the art and architecture of the ancient Mediterranean and its afterlives. She's an assistant professor in the Department of the History of Art at Johns Hopkins University and the author of the newly published or recently published Seeing Color in Classical Art. Najee Olya will present our second paper entitled Adjusting the Lens of Race, a re-examination of skin color in representations of Black Africans in ancient Greek vase painting. We're quite happy to have Najee with us here this year as the Bothmer Fellow in the Department of Greek and Roman Art at the Met. He is a PhD candidate in the program for the Mediterranean Art and Archaeology at the University of Virginia. And beginning this fall, he will be an assistant professor in classical studies at the College of William and Mary. Najee is a specialist in art and archaeology of archaic and classical Greece, and with a specific focus on these cross-cultural interactions in the ancient Mediterranean. Our third speaker today will be Sinclair Bell, who's a professor of art history and the presidential teaching professor at Northern Illinois University. His research focuses on Etruscan Italy and Imperial Rome and its provinces, with particular interests, plural, in sport and spectacle, enslaved and freed persons, and race and its representation. His talk today is entitled Marble, Materiality, and Ethnicity in Roman Art, Portraits of Ethiopians and the Limits of Representation. Aaron Peters will present the final paper in the session, which is entitled Perceptions of Polychromy from Roman Egypt, Temples as Transformative Case Studies. Aaron is an art and architectural historian specializing in the color and multivalent contexts of Roman Egypt. Before joining Appalachia State University as assistant professor of art history and visual culture, she worked extensively in museums, in particular here at the Met and also at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. Aaron has published widely on temples from Augustan Egypt, especially from the Met's Temple of Dender here in our galleries. Following the presentations, I'll moderate our panel discussion. And again, as those who were here in yesterday's sessions, we will ask your patience for a couple minutes as we set up the panel chairs following the final presentation. So at this point, I welcome Jennifer Steger to the podium.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for that kind introduction, and to the entire Chroma team here at the Met, including Mariana Siciliano, Ace Evans, and Debbie Kuo, who have been corralling us and organizing this major event. It's an honor to be here with so many polychromy luminaries. We can go back, actually. Well, we can stay here. It's an honor to be here with so many polychromy luminaries and to meet new people working on different aspects of this endlessly fascinating subject. In my allotted time today, I'm going to focus on a single object here in the collection as a way to delve into some of the ways in which artists working in the ancient Mediterranean constructed gender through the application of material color. The name of the exhibition, Chroma, is also the ancient Greek word for color. In my recent book, I translate chroma as material color as a way to emphasize differences between modern ideas of a spectrum of dematerialized hues detached from their materials and ancient Mediterranean conceptions of color. As sessions yesterday made vivid, the colors with which ancient artists worked were material colors connected to the earths, clays, and metal alloys that made them up. While black and white are not included as part of the modern 7-color Roy G. Biv spectrum that we all learn in school, in the ancient world, black and white were considered to be among the material colors, in some philosophical conceptions, even the primary colors. This ceramic vessel on the screen, which will stay on the screen for a while, is called a lutrophorus, a water vessel. And it's a 2-handled, tall-necked vessel made from fired terracotta clay. An opening in the bottom of the vessel allows users to pour liquid into it, or through it. And such a design means that its placement on a surface determines the extent to which it acts as a space of transfer or of containment. In antiquity, lutrophoroi are thought to have been used at both weddings and funerals. The vessel on the screen was acquired for the museum by curator Gisela Richter, whose research on color the Chroma exhibition so beautifully highlights. In her publication of the acquisition in the Metropolitan Museum of Art Bulletin in February 1928, Richter sketched the following scene in which such a vessel might have been set up. And she writes, "If we try to picture ourselves in the old Athenian graveyard of the 6th century BC, we must imagine it set up with a variety of monuments, mostly tall, narrow slabs with representations of the departed, crowned with finials in the form of palmettes or sphinxes, such as the one reconstructed here. Here and there, statues in the round of the Apollo type, all resplendent with their gay blue, red, and yellow colors against the blue Greek sky. And in addition, slender terracotta vases of distinctive shape placed on top of low mounds, each with a funeral scene painted in black, white, and purple on red clay, a rather more variegated whole than our modern cemeteries." End quote. Richter sketches this outdoor scene for her reader, emphasizing the interaction of the blue sky, the blue, red, and yellow of the statues, and the black, white, purple, and red of the painted terracotta vessels, such as this one. The colors making up the statues, the ceramic vessels, and the surrounding environment construct Richter's variegated scene, in which black and white are among the colors she mentions. Richter's description of the scene as variegated draws on the ancient Greek word poikilia, often translated as variegation. Poikilia was a component of ancient Greek ideas about material color, which encompassed hues, brilliance, and variegation. Richter juxtaposes the polychromy of the statues and that of the ceramic vessels, noting the 4 visible colors of black, white, purple, and red on the ceramics. While more controversy has surrounded adding colors to statues, ceramics such as this vessel were also crafted from material colors, and as talks yesterday made clear, painting and sculpting were connected practices in the ancient Mediterranean, with artists collaborating across media. To borrow from a fragment from the poet Sappho, who described her own variegated world in the 6th century BCE, Richter's imagined cemetery scene is mingled with all kinds of colors. Fragment 152. Through such variegation, the artist also constructed a gender binary, produced through the application of material color, specifically white slip for the figures painted as women, and black glaze for the figures painted as men. This binary drew on earlier models in painting, sculpture, and architectural relief from ancient Egypt, a model that artists working in the ancient Mediterranean in the 6th century and later sometimes chose to deploy. Beyond the context of black glazed ceramics, this color convention is also used in the handheld paintings from Anno Pizza, shown yesterday in Vincence's presentation, and in the painting of the gods Hades and Persephone in Vergina, as Heraclea Brekulaki has analyzed. In her 2013 monograph, Tan Men, Pale Women, Marianne Everly deconstructs the much repeated interpretation of this color choice as documenting the flesh tones of living men and women in antiquity, that men were darker because they spent time outdoors, while women were lighter because they were confined indoors. Instead, Everly interprets this choice by painters as a means to picture difference, in this case gender, without representing it naturalistically. Like the application of color more broadly, the use of this convention by artists working in Egypt and the Mediterranean crafts connections between artists working across a vast geotemporal scope. As a constructed binary, this distinction between dark and white painted figures does not operate mimetically. Since some artists adopted this convention and others did not, we're reminded that there is no single artistic approach to ancient Mediterranean color, just as we've seen that there's also no singular approach to reconstructing or recovering color. So let's look at the ways that the construction of this binary unfolds in this vessel, which is divided into different registers by painted bands. At the top of the vessel, framed by a series of patterned bands and a band which acts below as a ground line, and between the two painted handles, the artist has painted 4 figures. While their garments and hair are rendered in fired black glaze against the red terracotta of the vessel, the skin of the visible faces, necks, arms, and bare feet of these figures have been painted with white slip. 3 of the figures raise their hands above and towards their head in gestures associated with mourning, and their hands repeatedly break the frame, an action that the contrasting colors emphasize. Another figure does not rend their hair or gesture, but instead clasps a large lutrophoros in both arms, their hands wrapping around to cross in front of the vessel, which the artist has painted with black glaze. So here, the color contrast is between the black glazed ceramic in hand and the living flesh of the mourner holding it, rendered by the artist with white paint. The neck and handles of the vessel recede behind this figure's white face, creating a sense of depth. Although the lutrophoros carrier and the facing figure stand far enough apart that their garments do not touch, their white toes overlap slightly along the black ground line. In painting a figure holding a lutrophoros onto a lutrophoros, the artist suggests how one might engage with a lutrophoros, clasping it in one's arms and staging variegation between the person holding it, the materiality of the vessel, and the scenes painted in those materials. In the register below, the artist painted the central scene of mourning, the laying out of the deceased. And here too, they used contrasting black and white colors to distinguish between types of figure, the living and the dead. 8 mourners, 7 standing and 1 smaller figure crouching by the head of the bed, flank the deceased and reach their arms and hands above their heads. Those on the far side of the bed wear garments patterned with stars and squares, while those on the near side wear garments with edgework, representing embroidery. Once again, the artist has painted these hands exceeding the boundaries of the frame. Little of the deceased's skin is visible, and the body has been painted as if wrapped in textile, with a fillet tying the jaw closed and wrapping around the head. In contrast with those who mourn and who gesture with their white painted arms, the skin of the dead figure's face and neck are rendered in the same black glaze as their hair and garment, with details picked out in white. The artist has painted one of the mourners, placing a hand against the head and face of the deceased, staging another color contrast, here between the living and dead. In the register below, riders at a gallop circle the vessel. Here too, their raised hands breach the border, but in this case, the artist painted all of their visible skin, arms, hands, heads, necks, and legs, in black glaze, while their clothing, short tunics and capes, are painted in added white slip. This convention, white garments and black glazed skin, reverses that of the figures in the other registers. So here's the whole side A, and we're going to move to side B. Turning to this other side, we can move a bit more quickly, since many of the details continue the circling pattern. In the upper register, the artist has painted 4 mourners, all with their hands raised to and above their heads and their fingertips breaking the frame. Were we to interpret the band to narrate some kind of temporality, the figure holding the lutrophoros has now set down their burden, perhaps atop the mound of earth pictured by Richter, and joined the other gesturing mourners. In the next register below, you can see a pair of lions whose tongues the artist has painted red. And these mirror the lions on the opposite side, although they're kind of facing this sort of stylized eye or flower figure. Beneath them is the central figure on the central scene on the B side. And here there are at least 8 figures who stand on the ground line facing each other. They're wrapped in garments with one hand tucked inside the cloth and the other raised above their heads. Again, breaking the frame, but no longer contrasting with it. And since the artist painted the entire set of figures with black glaze. Several figures have been painted with beards, at least one of which is painted red, and 2 figures whose hair and beards are white are at the very far right edge of the scene, and they also use walking sticks, which have been painted white. On the register below, the figures continue to gallop around, and beneath the vegetal and geometric bands also run continuously around the foot of the vessel. So most of the registers on this vessel continue around both sides. Let's see here. In the top figural register, looping the neck of the vessel, only the figure holding the lutrophorus differs between side A and side B. Otherwise, the artist has filled the register on both sides with white painted mourners raising their arms. Similarly, the register that depicts the black glazed, similarly to the way that the register that depicted the black glazed horseback riders circled the whole vessel. In contrast, with this continuous register, the central scene of laying out the body differs in its use of color. So it's the only frame on the vessel where the A and B side have this different use of color. In color, body hair, and style of dress, from one side to the next. The gesticulating figures painted in long garments and with white painted skin surround the deceased on one side, who, like those on the other side of the vessel, have been painted in black glaze for both garment and visible skin. So there's this analogy between the person who's deceased and the people who are on the B side of the vase. And this group, for whom presence and absence of differed colored beards seems to mark differences in age, from beardless to red to white. The vessel itself instructs us in aspects of its use, to be carried in the arms of a mourner. When a living person carried the vessel, their own body would touch and occlude parts of the painted scene. The embodied engagement by these living mourners adds another layer of Sappho's mingled colors, and one that would have staged an additional contrast between their own garments and the different colors painted onto the vessel. By presenting color contrasts as modes of informing difference between otherwise somewhat indistinct figures, the vessel both constructs a gender binary on its surface and also makes visible that construction and performance through the materiality of paint. If, per Beauvoir, one becomes a woman, the artist of this vessel shows us that becoming through their painterly practice. The added colors tell us little about what people across the gender spectrum looked like in the ancient Mediterranean. The application of white paint shows us that artists might add white paint to construct gender differences, as well as other differences, such as age. Seeing this added white as a convention to mark difference offers a useful provocation to those of you in the audience pursuing the important work of reconstruction. Rather than attempt to add colors in a more naturalistic manner, such constructed conventions invite the possibility of a less naturalistic application of material colors, to move away from the fiction that this binary could operate or should operate mimetically. Interpreting this culturally constructed color convention as a mode of naturalism mistakenly constructs a racialized whiteness for women living in the ancient Mediterranean. In painting the skin white of figures they wished to mark as women, painters crafted a gender binary while also connecting adult women to similar color conventions used for painting images of infants. Their shared white color reinforced citizen women's role in maintaining the citizen population through reproduction, a role doubly emphasized in the jar's funerary imagery and likely intended context. Lead white, a toxic byproduct of silver mining with direct ties to the labor of enslaved miners, could be used as a pigment by painters as well as a makeup. The materiality of this color convention thus sheds light on histories of ancient labor and slavery as they intersect with constructions of gender and race, all of which the interpretive veil of naturalism has historically idealized and concealed. Thank you. I will now pass the mic to Dr. Najee Olya.
Good morning. And I wanted to start out by thanking Sean and Sarah for asking me to speak today, and also everyone here at the Met who has worked so hard on putting together the symposium. In the 6th century BCE, ancient Greek artists regularly began to produce representations of figures from a variety of locales in Africa. The most common are people associated with the lands south of Egypt, who were referred to generically by the Greeks and then the Romans as Ethiopes, singular Ethiops, a compound of the Greek words "iblaze" and "face." Classical scholars often translate these words as black or black African, thereby conflating the ancient labels with modern racial categories. Some of the earliest portrayals of Ethiopes come from the workshops of the vase painters in the city of Athens, who created them primarily using the black figure and red figure techniques, as well as in the form of three-dimensional plastic vessels. Such figures are found in both mythological episodes and in scenes of daily life. Starting in the 4th century BCE, the range of media in which Ethiopes appear expands, and artists made depictions in bronze, marble, and terracotta. Ethiopes occupy a variety of roles, including, but not limited to, stable hands, attendants, musicians, and more. They also became a popular subject later on in the repertoire of Roman artists. In the existing scholarly literature, ancient Greek images of Ethiopes have historically been uncritically analyzed in modern racial terms, with no effort made to avoid the projection of anachronistic concepts and attitudes into antiquity. There are two approaches which predominated in the 20th century and which continue to make their presence felt in the 21st, both rooted in the now discredited view that race is a biological reality. The earlier approach is that of Grace H. Beardsley, a classical archaeologist whose reading of the artifacts through the racial lens of the 1920s produced racist interpretations, while Frank M. Snowden Jr., an African-American classicist, used the lens of race in his investigations to offer a challenge to contemporary anti-Black racism in the United States by arguing that such prejudice was largely absent in the ancient Mediterranean. A look at how the authors present the topic declares the centrality of this racial lens. Beardsley conflates Ethiops with Negro, while Snowden does so with Black. Considering when both scholars were active, it would be surprising if they were not thinking racially, given how thoroughly race essentialist ideas permeated the intellectual zeitgeist. Much of the commentary more recently on ancient Greek visual renderings of Ethiopes continues to regard race as an inherent component, either biologically or repackaged as a socially constructed phenomenon. This includes descriptions in academic books and articles, auction catalogs, exhibition catalogs, museum labels, and text on museum websites. In my talk today, then, I want to disrupt the formulation which asserts that Ethiopes are the equivalent of Black and therefore visualizations of race in ancient Greek vase painting. Using the media theorist W.J.T. Mitchell's idea of race as a lens or a screen through which a person sees rather than something a person looks at, it's possible to explore the varied approaches to skin color of Ethiopes on ceramics in a nuanced manner. Despite the popularity of Ethiopes in vase painting, the medium is not particularly well suited to crafting differences of skin color, with the exception of women, as we've just heard about. In the black figure technique, all of the figures are generally the color of the black gloss achieved with slip, a mixture of clay and water, while in the red figure technique, the figures are the red-orange of clay. Take, for example, a black figure amphora attributed to a vase painter near in style to Ezekias, decorated with the departure of the mythological king of Ethiopia, Memnon, setting off to aid the city of Troy against the Greeks in the Trojan War. There are approximately a dozen iterations of the theme in the black figure technique, and since in all instances Memnon and his warriors are painted with black gloss, the artist relies entirely on physical characteristics other than skin color to articulate difference, facial features, including nose and lips, along with hair texture. The lens of race comes into play when one moves from describing the two warriors who flanked Memnon as Ethiopes and transforming them into the racial category of black. As is common in the scholarly literature, this is an act of anachronism, since no such concept or identity existed in antiquity. Portrayals of Ethiopes in the red figure technique are subject to limitations like those in black figure. On the interior of a red figure, Kylix, attributed to Onesimos, a young Ethiop stable hand inspects a curry comb as he grooms a horse. As on the amphora with the departure of Memnon, the figure is identifiable as Ethiops based on his facial features, in the way that Onesimos has painted the lips, nose, and also the hair texture. Usually, the stable hand is described racially, with some exceptions. The method of showing physical difference without relying on skin color employed here, as well as on the Memnon amphora, can be seen on most of the vases where the artist has decided to depict an Ethiops. Things change, however, when one moves from two-dimensional red figure and black figure to ceramics with three-dimensional decoration. Known as plastic vases because of their sculptural qualities, the artifacts were made using molds in combination with modeling to form human faces and figures. With respect to function, this kind of pottery was used for the pouring and drinking of wine or as containers for perfumed oil. In contrast to the vase-painting techniques already mentioned, skin color achieved with black gloss becomes a primary element. The plastic oinakawe and aribalos, a wine jug and perfumed oil container respectively, shown here are typical of such images of Ethiopes. Their identity is conveyed not only through facial characteristics, such as nose, lips, and hair, but also skin color. In the transition from two dimensions to three dimensions, then, skin color is transformed from being relatively irrelevant into a central component of the composition. Plastic vases were also made outside of the city of Athens. South Italian Greek artists, for example, in addition to borrowing Athenian forms, created new ones. A borrowed type is the rhyton, or pouring vessel, in the form of a youth being attacked by a crocodile, a reference to Egypt and the dangers of the River Nile. This example is typical of South Italian interpretations of the motif, characterized by their liberal use of added white pigment and the crocodile's fanciful appearance. New forms used for Ethiopes include the askos, an oil flask, such as the two Campanian ones shown here. The range of actions is also expanded. In the center, a young boy dozes off against an amphora, while at the right, a youth captures a duck. Once more, there is a change in how the black gloss is used. It serves not only as skin color, but as decoration to cover the entire vessel. Through the lens of race, plastic vases such as these have often been assumed to be renderings of slaves, often without any explanation as to how the iconography supports the claim. Having now explored the standard ways that Ethiopes appear in vase painting, at this point I want to return to Athens and spend the remainder of my time looking at three peculiar plastic vases. Each example is unique and subverts the artistic conventions relevant to plastic vessels in the form of Ethiopes, whether in terms of skin color or physiognomy. Consequently, the vessels resist interpretations that rely on the lens of race to an even greater extent than those already discussed. The earliest of these vases is a cantharos with the faces of a man and a woman, a high-handled drinking vessel. This vase is in the Thessaloniki Archaeological Museum. It is a major departure from the standard for plastic vases. First, the black gloss is not used for the man's skin color, but for hair, facial features, for hair, facial hair, and the details of the eyes. The woman's appearance is typical for plastic vases, which can come either in singled or paired varieties, such as the one shown here. Also presented on this slide are the graffiti on the upper part of the cantharos. Generally, the graffiti, combined with the facial features of the man, have been marshaled in supporting an identification of him as Ethiops. The implication is that the man's face and the graffito are at odds, a joke that both he and the tumulus who is compared to him are decidedly not handsome, but ugly. Through the lens of race, it has been deduced that the man is ugly because he is potentially an Ethiops, which lines up too neatly with modern Western standards of beauty rooted in racist attitudes, as noted by the art historian Ada Cohen in her discussion of this object. But since the man is portrayed in unique fashion, it does not even make any sense that Ethiopians in general could be understood as thought of as ugly by ancient Greek vase painters or the users and viewers of their ceramics, since the man does not even look like them. The lens of race has also created problems of interpretation for a plastic mug at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. The closest in character to contemporary 5th century BCE sculpture, it is another stylistically unique vase. Skin color and physiognomy once more do not adhere to artistic convention. While the black gloss is used for the woman's skin color, the facial features are not typical for representations of Ethiopians in the larger corpus of plastic vessels. In addition, the headwear, which is a Phrygian cap, and an additional marker of foreignness, is rare for plastic depictions of Ethiopians and only occurs on this vase and the one discussed next. J.D. Beasley, looking through the lens of race, was not quite sure what to make of this vessel. He noted that, quote, "There is nothing Negroid in the features, except perhaps a little in the lips, which seem, however, somewhat rubbed down and may have been thicker originally," end quote. His solution, which Frank M. Snowden Jr. concurred with, was that the mug is meant to be Andromeda, a mythological princess from Ethiopia, which nevertheless does not fit with portrayals of her in two-dimensional vase painting, where she is never shown with the physical characteristics of Ethiopians. The final artifact that I want to highlight is best described as a visual inversion of the mug in Oxford and presents similar problems. A white ground mug currently on loan to the Tampa Museum of Art from a private collection, it is a woman with the physiognomic characteristics, the lips and nose, that are typical of Ethiopians, but it lacks the black gloss for skin color. Like the woman in Oxford, she wears a Phrygian cap, reinforcing the fact that she's a foreigner. So in this instance, there are again two markers of difference, with only the dark skin color missing. Even without it, the artist was able to fashion a visage that a viewer and user would recognize as an Ethiops. The lens of race has come into play for this vase and how it has been presented in several auction catalogs, where it is described simply as an Ethiopian girl using the modern English spelling of the word and offering no explanation of its connection and differences from the ancient Greek word, eliding the disjuncture between the modern term and how the term Ethiops would have been understood in antiquity. By exploring the nuances of skin color when it comes to Ethiopians in vase painting, I have aimed to emphasize that viewing them through the lens of race obscures more than it reveals about the objects. It is also an act that says more about the preoccupation of modern commentators than ancient Greek artists and their audiences. How then should one go about situating these portrayals? Recently, the classicist Sarah Derbo has attempted to deal with the issue, primarily with respect to representations of Ethiopians and others in ancient Greek literature, by using black, lowercase b, as a technical descriptor for ancient portrayals and separating it from black, uppercase B, as a modern racial categorization and social identity. It is these kinds of distinctions that are necessary, but for vases, this only works with black figure and plastic vessels decorated with black gloss, not red figure or the rare examples in white ground. The simplest solution is to return to context. That is, the context of production and use. To an Athenian artist such as Onesimus and his customers, for example, the vases of the kind examined today would have simply been images of Ethiopes, the term that I have made a point of using throughout this talk. This is the original context, which is distorted by the lens of race. My discussion today has been just one part of an ongoing effort to strip away the accumulation of over a century of racialized discourses from the vases. It is possible to see the nuances of the ceramics and their figure decoration on their own terms, adjusting the lens of race to focus not on the artifacts, but on the approaches that project modern attitudes into the distant past. Thank you. And I would like to welcome Sinclair Bell to the stage.
Okay, good morning. I'd like to echo my colleagues who spoke yesterday and this morning, and to convey my gratitude to the organizers of the symposium, Sarah and Sean, for crafting this really cool concept, and also to Mariana and Ace and Debbie for realizing the concept so seamlessly and so elegantly. I also want to thank one other group, and that's the cleaning staff of the Met, who so meticulously show the museum's collection to its best advantage. I was up visiting my beloved Etruscans, and I had to remind myself that there was a sheet of glass between me and antiquity. And so to all of the staff, including those that are making this program run so smoothly, thank you very much. So ethnic diversity is a hallmark of our contemporary society, and portraiture is a powerful medium for capturing that diversity, as well as reminding us of our shared humanity. Few works accomplish those aims as powerfully as the ongoing project entitled Humani by the artist Angelica Das, whose portrait photographs of more than 4,000 volunteers were made in 36 cities and 20 different countries so far. Her approach is at once simple and provocative. The volunteers range in background from the young to the old, from the rich to the poor, to the healthy, to the terminally ill. However, the viewer is provided with no information about them, besides what we can see captured in the luminous palette. As Das states, the background for each portrait is tinted with a color tone identical to a sample of 11 by 11 pixels taken from the nose of the subject and matched with the industrial palette Pantone, which in its neutrality calls into question the contradictions and stereotypes related to the race issue. Inspired by the artist's own mixed race background, Das writes, quote, "I am a mixture of diverse pigments. Humani is a pursuit for highlighting our true colors rather than the untrue and cliched red and yellow, black and white." Now I want to catapult you 2,000 years backward to the ancient Mediterranean, and in particular to the true colors of the Roman Empire. As audience members have just heard in the previous lecture by my distinguished colleague, as visitors to the Chroma exhibition have witnessed firsthand, and as longtime museum goers here will be familiar with many works in the permanent collection of the Met itself, the observation of ethnic diversity was a hallmark of artistic practice in ancient Greece, Etruria, and Rome as well, albeit in ways sometimes similar and other times distinct from one another. Within a Roman context, which is my area of focus today, we see a robust interest in exploring the distinct phenotypical forms epidermic differences and ethnic costumes of many different peoples with whom the Romans came into contact, including sub-Saharan African peoples whom they referred to as Ethiopians. This interest is realized in diverse media that are found across the empire's full geographic extent. Roman artists typically categorized their subjects as Ethiopian according to a distinct package of physiognomic traits that served to differentiate their subjects from the Roman somatic image norm. Generally speaking, these traits encompass high cheekbones, pronounced noses and lips, darkened skin color in media where darkened skin can be indicated, and perhaps most significantly, hair texture, especially tightly curled hair radiating in rows from the top of the head. Now, these visual conventions also find parallels in the Latin literary record. Many of these Roman representations can trace their roots, if not their exact form, to Greek culture, and in particular the styles and the subjects found in the Hellenistic period. The slide here shows an unpublished sculpture that appears to depict a Mount Nubian that is said to be made of black limestone and is thought to be of Hellenistic date. Many, but by no means all, representations of Ethiopians in Roman art not only place emphasis on their ethnic difference through distinct physiognomic markers, but they also stress their lower status through their employ as servants or enslaved persons, as seen by this small bronze on the right now in Berlin. Some Roman artists were commissioned to exploit colored stones, black in particular. We've got about 20 of these works overall, to call attention to epidermic difference in particular, as seen by these two figures, a seated youth and a standing youth, or these two, one from Aphrodisias and the other from Carthage. Here, as in the depiction of other foreign peoples in imperial Rome, you can see an example on the left, the aim is to employ colored stones to visualize a type or a personage, often in the context of their subjugation. And we have Rolf Micah Schneider to thank for his seminal work from many years ago on these type, as you see on the left. So in this way, Roman artists visualize their subjects through the lens of an ideological gaze, one which fixes its subject as a generic type, that is a servant on the left, a head on the right, rather than as autonomous individuals. This reductive framing of the Ethiopian as an other, like foreign peoples generally, is a staple of Roman art, as well as a feature of its literary ethnographies. As the historian Craig Wolf writes of the latter, the ideological gaze in Rome is inescapable, and at no point do we view the center from the perspective of the margins. But what if we could escape this gaze? What if we had a body of evidence that would allow us to flip the script and let the other speak? For despite the visual and literary representational conventions I've just mentioned, Roman art appears to offer something exceptionally different from Egyptian, Etruscan, and Greek art. A group of nearly 40 heads that have been identified by scholars over the last century as portraits of historical individuals said to be of African and specifically Ethiopian extraction. Put simply, most of these works have been interpreted not as representations, but self-representations, with most of them executed in marble at near or live scale. So I've included almost all of the works that I've tracked down over the years, with a few in private collections I'm not illustrating. So if these heads and others could be positively identified as portraits of individuals of Ethiopian descent, some of whom were perhaps also Roman citizens, their modes of representation could serve to inform us about how they chose to visualize themselves as participants in the imperial project, and in this way, to put the monolithic categories of Roman, normative, and Ethiopian ethnic into a unique and productive friction. We might think of these sculptures as the conceptual kin of the highly unique and well-known Berlin Tondo, depicting the first North African emperor, Septimius Severus, and his family, a work which inspired so much internet chatter due to the pandemic project Gone Wild that sought to harness AI to visualize the heads of Roman emperors as living persons. And what I have found, despite more than 400 years of material that they've worked with, that everyone comes out looking like Russell Crowe in some form. Thicker, thinner, but Russell Crowe. So we have to be very careful about what AI is giving us here. And so as with that Tondo in Berlin, these portraits of Ethiopians appear to offer a rare opportunity for the modern viewer to come face to face with a more diverse set of people who made up Rome's empire, not unlike the so-called mummy portraits from the Fayum, which are actually across the hall as you exit. A few scholars, but notably few, have studied these works individually over the course of the last century, with particular attention devoted to the work seen at the center here, which is thought with fair certainty to depict the historical figure of Memnon, the foster child and student of Herodias Atticus, who was of Ethiopian origin. So that work is now in Berlin. However, scholars have never studied all of these works comprehensively as a group, which is the goal of my current research. And yet, when seen as a group, such a project immediately runs into problems. For these portraits provoke knotty issues, that's K-N-O-T-T-Y, regarding the methods of their classification, comparison, and interpretation, especially as relatively few employ colored stones, and I've put those at the top right corner, and only one, as far as we know, because they haven't all been studied scientifically, only one has any preserved patination, and I'll return to that at the end. So the first of these issues is evidentiary. For instance, one portrait on the left, included in earlier studies in the work of Frank Snowden, for example, is in fact post-antique. And another on the right is of questionable antiquity, and I have questions about a couple of the others as well. Second, it's unclear what set of criteria would allow us to identify securely the ethnicity of an individual depicted in the genre of portraiture, an issue that goes beyond the study of Ethiopians alone and extends to the broader field of Roman art. The difficulty can be seen especially in depictions that are identified as Ethiopians solely or mostly based on a single hallmark physiognomic marker, most commonly hairstyle. Why is the head on the left considered by the British Museum more likely to be that of an African than that on the right, which it arguably bears strong similarities, structural similarities with? The curator never tells us. We don't know. Third, without an associated inscription, it's impossible to determine whether a visually descriptive head depicts a portrait of a historical individual or is instead a head depicting a generic ethnic type. The ancient historian Frank Snowden included fewer than half of these works collected here in his publications, but he believed that, quote, the freshness and vitality, end quote, of all of the subjects indicated that they were living contemporaries of their subjects. Living contemporaries of their artists. However, he also acknowledged that only a single representation, the so-called Memnon in the middle at the top, could be identified with some degree of certainty as a historical person. So if we possibly have only one head that can be identified as a portrait, and there is no information about the exact historical circumstances surrounding the erection of any others, there are no baseline criteria by which to construct a typology, a rigorous typology of portraits of Ethiopians. Furthermore, we should note that when we set these works side by side, we can detect a considerable measure of stereotyping amongst them, from generic facial features to the drill work of the hair. So if you go to the Art Institute in Chicago, for example, you'll see the work in the center set up, and it is called a portrait. And I would say that when you begin to look at all of these works collectively, you start to see some sort of structural rhythms and similarities that call that into question. Fourth and finally, we can't draw any secure conclusions about the subjects of these works without concrete historical information about their identities, and specifically, as I've said, inscriptions with their names. And yet, despite the absence of that information, scholars have drawn remarkably broad-based and completely contradictory conclusions about these heads. For instance, Snowden held that, quote, "We are justified in assuming that at least the busts of unidentified Africans in marble and bronze depicted Africans of the less humble social classes who had achieved some degree of renown," end quote. He employed these works in support of his larger argument that the Roman period was one, quote, "before color prejudice," end quote. More recently, the art historian Jeremy Tanner has similarly argued these works were portraits and that their subjects must have been upper-class Ethiopians within Roman society. He wrote the introductory chapter to the book on the right. However, he argues, quote, "Elite blacks certainly didn't identify themselves as black in their choice of marble, perhaps because such an image would have seemed just too close for comfort to the black marble images of servants and slaves," end quote. According to Tanner, the selection of white marble attests to a deliberate strategy by these elite blacks to, quote, seek integration into elite social circles with the purpose of conforming to the somatic norms of the dominant social and racial group," end quote. In short, the very evidence that Snowden used to support his claims of a racial paradise for blacks were employed by Tanner to argue for widespread internalized racism amongst that same population. And yet, I hardly need remind members of this symposium, works of ancient sculptures were frequently painted, meaning that we have no reason to assume that all heads identified as Ethiopian in white marble were originally displayed as white in antiquity, as we're reminded by a yellow sandstone head depicting an African male that still bears traces of black and red patination on its face. In addition, there are works executed in dark gray stones that have appeared since Tanner's work that complicate his view. But again, neither head is, in my view, a portrait. Most importantly, and to follow up from my predecessor's argument, the privileging of the alleged whiteness of ancient marble sculptures in Tanner's statements, which in turn build on Snowden's, remind us of how modern racialized thinking actively filters our understanding of the past. To conclude, many papers at this symposium have discussed the visible and the invisible, by which their authors have often meant the multi-hued aspects of works that we can sometimes visually detect, but more often need the assistance of innovative technologies to register fully. I'm also interested in the visible and the invisible, but not only in terms of what we can or cannot see firsthand, but also in terms of what we think we see. The Roman Empire was a multi-ethnic world, and we're right to search for traces of that ethnic diversity in its visual arts, including on works of colored and painted stones. And as I've argued here, images of Ethiopians are good to think with about both aspects. Many have thought these works, these Roman heads, were, in a sense, ancient equivalents to the photographs of Angelica Das, recording, quote, the true colors of human diversity of which she spoke so eloquently. And it's easy to see how the sculpture's crisp detail and dynamic materiality can seduce us into thinking that their subjects must be, that they are real people, and thus that we should endeavor to recover their individual agency or even group identity, especially as we don't find them elsewhere represented in the archives of empire. But these works are not what many have thought. Rather, their study as a collective highlights the gap between, on the one hand, what scholars and curators want these works to mean, and thus to tell us about the true colors of the past, interpretations that connect us to ancient Rome on our terms, such as racism, and on the other hand, what meanings they would have conveyed in their original localized contexts, including through their colored stones and inlaid eyes and painted surfaces. As a result, it is the scholarly reception of these works that ultimately proves the most revealing aspect of their study, one that offers us a cautionary and hopefully humbling tale for the present about the sometimes insurmountable gaps in our knowledge and the categories and explanations we create to compensate for those gaps. And so despite the hard, cold, and seemingly unyielding nature of the ancient stones that we study, it bears reminding that the science of their study, quote, does not play a neutral role. There is power bound up in the acts of analyzing, categorizing, and naming things. Thank you. And if I could invite Aaron Peters.
Good morning. It's such a delight to be here, and following these exceptional papers this morning really brings into sharp focus some important issues that I hope to continue. But first, of course, I want to follow and thank the symposium's organizers, especially, of course, Sean Hemingway and Sarah Lipinski, and Mariana Siciliano and Ace Evans, along with the Department of Egyptian Art, and of course, especially Diana Craig Patch. This slide shows an exceptional view taken for publication in the New York Times of our collaborative project, Coloring the Temple of Dender, shown publicly for the first time in 2016 and continuously on view just down the hall. Here, a pair of visitors are silhouetted in active engagement with the colorful scene projected on the temple. One points upward, while the other leans in, suggesting they are sharing the moment and in dialogue. Indeed, visitors told the Times when seeing the projection at the temple was enlivened for them, and they felt closer to the ancient people who made the temple, used it, and believed in it. This kind of feedback is high praise for the goals of the project, which I joined somehow now almost 10 years ago when I was a Chester Dale Fellow in the Department of Egyptian Art in 2013-14. At that time, Diana Craig Patch, curator in charge of Egyptian art, and Don Undine, head of the then Media Lab, had a plan to partner research with experimentation and innovative creative technologies to show that the temple was vibrantly painted. In that halcyon year, Diana and Don led myself as the research fellow, and Matt Felsid and Maria Polisaba, two creative technologists interning with the digital department, to create a prototype of an experience for museum visitors. Our prototype wasn't only a projection of color of one scene on the temple, it was a whole suite of digital storytelling animations that allowed us to augment discussing the temple's ancient context with visitors, including information about its original time period and location, its hieroglyphs, excuse me, and the figures, which include the first pharaoh of the Roman period and the first Roman Emperor Augustus on the right, offering to the gods Horus and Hathor. And here, Hathor's delightful sort of spectral glow is one indication of these animations. If I remember, I think we called this one ectoplasm. And the idea was for the animation to act as a kind of highlighter or an emphasis. Another difference is the backgrounds that you see here as compared to this version with a white background in the photo on the left from a recent Met Fest. These different versions and animations were part and parcel to our goal to engage museum visitors in multiple interactive ways in the gallery and online, thankfully brought to the public view from the enthusiasm of Marco Castro Cosio in 2016. The museum and the Department of Egyptian Art continue to delight and document color was an integral part of the temple's ancient existence, as was the case with almost all sculpture and architecture in the ancient world, as we have so wonderfully been discussing over these 2 days. Our process began with museum visitors as our primary audience, continued with experimentation with innovative creative technologies, and was supported by new art historical research carried out by me and conservation Ville imaging by Anna Serrata, and then fellows Dawn, Chris, and Carrie Roberts. As I'll return to later, while we didn't find evidence of remaining pigment through early imaging, we knew the temple was painted from detailed notes and drawings from a survey published in 1911 by British Egyptologist Aylward Blackman. This survey, taken together with my research of other comparanda from museum objects and recently cleaned temples in Egypt, bolstered this final version of the hypothetical color palette, placement, and patterning in 2014. And this is the version that is regularly on public view. The scene is striking, akin in many ways to the kind of reconstructions in the Chroma exhibit. There are bright, highly saturated colors and complex patterns. Contrasts for readability appear paramount. While these characteristics may seem jarring or garish to us, it is important to consider specific ancient contexts here, as I found in my research for the digital reconstruction and projection mapping in 2013-14, and for the article that I published in the Met Journal in 2018. I found that color choices, where they were placed, and how they were ornamented with patterns was specific to time period and to context or medium. Essentially, in order to be useful for Dender in the absence of contemporary scientific data, I found that commonalities in comparanda need to be specific to the Roman period and to cult temples. As we will see, this kind of temporal and media specificity hasn't been the base for information of temple painting in Roman Egypt, and may explain why these colors seem garish to the public and problematic for scholars. For scholars, or anyone with an intro-level knowledge of Egyptian art, a number of things immediately look odd, or even like mistakes. The most conspicuous of these is the color choices for Horus's crown, commonly called the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. This crown is a composite of the so-called white crown of Upper Egypt and red crown of Lower Egypt, named so, as you probably guess, because they are shown white and red through much of Egypt's history. Additionally, the hieroglyphs in this scene and others at Dender have what might be termed kind of like modern bad grammar. And finally, the amalgamation of Augustus as the first Roman emperor and first pharaoh of Egypt's Roman period seems to be a contradiction, especially to staunch classicists and Egyptologists. Today, I will show that these perceptions are contemporary and modern societal scholarly prejudices and have to be navigated and perhaps even unlearned to be able to give voice to the ancient monument and its creators. I will chart perceptions of polychromy in Roman Egypt, beginning in the contemporary moment, as I have already started with my own work, our Color the Temple project, and continue through modern study, with the caveat these perceptions need to be neutralized before we can think about future questions to investigate for the ancient perceptions of the Temple of Dender and others like it in Roman Egypt. Here, I take post-colonial inspiration from Rosie Bradati to call temples from Roman Egypt structural others. These are things that fall into the interstices and are found outside of our modern and contemporary categories. Excuse me. Excuse me. Following Bradati with equal parts critique and creativity, giving voice to structural others can renew our fields and chart unknown futures, like inspiring comparative questions for the study of polychromy from Roman Egypt at the conclusion of my talk. Let us start with looking at some amazing examples of studies for polychromy from Roman Egypt carried out by our pioneers, our architects of the field, many of which were here as participants in this symposium. In this field-changing study of a Roman period limestone statue of Horus carried out by Joanne Dyer and colleagues at the British Museum, we can see a variation of possible color creations from application of multi-band or multispectral imaging, which we heard a lot about yesterday in multiple talks. Here we see the requisite VIL image in the multiband suite that may be familiar to our audience that has been through us with yesterday's paper. Excuse me. Here, the pigment Egyptian blue luminesces through controlled lighting and photographic augmentation. The glowing white indicates the presence of Egyptian blue, which was a pigment long used in antiquity and also relatively hardy or sturdy compared to other pigments. Imagine the limestone statue of Horus as the object in this great graphic created by Don Criss. It is clear that while simple, the basic setup for multispectral or multiband imaging requires a specific controlled environment to be able to create the lighting necessary for the elements in the pigment to luminesce, as they do here. Indeed, the ability to control light in both multiple intentional sources as well as ambient light filtration is key for success in multiband imaging, especially VIL. The kinds of objects that suit this imaging are small and portable into a lab, or to have a lab created for them, like we saw yesterday's discussion of the modular lab created for the Sphinx in Chroma. As you can imagine, this kind of control is impossible for the kind of object like the Temple of Dender in its size and glass-walled gallery display. I am currently working with a similarly large object, here a 30-foot long and 10-foot wide Dynasty 12 Egyptian funerary boat at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh. We are searching for polychromy, and we're also working to envision a workflow and process that might suit large objects for which it is not possible to create a lab environment. Here you can see 2017-18 photos of early testing that emphasize that we need to create alternative methods for large objects and in-gallery imaging. In contrast, the comparatively small size and movability of mummy portraits from Roman Egypt make them a corpus that is ideal for conservation imaging and testing. Additionally, their human relatability makes them familiar and fascinating to us. We want to see ourselves in their naturalism, in the depth of their eyes, and in the curves of their lips. We see the quest for information about their making and color choices as key clues about their individual identities and how we can relate them to our own. These portraits are the focus of major research initiatives powered by colleagues here, especially Marie Savoda at the Getty. Sharing international resources and access of objects with scientific expertise and equipment will lead the field in Roman period pencil painting and funerary arts in the ancient world. But it remains that these exquisite portraits were meant for specific funerary contexts in Roman Egypt, and that this was distinct from state cultic contexts like the Temple of Dender. This admission offers a transition to modern perceptions and studies of temples from Roman Egypt. Like Dender, shown in the photo on the left, and the Temple of Dendera, shown on the right, these images are evocative of the ravages of time and human intervention in the natural landscape that shaped the remains of polychromy on temples in Egypt and surely other places in the ancient world. Because of these kinds of deterioration, save the mummy portraits discussed earlier, studies of painting in Egypt are usually compared to copious, well-preserved tomb paintings from throughout Egypt's history, or the most well-preserved example of temple painting. And you see here the Dynasty 19 mortuary temple of Seti I at Abydos. While there are some records of innovative use of color at this temple, it largely adheres to traditional color palettes and schemes, and it must be said, remains funerary in purpose. Studies of Roman period temples in Egypt have focused more on temple form, like the seminal study by Egyptian art curator emeritus Dieter Arnold on the left, on architectural and figural documentation, and on epigraphic studies of hieroglyphic texts. These contributions have immeasurably shaped our fields, but they are still tied to our modern wants of understanding. And modern ideas of ownership. After the temple was gifted to the United States and the Met was chosen to be its modern home, Egyptologist Cyril Aldred contributed to the 1978 Met Bulletin, commemorating the opening of the new wing. At the end of the bulletin, Aldred includes a note responding to the image on the front cover with some presentation of color. Here I want to draw your attention to starting here. Says the blue and red paint that Roberts shows on the ceilings is only an indication of what the original decoration might have been. Few visitors to Egyptian temples today realize that they were once vivid, perhaps even garish, with bright primary colors and resplendent with gold and silver overlays and colored inlays. Only in some of the chambers of the Temple of Sethos, or Seti, the first at Abydos, can an idea be gained of the brilliant coloring of the reliefs with which they were once decorated. Even there, of course, the gold, silver, and precious inlays have long since disappeared. But as the work of scholars here for the symposium and central tenets of art history show, we need to practice close looking. Take, for an instance, a column drum now in the MFA dating to the Augustan period. This part of the drum shows the god Osiris, while the opposite side shows Augustus as the first pharaoh of Egypt's Roman period. Polychromy abounds here, even though it is fragmentary. And while this official MFA photo gives crisp details of some of the patterning, more details are visible at different vantage points. So I start here with my gallery photos taken in 2014. We can see general coloration of the god's Atef crown that is yellow with green, and also detailed patterns for a ring of rearing cobras with sun discs. This runs across here. We also see some texture, some hints of texture in the upper angle of the flail. You can see it here. Now, as I bend down and photograph the drum from below, with the aid of the museum's raking light from above, that texture becomes a clear overlay of gold leaf in the flail, and we can also see a delightful shimmer of gold in the upper reaches of the crown. These shining details become clearer and more prominent as I change my angle to the drum in the gallery. Yet from what the straight views show, it is hard to imagine this amount of gilding still survives. Let us take this as a metaphor to continue to be open to evidence we cannot yet see, and questions that strike our modern and contemporary minds as odd, mistakes, or garish. Like our hypothetical reconstruction of the painted polychromy of one scene on the exterior of the Temple of Dender. While we have found no contemporary scientific evidence of polychromy, we relied on modern notations by Aylward Blackman from 1911 that show, like that shown in the upper right corner, to inform the color palette. Placement and patterning, Blackman's surprising notations of green-white crowns and yellow-red crowns open investigation for Dender's polychromy to inspire unknown futures for studies of Roman Egypt through the comparative study of remaining temple painting at Roman period temples. Many of these temples have been cleaned recently, including the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, the Temple of Khnum at Esna, and the Temple of Isis at Deir Shalit. In the future, I will look toward these temples as transformative case studies, along with other cult temple contexts dating to the Roman period. The hope is that these inspire new creative questions and give voice to the ancient people who created, used, and believed in these monuments. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. We will take just a couple minutes to get the chairs set on stage, and for everyone here just to ask your patience as we get set up for the panel discussion. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of the panelists here, and the presentations were absolutely remarkable, and I think in a lot of ways really demonstrate for our audiences here and virtually the complexity of these topics and the challenges inherent in digging into questions of identity, status, meaning, with the added layer of considering color within that sort of equation. And for me, I was continually struck with how much effort, and this calls for all of us working on these topics, but how much effort is involved in peeling back our assumptions and the histories of scholarship and reception that we must engage in with these bodies of materials. So within a museum context, which I hope we'll come back to at the end of this conversation, I think it's very helpful for our audience and for us to consider together how we come from the depth of the research that each of you has presented on a different body of material into articulating the results of that in-depth research for a broad audience. And so that's something maybe as a goal for the end of our conversation I'd like to offer. So, but we'll start maybe first with something that each of you engages with in a different way, and I'll sort of throw out this question or this topic to explore in more depth, this tension between the material color and artistic techniques and practices, with the third element, and I'm not trying to make it too complicated, but the third element of intent and purpose, right? So, because each of you sort of addressed that in some way, and I'm wondering, maybe just for the purpose of chronologies, Jen, if you wouldn't mind starting talking about this, how far the material color and the matter can take us with the parameters of technique in artistic representation.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for inviting me to respond first. I'll try to gather my thoughts. I mean, while you were posing the question, what came to mind first for me is that intellectually, we as a public, we as scholars, don't have trouble with varied artistic intention in modern and contemporary art. This is not something that feels complicated. We're interested in what artists have to say about their own work. And for a complicated set of reasons that I think are largely reception-based, like how the work, the artwork of ancient Egypt, and as it's been sort of engaged with, reworked, and in contact with the ancient Mediterranean, how that has been received in modernity, we have not granted that kind of interest, grace, et cetera, to ancient artists. We tend to think of them as operating in kind of monolithic ways when all of these artists are laborers working often in community, often across various class positions. I mean, there's a certain amount of research about, different gender possibilities of artists, with I'm thinking of Sanchita Balachandran's very inspired quest to locate more women painters in ancient Greek workshops. So we have to think about these artists as working in their own diverse communities, shifting communities, not, each moment of making is not necessarily identical to the next, and having their own individualized intention for their practice. So we can't necessarily assume a shared intention behind different practices. There are conventions that crop up, and this, kind of borrowed convention of using a color contrast of black and white to try to construct a gender divide is one of them. But I think one of the places, and certainly the variation in the reconstructions that we looked at yesterday, invites us to think about, that artists produced that in antiquity too, and we should be sort of seeing them on those terms.
Thank you. And Najee, you dealt with that. You also offered this discussion of what the materials involved in slip and the specific technologies of the two different sort of broad classes of ceramics you've engaged in here. and alluded to the limitations of the color, and then, of course, how we can understand color and representation.
Yeah, I think that one of the things to think about with the limitations of black figure and red figure and your standard two-dimensional ways of portraying people, I think that probably plays into why we have the shift at the end of the 6th century to the representations in three-dimensional form, because it allows you to actually bring in, for example, the skin color as a way of enhancing representations of difference.
I offer too, we're jumping, and this is one of the tasks of pulling these threads together, is that we have these disparate case studies, but they offer so much to one another. But and working now in marble and various marbles from different geographies, how do you, Sinclair, sort of see I was putting limitations out, but also perhaps the opportunities with the colors of the marbles in the selection of works you worked with that you presented today?
So one thing that I would emphasize in the Roman world is that I think people forget the commissioner was king. And so this idea of artistic creativity, brilliance, whatever, that's so contemporary, it isn't there. In the same way. And so artists are being constrained by what the individual wants, the commissioner, and then by local materials. And so they're not going to be executing, generally speaking, works in certain materials in, sort of far-flung locations. So the heads that I talked about, what's really struck me in sort of studying them is that there's almost no attention to local, sort of where we know these objects are found. And so there's the question of material locally, but there's also the question of reception locally. And so I would just say what something is doing in Naples, ancient Pompeii or something, is very different than the resources that are available and sort of the purpose of something in North Africa. And so I think we really need to attend to these localized contexts of being able to access materials.
And that, just as a follow-up too, I think for the many here might understand this, and you certainly articulated in your paper too, but just the nature of the body of material that you're working with, and mostly collection-based, as your case study, those challenges are amplified in your work at this moment. And yours are in place, or at least you have locations that are setting, and I just hope, just to finish the thread about the artistic materials and techniques and an intent with your body of material, Erin, I offer the moment to give comment on that.
Excellent, thanks, Sarah. Following on this idea of materiality for particularly cult temples in Egypt, again, this is thinking about the specificity of the medium and why certain materials are used for color. We also have to think about the audiences, especially for cult temples, not necessarily being human, right? So we've focused so much on, particularly the conversations about portraits, as that the commissioners are human, that the viewers are human. But in these examples, the colors are really multivalent, and in showing the actual minerals by which they're constructed from. So the idea that a cult temple would be the version of the mineral universe had many symbols of the temple as being the representation of Egypt as a physical space, also as a metaphorical and metaphysical space. And one of the things I'm very interested in is looking to how those connotations may stay the same or may change over time. Another thing we know is that the materials themselves, as in the very valued gold, are related to actually the skin of deities, right? So showing that for people, but also representing the deities, because these are houses of the gods, they're not necessarily just constructed for ancient or modern humans.
Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if we could talk a little more for our broader audience, because this is such a special, so your work individually derives from such depth of specialization, but pulling up a little bit about and to talk among ourselves here and across the case studies on these, the work of color in representing identities. More broadly, we engage in it in the Chroma exhibition. And you ended with the Archer Sinclair, so that was one of our major sort of point to costume through a Greek lens with the Brinkmann's reconstruction of the Archer from Aphaea, and Temple of Aphaea. And I'm wondering too, as you are working with your groups of materials, if we can talk a little bit more about the distinctions and differences in the representations and these, how we understand these identities as we are looking into how they would have been contextualized in antiquity, I guess, if that makes sense. So a little bit into more of the representations of distinction, and maybe Najee, because that is so part of your research, you might start us off on these distinctions, and that gets back a little bit to these conventions that we, pulling out conventions and the identification of type.
Sure. So one of the things that I always have to remind myself of with my material is that they are representations. So
Right.
where identity is located in these images, it's being constructed by specific groups of ancient Greek artists. So as far as identity, in terms of how people from what the Greeks called Ethiopia thought about themselves, I don't know that we can pull out much of a connection there, and I think that's important to remember, and I think that's something that that Frank Snowden, for example, liked to gloss over a little bit in his research because of the way he wanted to frame identity as being something that we could pull out of these objects. But it's something that needs to be emphasized, that this is a Greek vase painter representing their idea, whether from firsthand experience or from other objects that they were familiar with. It's their idea of what people from the south of Egypt looked like. And the types of roles may be referencing real people, but there's several steps that separate the images from the reality.
And that's what context does for you in that regard, right? And in terms of just a follow-up question for our audience here, the function. So you have the makers and the artisans who are creating the depictions, and then could you talk a little bit about function, or either separate a subsection to talk about the functions?
So most of the objects are either used for pouring or consuming wine, probably in the ancient Greek Symposium, which is the convivial drinking party. But the functions probably varied once you got outside of ancient Greece, because a lot of these objects were exported to the Italian peninsula, and they end up in Etruscan contexts in Tuscany. And so how things are being used there, I think we don't know necessarily. The Etruscans had their own traditions of drinking and dining, but as far as function and meaning and these kinds of issues, there's more than one context in which the objects were situated. And I think that that's something we have to keep in mind as well, that there's not just one sort of way to view them.
Thank you. I think it's so helpful, especially in thinking about a class of materials, at least to know when we're giving our tours and our volunteers are working within the galleries, and you've experienced this here in your own work in the galleries. They're such a point of interest, these the plastic vases and the humans and mythological creatures or subjects that they represent.
Can I follow up with a question?
Sure.
For the idea of function, but also of how the movements of the actual drinking would change the idea of what was, might not change, but how it might create why certain things look the way they do?
So generally, the literature discusses the plastic vessels in the context of the Symposium as masks, as a way of sort of performing otherness. This is how they were written about by Francois Lissarag, who had studied them fairly extensively. And then more recently, Sarah Durbo has looked at them again in this way. But I think that's limiting just to the visual component. But since they are three-dimensional, there's also the fact that you handle these things and they're tactile, and there's more going on there, I think. So that's the way they've been studied, and this is something I'm trying to move beyond just the visual layer.
Thank you, Najee. And Jen, you also brought in the shape of the vessel and the representation. And
Yes, I mean, this particular Lutrophorus was a departure for me. It's not some, oh, is my mic on? I don't know.
it's on, but
Okay.
yeah.
It's not something I had studied before the invitation to come present this, but I was trying to think of a way to almost apply some of the ways I had been thinking about color to an object and sort of see that I hadn't talked about in my color book, and to think about sort of what it turned up. And one of the things I was thinking about while just looking so carefully at the vessel was that, there is a sort of slightly anthropomorphic shape to the vessel, which seems intentional. And this kind of comes to mind in that 1928 description of Gisela Richter, which I will just say anecdotally, my first encounter with Greek and Roman art was with her handbook of Greek sculpture, which was all photographed in black and white. And so to have her extensive engagement with polychromy kind of revealed through this show, but also through some of my own research since, it was so revelatory because I didn't see it in that handbook, but she obviously was seeing it, imagining it, and kind of writing it into being for her audiences as that passage makes visible. But I think there's a way in which she describes these kind of male-presenting statues, which she calls Apollos, and their bright colors, and then she describes the vessels. And so there's a way in which we can sort of imagine them as not quite bodies, but not totally distinct from body. I mean, they're containers, they're vessels, and they're embodied. The use of them is embodied as well. And that was one of the things that I was so interested in, the way the painter shows that. So it kind of teaches us how to engage with the object. But then to have at the very center this kind of binary structure being set up, its positioning on the widest kind of belly part of the vessel seems very intentional as well. I don't know if that addresses your question.
No, it does. It brings me to and it occurred to me too that one of the aspects of the representations in your corpus, Sinclair, is the question of how you're classifying. Of course, it's something you bring up in your paper, and how the classifications, the scholarship, but also our understandings are differing from province to Rome, or the city of Rome, or their environs. And I'm wondering, because this is brought up in Aaron's work a little bit as well, thinking about how you work with that corpus and the materials within these, shedding the assumptions, but trying also to get to some of the questions, or at least to interrogate what your aims in this project, because it is your collection's quite broad too. So, would you speak a little more to that? Would you mind?
Yes, I can say a lot to that. So, just to kind of take it to a higher level of abstraction, the corpus so far is somewhere around 500 objects. And this is everything you could possibly imagine, from works of sort of indifferent workmanship to fine art objects, a lot of instrumental kinds of things, clearly set up for a domestic context. So, the question is, why are artists making these things? And they're showing up in every possible context. They're showing up in tombs in the UK. And I actually got involved in this whole project completely by accident, because I work on Roman sport, and a team in Luxembourg found a tiny little figurine of a Ethiopian charioteer. And so I was sort of called in. And it raised the question, so, why this? Why here? what is the kind of work that this object is doing in the armpit of the empire? You know, why do they need this kind of representation? And it's also, and I think maybe you've found this to a certain extent, it's also remarkable how this material hasn't been harvested and treated more. I mean, I got interested in this material, and I just asked myself, why is no one working on this? You know, it sort of fails that classic test that there's no German PhD out there, not even a German master's out there on this corpus. So the material is so broad and it's so geographically ductile. It's just really fascinating stuff. And so I think, you know, looking at it as a field archaeologist, I thought, okay, so what are these things doing in these different contexts? And I appreciate your use of the term identities, because as much as I hate the term identity,
Sorry.
because I just
Bring
think
us back.
it takes us down a kind of blind alley. There is no Roman monolithic identity, and so Roman identities are understood locally, they're understood provincially, and so this project has really shown me that you can't articulate a notion of what Ethiopian meant in the Roman Empire. When I talked about the other, that's very reductive, but it's clear that there are all kinds of local inflections of this concept, and artists are making these things all over the empire to do different kinds of work. And so the previous ways of thinking about it, which you also spoke to, have been very reductive, and I think that, to sort of sum up, if the material, if these 500 objects sort of don't tell a concrete story, that's kind of the point, that there's so many different ways of looking at these objects in local contexts and so many different kinds of things.
You have to set the stage first, right? I mean, you have to lay that foundation, and then, you know, more contextual or regionally focused studies could then build on that work potentially, because it is, I mean, this is something maybe it's helpful to share with our audiences here, is that, you know, there are, you know, the questions of race and color in classical studies have been engaged quite intensely for primary written sources. We have a significant and important body of material. Fewer studies, and you alluded to this, are available or accessible now on that are really object-based, and that's why, you know, your group here on the stage is here with our audience today, because you're spearheading these studies in a number of ways with professionals in museum collections. So it's just as a note, because I think people have sometimes imagined that the scholarship is extensive on representations of race in Roman art, and that's actually not the case. So thank you. I wanted to come back to this notion with Aaron, with these assumptions a little bit, because you've talked about this with me individually before, you know, this placing back of the visual assumptions, and you talked about in your paper too, of what Egypt, you know, polychromy in Egypt is and what it should be over centuries. And so sort of pulling those interpretations back in your current project and for this public might be helpful too. That, again, back to this, it's not monolithic. Tastes change over time, even in the same geographies. I know that's very simple, but I'll pass it to you at that point.
Sure. I'll follow up to say, I think that Egypt in so many ways gets posed as both different and also an exemplar of longevity, right? So Egypt was ancient even when the Greeks and Romans were inspired or fighting with the Egyptians. And so that, I think, places it into a category that, you know, we see things in Egypt for millennia that supposedly don't change for us. But actually, when you look quite closely, they do change. And they change on even individual levels in terms of artists' choices and techniques. And at the same time, I think, again, it gets that the monolith, stereotype or assumptions for Egypt is regularly applied. And interestingly, we know, so some of these color choices that I mentioned today, just highlighting very quickly the very obvious one of Horus's double crown that is green and yellow, possibly instead of red and white. Some of these occurred earlier in time as well. But I think we, as modern scholars, don't necessarily want to believe that that's the intent. We want to see these in the earlier time periods, and then later, it's because the Greeks and Romans are construing things differently. That's how we explain it, as mistakes, or as something that is not correct in our minds. And the idea here, I think, these assumptions, take away the agency from the ancient people, that, they made this material, and whether or not we think it's correct doesn't actually matter, right? I think that finding these monolithic ideas for the study is so much about putting things into modern categories for their scholarly consumption, really, right? So the fields by which we all work, are structurally made in a way to canonize and categorize, and in many ways colonize this information. And so I think that the assumptions for us to look back at this material and say, well, that's bad, or that's wrong, are the things that we really need to work on, because that doesn't necessarily matter to the ancient people who made, used, and believed in these things.
Thank you. And this is a perfect step, I think, at least in my own mind, to this notion of, we say we're talking about maybe on the scholarly side, or within the research environment. And I'd like to consider together, if possible, stepping into the presentation of these really complex ideas that you've presented here today, and thinking about the wider audiences and ways to present this research and the intricacies therein to broader audiences without stripping it of what is not only fascinating, but also factually, in many cases, factually ascertained. So, these presentations. And could we start with you, because I know you've thought about this as well in museum environments, and I just think it's so helpful for this audience to get a sense of then stepping out of the scholarly into a public-facing arena more broadly.
Absolutely, and our project, the Color of the Temple project, really began with that intent, with museum audiences as our first inspiration, presenting the information. The idea was to back up the research as a bolstering to both experimentation and creative technologies, but also thinking about the project as almost like, we even had a mini iPad by which I could push the different animations that would allow us to talk to visitors about the temple. This was the purpose of this project, not just to show one color scene. So we began with that idea, and the thinking actually kind of dovetailed for me in the sense that I think a lot of museum visitors are much more willing to believe the ancient voices than some of our scholarly ideas are. And so putting together this idea that while we didn't have scientific data, we used comparanda that was specific to time period and to medium and function, actually was the purpose of the research. So we kind of had to fight with ourselves. We actually brought out facsimiles. These are the beautiful color copies of the Temple of Seti and Abydos at first. And then I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, this doesn't actually match up, and it's 1,000 years difference in time. And we're finding different things in the 1911 notations that tell us that there are green, white crowns. So we need to go with the evidence rather than with thinking, our own traditions. And so in many ways, this, again, the public idea presenting this information dovetailed with rethinking our own practices and looking at the evidence of that specific time and that specific context.
That's fascinating, that sort of the interchange, listening to. May I pass it to you, Sinclair? How do you contextualize this work in a public forum?
So I think that the museum curator, ideal museum curator, who I took a few digs at, forgive me, faces such a difficult task. And so a specific example is the head in Chicago that I mentioned, which is identified as a portrait of an African youth of high social and economic standing. And what I tried to point out in my talk is just that we basically don't know any of that, because just because you have a depiction of someone doesn't mean you can make any claims about their social rank. All you can do is talk about the individual who funded it. And so I think the best policy, because you can't add footnotes, unfortunately, to a caption, is that you have to kind of lead with the questions in a way and just say, what is the basic information that we can talk about? Because I think it's really, unfortunately, misleading to make claims in these kinds of venues that make people think about the ancient world in a way that's perhaps more comforting. But in the Roman Empire, it was an empire, and it was brutal. And so, I think you try to just be truthful, and we need to admit just how much we don't know.
And, that was one of the topics yesterday, too, which I thought is fascinating to come back to. Thank you. Jen, I know you've also thought about public engagement in a different project, but...
Yeah, no, I'm happy to take that on. I think my answer is sort of informed by this resistance to naturalism as the default paradigm through which we keep kind of accessing this material, and so many of the different reconstructions that were offered yesterday are showing us, that there are a lot of different ways to bring color back into a space of engagement. And I think, as much as the work inside museums is vital, also, obviously your AR, is it AR, went outside of the museum, but also movies. You referenced Russell Crowe. I've had this experience with students who see who's cast in movies as shaping a view of who existed in the past, which is totally understandable. But there's a lot of work to be done outside of the museum context, outside of the university context, that is certainly informed by scientific analysis, but also leaves room for flexibility and isn't pursuing a particular model of what the past looked like, but acknowledging that color as a phenomenon is present everywhere. It's in the landscape, it's in the textiles, it's a part of people, it's in materials, it's in food. It's not a phenomenon that's isolated to portraiture or images of figural images of people. It's an integrated part of both our lived experience and ancient people's lived experience, and there are lots of different ways to get at that don't have to be only about figural imagery or not that those aren't exciting, but there is room to be very kind of flexible, innovative, creative, I think, both inside and outside of museum and educational contexts.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, I'll just say to go back to what Sinclair was saying, it's very difficult in the space of the museum and museum labels or placards where you have a limited amount of space to convey what are very complicated ideas. I have some experience with this where the North Carolina Museum of Art has gone through and essentially looked at how they've labeled things in their collection of antiquities, and they have written up new labels to go with the objects. And in putting together an explanation of a Greek vase with a depiction of Memnon in 100 words, it's a difficult task, but it is something that I think probably needs to happen in a wider way.
Certainly part of our larger role, and in painting and showing these ancient contexts in all of their capriciousness or in all of their vividness, I guess, to use your word that you started with, Jen. And it seems as though we're at a moment where we should start closing up, but I want to offer you all any opportunity to ask questions or to bring up a topic that you might want to just discuss a little bit more in depth here.
I just wanted to ask Najee about gender with your material, because one of the great mysteries of my 500 objects is that there are basically no women, and that's kind of incredible for an empire that was so diverse. And so I wondered if you had any sort of thoughts about, or sort of could talk briefly about the material you've got and the way that gender and race appear.
Yeah, so the proportion of representations of Ethiopians in Greek vase painting that are women is significantly smaller than the representations of men, either in the black figure and red figure vase painting or with the three-dimensional examples. So I think the count that the scholar Susan Rotroff had of the women, something like 10 or less. And in total we have, and that's for the plastic, the three-dimensional representations, and I think in total we have probably about 60 or 70 plastic representations, so it's a very small proportion. In black figure and red figure, there are very few. There are a couple that are in scenes as attendant figures at the grave, and then that's about it, not much.
I have a follow-up in thinking about representations in Egypt, thinking about looking at these ancient sources. There's many more visions of men, Nubian men, and particularly two tropes I can think of are the bound prisoner, of course, one of the 9 bows of Egypt, and then also the very strong and sought-after Nubian warriors, the archers. So I'm wondering if there's a possibility they might be looking at Egypt, at the images there.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea because my corpus is dominated by Ethiopian male youths and sort of adults. So there's a real emphasis on youth and a real emphasis on men. And that is also what shows up in the literary record.
And strength and...
Yeah, I mean, the roles that they're kind of applying and also the physical representation is substantial. So I think, it's not just about presence, it's also about absence and what isn't being shown in the ancient world.
Actually, that's a perfect note to end on in a symposium about color and our search for it in a lot of ways. And I want to thank you all for giving us so much to think about this morning. And thank you so much. I will note that we will be back for session 4 in an hour at 1:30 is when we start. So see everyone back here soon. So.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Session 4, From Antiquity to the Renaissance, the Role of Polychromy in Sculpture. Our first speaker is Jean-François de Lapérouse, conservator in the Department of Objects Conservation here at the Met. JF has been involved with the Ancient Near Eastern collection for over 30 years and was working on an advanced degree in Ancient Near Eastern art and archaeology before the demands of work and home life intervened. He's done a lot of great scholarship in the meantime. He is joined by Michael Seymour, who is Associate Curator in the Department of Ancient Near Eastern Art at the Met. Michael completed his PhD at University College London and worked in the British Museum in the Department of the Middle East before joining the Met in 2011. His research has focused on the later reception and representation of ancient West Asia, particularly the city of Babylon, the early history of archaeology in Iraq, and Mesopotamian art of the first millennium BCE in the early centuries CE. Their paper is entitled Bringing Color and Radiance into the Galleries for Ancient Near Eastern Art, here at the Met. Our second talk is presented by Laura Filloy-Nadal, who holds a BA in Restoration from the National School of Conservation and an MA and PhD in Archaeology from the Sorbonne in Paris. In April of 2022, Laura was designated Associate Curator of Ancient American Art at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Before that, she was a Senior Conservator in the Conservation Laboratory of the National Museum of Anthropology. She co-curated the exciting exhibition Lives of the Gods, Divinity in Maya Art, which is currently on view at the Metropolitan until April 2nd of this year. Her talk is entitled The Color in the Sculptural Art of the Mexicas, also known as the Aztecs. The third paper is presented by Shirin Fauzi, who joined the Met as the Paul and Jill Ruddock Associate Curator in the Department of Medieval Art and the Cloisters in the summer of 2022. Before that, she spent 9 years teaching on the faculty of the University of Pittsburgh, where she was promoted to Associate Professor in 2020. Her publications on medieval sculpture include Romanesque tomb effigies, Death and Redemption in Medieval Europe, which received the 2022 Annual Book Prize of the International Center of Medieval Art, and a volume of essays titled Christ on the Cross that she co-edited with Gerhard Lutz of the Cleveland Museum of Art. Shirin is joined by Lucretia Carreguer, who is conservator for medieval sculptures at the Met and the Cloisters. Lucretia came to the Met in 1996 when she was awarded the first of several fellowships for the technical study and treatment of medieval sculpture. Lucretia has published significant articles on French Romanesque sculptures and is the co-author of the 2020 Getty Book publication, The Conservation of Medieval Polychrome Wood Sculpture, History, Theory, Practice. She graduated from Brown University and holds a master's in art history and an advanced certificate in conservation from the Institute of Fine Arts at New York University. Their paper, entitled Reassessing the Met's Medieval Marvels, Colorum and Polychromy in 14th Century Sculpture, is co-authored with Adriana Rizzo, research scientist in the Department of Scientific Research here at the Met. Our final paper for this session is authored by Denise Allen, Curator in European Sculpture and Decorative Arts, who joined the Met staff in 2014. Denise's area of specialty is Italian Renaissance sculpture, with a focus on the work of Benvenuto Cellini. As a curator at the Frick Collection between 2003 and 2014, she curated 6 exhibitions dedicated to the art of the bronze statuette, including Renaissance and Baroque bronzes from the Hill Collection in 2014, Antico in 2012, Andrea Riccio in 2008, and European bronzes from the Quentin Collection in 2004. Before that, Denise was the Associate Curator of Paintings at the J. Paul Getty Museum in Los Angeles between 1995 and 2002. She received her MA from the New York University Institute of Fine Arts in 1984. Her paper today is entitled Pictorial Effects in the Gilt and Silvered Bronze Reliefs of Donatello, Antico, and Gianmarco Cavalli. I will be acting as the moderator for this session. As the John A. and Carol Moran Curator in Charge of Greek and Roman Art Here at the Met, my responsibilities for the collection are wide, but my particular area of expertise focuses on metalwork, especially Greek and bronze sculpture, and I also have a specialty in Aegean Bronze Age metalwork. Please join me in welcoming our first speakers, J.F. Leperouse and Michael Seymour.
Thank you, Sean. And I would just like to say that we're very grateful to all the colleagues in the museum who have put together this wonderful symposium, and to all the distinguished speakers who have already presented or will later this afternoon. Also, Michael and I are very honored to be presenting work for a little bit further east than the focus of the symposium so far. And before I start, I would just like to say that I am a stutterer, and that's part of the reason that I went into conservation. I thought I could sit at my desk with my objects around me, and I wouldn't have to say a thing. But obviously, things have changed, and part of that reason is because our tools have gotten stronger, and also people realize that we have interesting things to say. And I've been very impressed by my fellow conservators who have spoken so far at the conference. But please have some patience if I get stuck on a few words. The neurologist and author, Oliver Sacks, was very interested in exploring the psychological aspects of vision. One of the case histories in his book, An Anthropologist on Mars, describes with great sensitivity the mental anguish suffered by a visual artist, a painter who suddenly and completely loses his color vision following a minor stroke that leaves him otherwise unscathed. Elsewhere, Sacks wrote of his intense attraction to the deep blue of indigo, as you can see here on this slide, and his momentary experience of ecstasy in this museum when he came upon a blue faience object in the Egyptian galleries during the intermission of a concert being held in this very auditorium. Color-induced bliss might seem to be a bit over the top to most of us today, and I have to admit that he was experimenting with hallucinogenic drugs at the time. But we are bombarded by colors, sounds, and lights in an effort to get our attention and promote our desire to acquire commodities from food to shiny automobiles. It seems probable, however, that the impact of color would have been much stronger to those living in a more natural and largely pastoral environment such as that of ancient Mesopotamia. I suspect that I'm not alone in remembering the intense pleasure I derived as a child when seeing my favorite color. Of course, ancient people were not childlike, but it's reasonable to assume that their affective response may not have been prematurely dulled by overstimulation. On a physiological level, color can cause our hearts to beat faster and the electrical conductivity of our skin to increase due to elevated perspiration. All of these changes can be measured, and these reactions have been used in numerous studies investigating the psychological impact of color. Some sense of this reaction can be experienced if I ask you to consider how you feel about this rather prosaic black and white image of a country road and whether or not your appreciation changes when color is added. Although my color response may become a bit jaded over time, I suspect that my skin conductivity increased when I saw the painted reconstruction of the marble funerary stele of this is going to be hard, Presiclea in the Chroma exhibition, giving my predilection for the main color of her garment. And because of my emotional reaction, this image has been permanently etched in my brain and will remain there after the show closes. Well, why do emotional reactions matter? Well, in 1995, Irene Winter, professor emerita at Harvard University, published the first of two very important papers in which she explained why and how she believes that aesthetics, a philosophical study of beauty and taste or appropriateness, can be adapted and applied to the art of ancient Western Asia, even in the absence of any ancient texts related to this topic. Both articles are essential reading for anyone interested in ancient art, particularly for those who may have had some difficulty in understanding and appreciating the art of Mesopotamia, which is not as centered on the human form as that of other ancient cultures. Winter's argument cannot be summarized here without doing them a disservice, but I would like to focus on her conclusion that in the Mesopotamian context, a work of art was judged on its ability to elicit an appropriate emotional response of awe, fear, or terror based on a number of qualities, including its craftsmanship and its pleasing form, as well as its ability to evoke the light of divine radiance through the use of deep color, lustrous, reflective, or iridescent surfaces. Unfortunately, precisely these qualities have been obscured or largely lost during centuries of burial. As part of the redesign process for the new ancient Near East galleries that will open in 3 years, we have been wondering how these alterations can be addressed in order to increase the public's appreciation of and engagement with the collection. In recent years, Shyanthi Thavapalan has built on the foundation, and she will be speaking later this afternoon, has built on the foundation laid by Winter with a re-examination of the extant textural and physical evidence that draws on a wide range of disciplines, including cognitive, linguistic, and anthropological theories to reconstruct the cultural context in which color was used in Mesopotamia to create embodiments of the divine. And for example, in Akkadian texts, human emotions, mental states, and other symbolic qualities could be represented by specific colors such as glowing orange to symbolize the radiance associated with divinity or divinely sanctioned rulers. And this is my connection, not necessarily yours, but this is a wonderful Sasanian plate in our collection. And unfortunately, I think that the gilding here has been made a bit more pale by repeated polishing over the years, but might have had a more golden and reddish color originally. Alexander Nagel, meanwhile, has extended pigment evidence research to Persepolis, providing information that has informed the digital reconstruction recently created for the Ancient Iran exhibition at the Getty Museum. And I'm sorry, I should have advanced the slide, but in the upper corner, you can see Dr. Nagel using a digital microscope on site with Iranian colleagues, and below is just a scene from the Getty reconstruction. Starting with Winter's published work, all of these art historical publications have had a profound effect on me as a conservator, reinforcing the need for constant collaboration between our disciplines. As a result of our training, we learn how the mechanisms of physical deterioration and alteration have changed the original appearance of works of art, and how past restorations and even our own conservation treatments can have an effect on the public's appreciation of the art in our collections. We peer at surfaces under high magnification, finding traces of pigment and gilding that cannot be seen with the unaided eye. And Michael will talk more about this piece soon, so I won't talk about it now. But and in addition, we developed the ability to imagine what a work of art could look like, kind of an inner eye that sustains us through sometimes long and tedious treatment procedures. And this is a Mughal period writing box that I worked on in the Islamic collection that took three months to clean. So I needed that vision of what it would look like at the end to keep me going. So when treating, and also when treating damaged objects such as this wonderful ivory from Nimrud in the ancient Near East collection, we strive to find the point where an artwork's losses are visible, but not the first aspects that the visitor perceives. Although our work is based on objectivity and science, we experience the awe that Winter alluded to in our conservation studios, but have often been frustrated about how to convey this to the public within the usual constraints of museum display. This is where initiatives such as the Chroma exhibition and the other efforts that have been presented over the last couple of days, and also the digital projection on the Temple of Dendor, which we heard about this morning, have provided some welcome inspiration. 2 years ago, Kim Benzel, head of the Ancient Near East Department, asked me if I would like to put together a temporary exhibition in the gallery immediately to the west of our Assyrian Court gallery before these galleries, all of their galleries, would be closed for renovations. It is not often that a conservator gets to curate a museum space, and I was very grateful for this opportunity and the collaborative relationship that I have with her and Michael and the rest of the Ancient Near East Department. I decided to focus on color and light, and I knew that I would have an excellent collaborator with Michael, and we called our installation Color and Radiance. At the same time as our installation was up, there was another one at the other end of our Assyrian Court entitled Clay and Creation, curated by Sarah Graff, which centered on the fundamental importance of clay to the cultures of ancient Western Asia. We saw both temporary installations as a way to experiment with our plans to place a greater emphasis on materiality in the designs being developed for the renovation. Conveying information in the galleries about the altered condition of artwork in an engaging and concise way for the general audience has always been a challenge. Unfortunately, there are still some people who think that technical information on labels will elicit terror and fear on the part of the public rather than awe. Hopefully, the last sentence of our non-technical introductory text highlighted here in yellow at least got the public to take a second look and become more engaged in examining closely the artworks that we had on view. Unlike Chroma, this small installation was a modest effort that included no research, but this work will begin now that the Ancient Near East collection is off view and available. Instead, we focused on details that are often not highlighted in the permanent galleries, such as why copper alloy objects now look different depending on how they were treated following excavation. I'm sorry, I went too fast here. We also had examples of Egyptian blue showing that it was not only used as a pigment, but could be molded and sintered together to form objects such as as you can see on the right here in the upper left, on the upper right image, a beaker from Hassanlu, and how the color of the Egyptian blue has changed, most likely because the oxidation state of the iron colorant changed during the fire which consumed the site. We also alluded to the ingenuity of ancient craftsmen who harnessed the pyrotechnology and minerals to produce the opacifiers and colorants added to the glaze applied to ceramics and the molded bricks from the Ishtar Gate in Babylon, which retain much of their original color. So now I'm going to hand off to Michael.
Thank you so much. So I'll say that some of the problems we face are philosophical. For example, we know that the Assyrian sculptures were originally painted. We know some of the pigments used. We know enough to maybe speculatively reconstruct the appearance of some reliefs, but we don't know enough to give a real sense or an accurate picture of the interior of a 9th century BCE Assyrian palace, although that's improving, which is why this image, made in 1849, is still familiar to all students of ancient Mesopotamia. You might see it in a survey class with a health warning that it's all wrong, which it largely is. One caveat, though. As wrong as it is, and there's a lot, it'd be another talk, it's still about 1,000% closer to correct than the bare stone. So what to do? Well, as some of you know, the new project to redesign the ancient Near Eastern and Cypriot art galleries is going to give us a lot of opportunities, and I think there we'll have a chance to at least speculatively and tentatively reconstruct color, maybe through illustrations, through projections, maybe through AR. But we actually included this reconstruction in the color and radiance installation because we wanted to put the problem in its historic context. People have been attempting to reconstruct these colors ever since the reliefs were uncovered in the 1840s, and those very early reconstructions were actually some of the boldest. They also include elements that maybe surprise people today. The 19th century excavators saw parts of wall paintings above the reliefs, and there are 2 fragments in the Iraq Museum, Baghdad, that may even come from those. In the Met, there's one tiny plaster fragment from 20th century excavations, and we included that alongside the 19th century image so we could talk about some of the problems of information and lack thereof. My second example is the ivory that Jean-François showed you just a moment ago. It's a Phoenician-style ivory, about 4 inches to a side, and slightly concave in shape. It was one of many ivory elements that were excavated in the 1950s and 60s, again at Nimrud in northern Iraq, and they're now divided mainly between the Iraq Museum in Baghdad, the British Museum in London, and the Met. On the back, there's a small hole for a dowel, an ancient fitter's mark, so it was probably attached to a piece of furniture, but we don't know exactly how it was placed. You can see that it's a very elaborate design, and also, hopefully, you can see that there's a lot missing. So much of the design is made up of recesses that must once have held something. So, several years ago, JF studied this ivory in depth. He was able to find microscopic traces of gold leaf, as you've seen, and he also made a visible induced luminescence image that revealed more traces of Egyptian blue, the traces that glow white in this photograph. You can see them in many of those inlay holes, in papyrus flowers, plant stems, and the griffin's wings. In this case, though, the Egyptian blue probably wasn't really the pigment itself so much as a paste to hold other elements in place, probably blue glass or lapis lazuli stone. We also have the help of comparators. The Met Ivory is part of a group that are very close in style and iconography, and you can see in this example from the British Museum, more of that surface gilding and some pieces of blue glass actually survive. There are a few fragments of that type in the collection here, and in the color and radiance installation, we put them on display, I think, for the first time. So that gives us something to go on, but how to express that visually without misleading people. I have 2 tentative reconstructions I'd like to show. They're very low-tech, just sketching in Photoshop, but hopefully they're interesting. The first takes JF's findings and what you can see on the British Museum ivory and simply extends them out to those areas we're pretty confident they covered. So you could say that this is an image with quite high confidence, but it's also, again, incomplete. You can kind of see that, I think. So maybe we turn to more comparators. These ivories are a pair. One at the British Museum, one that was at the Iraq Museum until April of 2003 when it was stolen during the looting of the Iraq Museum. And I'd just like to notice here that we're actually approaching the 20th anniversary of the coalition invasion of Iraq and that event. They're 2 of the best preserved and most complete Nimrud ivories known, and you can see that they're covered in gilding, lapis, carnelian. In the empty spaces, you can see lots of surviving Egyptian blue paste that would have helped secure the stone inlays. So maybe they can help us round out our image. So from here, we can maybe go to something more speculative, but maybe more complete. And then, of course, you get into variation. That large volute doesn't look to me like it should be filled in, but maybe it should. Maybe it should be gilded. And maybe the eyes of the griffins are different. There are lots and lots of variations you could look at. And I think that showing multiple images, showing our uncertainty, is really something exciting for the future, something that maybe means we and the visitors can share in that messy experience of discovery and speculation. And finally, you'll notice that I'm still using blocks of flat color when really we're talking not only about color, but the luster of different materials, lapis lazuli, carnelian, gilding. So one next step might be to try and reproduce the textures and effects, just to remind you of those real materials. But it's a choice. You might equally think that it's better to go the other way and emphasize that sketchiness, that distinction between real ancient object and modern interpretation of color. So again, we're back to philosophical questions. So just to finish, I'd like to say thank you very much from both of us for listening, to our colleagues across the museum for their support and collaboration on the Color and Radiance installation, and to Sarah Lipinski, Sean Hemingway, Mariana Siciliano, Debbie Kuo, and the great Grace Rainey Rogers Auditorium team for making this occasion such a success. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers, Sarah, Shan, for their kind invitation to participate in this special symposium and the opportunity to share with you my experience in finding the remains of polychromy in preserved Mexica sculptures in two important museums in Mexico City. At the time of the Spanish arrival, central Mexico was densely populated multi-ethnic area with remarkable ecological diversity. The Mexicas, also known as Aztecs, were the last of a series of groups to appear on the geographical scene of the basin of Mexico. At the beginning of the 16th century, a diverse mosaic, predominantly Nahua-speaking people, inhabited the central lake region of the basin. In 1325, the Mexica established the city of Tenochtitlan on an island in Lake Texcoco. 2 centuries later, the metropolis has grown onto a well-designated urban center, occupying around 5.5 square miles, with causeways, aqueducts, canals, plazas, residences, and more than 200,000 inhabitants. At that time, Tenochtitlan was one of the 6 most populated cities in the world, and its inhabitants, hailing from many different places, practiced a wide range of professions. The capital central area housed a sacred precinct of dominant temples and civic plazas, palaces and elite residences, tribute storehouses, artisanal workshops, gardens, ponds, and a space to keep domesticated wild animals in captivity. The plastic arts fully matured in the Mexican Empire between 1440 and 1502. During these years, the dimension and quality of the materials used in architecture increased. The construction methods were perfected, the decorative techniques were refined, and the elements of the imperial style were defined. In turn, sculpture underwent a considerable leap toward naturalism and reached a superior quality never seen before. This reduced insular territory had not only the greatest concentration of monoliths, reliefs, and minor sculptures of the empire, but also the most famous monuments. We tend to imagine the monuments of the empire's capital, Tenochtitlan, devoid of polychromy, since most of the work preserved in museums have lost their original pigments, and their surfaces are dominated by the tones typical of the volcanic rocks of the basin from Mexico: gray, lavender, purple, or reddish hue from basalt, andesite, or volcanic scoria. The stones used in imperial-style sculptures come from quarries in the basin of Mexico. Sources of andesite, a pink stone, are found in the deposit of the Chiquihuite Formation, located 8 miles north of the island of Tenochtitlan. On the other hand, basalts, gray and black in color, and the volcanic scoria in reddish, purplish, and blackish tone are abundant in the region, making it difficult to locate their exact origin. However, in the past, surfaces were painted. The first record of polychromy of a Mexican monolith was made in 1796, Antonio de León y Gama, a new Spanish antiquarian, described a magnificent sculpture as a serpent and noted traces of blue and red in the eyebrows of the reptile. A few years later, in 1915, Hermann Bayer reconstructed the polychromy of some carved benches depicting in a procession of warriors, discovered a few blocks from the Metropolitan Cathedral in downtown modern Mexico City. In 1939, a chromatic reconstruction of the magnificent Aztec calendar stone, or Stone of the Sun, was published for the first time. This great monolith was discovered in 1790 and placed in one of the cathedral's towers for the following years. The passage of time and the inclemence of weather erased all traces of its polychromy from the carved basalt stone. In 1885, the calendar was moved to the National Museum and placed next to other great monoliths discovered in the country during the last decades of the 19th century. For the 1939 publication and chromatic reconstruction, the artist Roberto Sirks Flanders relied on the old painting codices and some archaeological ceramic vases, adding multiple color to his drawings. In June 1964, the stone calendar was moved to the splendid National Museum of Anthropology in Chapultepec, and Sirks Flanders' reconstruction was integrated into the labels that accompany the monolith in the new display. In the year 2000, due to the renovation program of the Mexica Hall, the Museum Conservation Section inspected the great monolith with magnifying glasses and recorded the remains of polychromy found in the pores of the Aztec calendar, and only ochre, black, and red pigments were mapped. The label was modified and a new chromatic diagram was placed next to the object. In February 1978, a new Mexica monolith was discovered in the city center. It was the spectacular relief of the moon goddess Coyolxauhqui, measuring 9 feet in diameter. 20 years later, the Great Temple Museum was inaugurated, and the goddess occupied a central place in the new display. In 2008, the Great Temple research team studied the andesite surface of the monolith again. On this occasion, using stereoscopic magnifying glasses, they observed traces of polychromy in the pores and recorded a chromatic palette of 5 colors: red, white, blue, ochre, and black pigments. In October 2006, the largest monolith discovered to the date was found in the ruins of Tenochtitlan, just in front of the steps of the Great Temple Pyramid. It is a quadrangular sculpture of approximately 14 by 12 feet, carved in andesite rock. It is the largest Mexica relief found to date. It depicts Tlaltecutli, the earth goddess, whose surface was covered with a thin layer of polychrome paint. The ancient Mexica sculptures once again used the same color palette of 5 tones. The Great Temple Project has identified the following pigments used in Tlaltecutli relief: hematite and iron dioxide for the red, a mixture of goethite and hematite, both iron dioxides, for the ochre, calcium carbonate for the white, soot or carbon for the black. In turn, for the blue pigment, the Mexica mixed a clay palygorskite with a natural dye obtained for the indigo leaves. Thanks to gas chromatography and mass spectrometry, the scientific team detected an organic binder. Glucose and mannose were identified, suggesting that the substance used as a binder was an orchid mucilage. Today, the monolith occupied an important place in the museum and allow us to admire the colorful Mexica sculptures and imagine the colored surface of the imperial capital during the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th century. In recent years, encouraged by these new discoveries and using numerous analytical techniques and specialized equipment, it has been possible to identify the smallest trace of pigment in the stone pores of different sculptures present in two Mexican museums and generate models that fully recreate their polychromy. The Templo Mayor project initiated extensive program to record the polychromy of all the sculptures attached to the architecture of the sacred precinct. They use a digital microscope at 200x magnification and a D-stretch computer program that use filters to create high contrast and enhance the color conserved in the pores. The chromatic reconstruction allowed to recreate the iconographic program of the main pyramid, which reproduced the mythical Serpent Mountain. As you can see in the slide, the serpents in the north were painted in blue, as this building sector was related to the rain deities and the rainy season. In turn, the serpent on the south were painted in ochre, as this space was related to the sun and the dry season. In 2014, the National Museum of Anthropology resumed their initiative to record the polychromy preserved in the large monolith of the Mexica Hall. The methodology was similar to the used by our colleagues of the Great Temple Project, the Copenhagen Glyptotek in Denmark, and Birkmark and Koch Biermann. Next, I will show you a small video that summarizes the activities and the results obtained for our project. Several of the pieces located in the Mexica Hall were selected. To make these sculptures, the Mexica used various types of volcanic rock that are very porous. In the tiny pores, remains of different pigments used by sculptures were preserved. First, the restorers from the conservation section examined the surface under white light to locate the traces of color. Then, they use a digital microscope. Sorry, I'm gonna wait. They use a digital microscope that to take photomicrographs of the surface and record the various pigments inside all the pores of the huge monolith. In the next step, using the Munsell color system chart, we were able to record each of the colors accurately. Then, using computer softwares, a 3D reconstruction of each piece was made. Each area of the sculpture was then digitally painted with the registered color, obtaining solid colored areas. In a second moment, high-resolution digital photographies were taken, and the surface of the sculpture was digitally colored using the color parameters of Pantone and Munsell chart. You can see some examples here. This later procedure that gives us a new series of sensations that we do not experience with the 3D reconstructions. As part of the project, in 2016, applying the same methodology, we inspected the surface of the great andesite Ocelot Huachicali, and only ochre and black pigment were found. And again, we studied the Aztec calendar stone. In this case, we recorded the use of 5 solid colors: red, ochre, black, white, and blue. In all the case studies, except for black, all the colors were applied directly into the rough texture of the stone without any undercoat to form a well-delineated color-saturated, opaque, uniform, and monochromatic surface devoid of any shadows or variations of tones. These are the same conclusions that our colleagues from the Great Temple Mayor has also reached after studying several archaeological objects discovered in the remains of the Mexica capital. Final remarks. Mexica imperial style images were always carved using only volcanic stone from quarries located in the basin of Mexico. The paint was always applied directly over the sculpture surface, covering circumscribed areas of a single color, always opaque, well saturated, and without changes in hue or shadows. The discoveries made in the last 25 years in the Tenochtitlan Sacred Precinct, and the studies undertaken on different monoliths has revealed that the Mexica used a limited color palette to paint their sculptures. In contrast, Mexica painters used a broad of colorful register to paint their codices. The detailed studies of different documents dating to pre-Hispanic times by Diana Magaloni and Elodie Dupé has revealed that at least 17 different tonalities were used, a rich array of different shades of red, orange, pink, violet, blue, green, yellow, gray, black, brown, and white. For archaeologist Leonardo López Luján, the presence of only these 5 pigments on Mexica's cultural monuments suggests a cosmological purpose, an allusion to the center of the universe and the 4 cardinal directions. Daniel Deuve has demonstrated that among the Nahuas, Tlapanec's, and Mixtec today, the symbols and metaphors alluding to colors are limited to the same 5 tones that correspond to the colors of the leaves of the maize plant and to the 4 different colors of the mature corn cob. The study of color has helped identify the different raw materials used in the capital of the empire, but also to reconstruct some of the technological practices that distinguish the artists of the Mexica school. In addition, it allows us to glimpse into the functions and meanings of ancient polychromy sculpture, since these masterpieces were recreated for deeply religious reasons. Since 2021, the Ancient America Art Gallery in the Met's Michael C. Rockefeller Wing has temporarily closed in preparation for the exciting new renovation project, which will bring back on display this collection for new generations of visitors. Meanwhile, conservators, scientists, and curators look deep into the surface of the Mexica sculptures, tracing all the minuscule remains of color invisible to the naked eye. The new installation will reflect these recent advances, so revisit us in 2025 to give a close look at the Mesoamerican objects. Thank you very much. And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce Shireen Fossey and Lucrecia Cargier. Please welcome them to the podium.
So we'd also like to start by thanking the organizers for putting together the symposium. It has been wonderful to think about pre-modern polychromy from many perspectives. And the invitation to speak came at an opportune moment for us because we have been reassessing the Met's medieval sculpture hall, and there have been some discoveries in the conservation lab that we are eager to share. So I'll begin with just a few comments before turning the podium over to Lucrecia Cargier. By focusing on Northern Europe in the 14th century, we are picking out just a tiny slice of the Met's medieval collection, which encompasses Europe and much of the Mediterranean from the 4th through early 16th centuries. We chose this topic for 3 reasons. First, the Met has a real strength in 14th century marbles from Paris and the surrounding regions. And second, these particular sculptures share some qualities with the ancient material that is the focus of the Chroma show. Third, and I think most importantly, polychromy on medieval marbles has received relatively little scholarly attention. And much like Chroma has done for ancient art, we too hope to dispel the notion that medieval marbles were generally left unpainted. Visitors to the Met's Medieval Sculpture Hall today might notice these highlights, which reflect some broader trends. So on the left is a wooden reliquary bust, in the middle is a Virgin and Child carved from limestone, and on the right is another Virgin and Child, but this time in marble. Whether you spend several hours in the gallery or just look at this slide for a moment, you might come away with the same false impression, that late medieval wood and limestone sculptures were covered in polychromy, but marble left unpainted. And this reflects the enthusiasm for polished white marble in the post-medieval era, which often led to the overcleaning of the white stone. Reconstructing the intended appearance of medieval marbles is therefore very difficult without technical study in a conservation lab. And while our findings do not suggest that marble figures were polychromed to the same extent as wood and limestone, as seen in the two very well-preserved sculptures on the screen, what we are learning is that color was, in fact, an important aspect of how medieval marble sculptures were originally experienced. It is becoming increasingly clear that the effect of medieval marble was parallel in many ways to that of ivories, like this Virgin in the Met's collection. Though our first impression is dominated by the whiteness of the ivory, the longer we look, the more we notice traces of color. There's gilding on the crown, in the hair, and on the details of the dress, and the robe has significant amounts of blue and red. Ivories and marbles present similar problems because so many have been overcleaned, and it's difficult to know how much of the surviving paint may be post-medieval. Nevertheless, what we are finding is that in all likelihood, ivories and marbles alike incorporated much more color than has previously been recognized. Further, close readings of written sources suggest that the medieval term colorem, which could be translated simply as color, also described effects like brightness and hue and luminosity. Colorem was also a term for polishing agents that brought out the true qualities of the stone itself. So we need to move beyond the initial question of, was this object painted or not, and approach the question of polychromy and colorem more broadly, considering how painted details and polishing could enhance the material and enliven its effect. So as I turn the podium over to Lucretia, I just want to show this slide with a gallery of the different marble sculptures from 14th century Northern Europe that are currently on view in the Sculpture Hall. The overall impression of these figures, especially when we see them all together, is a blank field of white. But the closer we look, the more traces we find of their original sense of colorem, which is to say, the ways in which the color was used to enhance the effects of the marble and to give the figures a sense of enlivenment that we are only just now beginning to reconstruct and understand.
Thank you, Sharon, for this. And hello, everybody. So studies on the polychromy of 14th century marble sculptures are extremely limited. Traces of paint are few, and overpaints are common. I will present only a selection of case studies from the museum's collection. The first and most indicative example of the types of past restoration treatments imposed to medieval marbles is this 14th century Virgin and Child, which entered the museum in 1917 from the collection of John Pierpont Morgan. It is generally believed to have been commissioned by the French Queen Jeanne d'Evreux for the Cistercian Abbey of Pont-aux-Dames, east of Paris, circa 1340. At 81 centimeter in height, the sculpture is an admired prototype of a standing Virgin and Child carved in white marble that is likely from Carrara in Italy, a prized, homogeneous, fine-grained marble with very few veins, discolorations, or other defects. the sculpture's medium height and slim profile conform to the size of marble blocks shipped from Italy in the 14th century, when the workshops of Paris were accessing imported marbles of the highest quality. The museum's Pont-aux-Dames Virgin has long been praised for its state of preservation, which represents what is believed to be the 14th century ideal of a highly polished marble adorned with flowery golden decorations. However, current examination has determined that the gilded motifs of daisy-like patterns and ivy leaves, as well as gilded borders, are actually modern restorations. Looking closer, we can observe that the marble surfaces surrounding the gilded designs display uneven polishing marks in crossed hatched patterns, which are visible under high magnification and raking light. These are traces of a post-medieval resurfacing. The polishing marks in the areas with gilded flowers, which run both vertically and horizontally, are markedly different from the uniform and nearly parallel traces of medieval polishing that are observed on the Virgin's lower drapery, as you see on the right. So on the left, we see not only the rough repolishing of the marble surfaces, but also pencil marks surrounding the foliate decorations, marked here by the upper red arrow. These were perhaps previously interpreted as an underdrawing outlining the position of potential gilded decorations, but they have now also been confirmed to be modern. The acid yellow color of the mordant for the gilding, seen here on the left, is highly dissonant for a medieval sculpture. It also strongly fluoresces under UV illumination, as seen on the right. The mordant has been confirmed by scientific analysis to comprise chrome yellow, a modern pigment first utilized in the second decade of the 19th century. In those areas, the sculpture was therefore clearly repolished and repainted for the art market before its sale in the 19th century. No trace of original polychromy can be found on the Virgin's drapery. An older sequence of gilding was detected, however, in the figure's hair, an area of the sculpture which commonly remains unpolished. It was followed by 2 overpainting campaigns, including the chrome yellow, confirming the sculpture's authenticity and long material history. This trace of gilding, confirmed by the cross-sections on the right, suggests that the 19th century interventions did, in fact, have some basis in medieval practice. Even though no original polychromy remains on the drapery borders of the Pont-aux-Dames Virgin, the embellishment of orphreys seems to have been a key component of Gothic polychromy, with painters clearly reveling in the emphasis of the drapery's linear movements. Spectacular evidence of such decoration has been found on this marble Virgin and Child, which was made for the Béguinage of Sainte Catherine at Diest in Belgium. Transmitted illumination highlights the presence of ghost impressions, where dirt accumulated around the gilded details over the centuries left the footprint of those decorations in place after the gilding was lost. These register as broad gilt borders with double lines, geometric lozenge patterns, garlands, and dots. Although traces of gilding are present, not all patterns can be recognized on the Virgin's drapery, which is why I put some question marks on the preliminary hypothetical reconstruction at center. Along with gilt hair, there was gold and black motifs embellished the Virgin's belt, and traces of red in the depth of the Virgin's nose indicate that her face, including her lips and eyes, was enlivened by color as well. Taken together, the evidence produces an overall final impression entirely departing from our initial perception of the pure, white, polished marble sculpture. While only the faintest traces of gilding have survived on the Diest Virgin, the polychromy on the museum's crucifixion and soldier groups from the Meuse region is in outstanding condition. The gilded decoration of maille, or armor, unifies the soldiers, and the flowery garlands on the clothing borders are exceedingly well preserved. And here are some especially stunning details. The Virgin wears a delicate star brooch at her throat. The pronounced relief of the gilded decorations on the soldiers catches the light and gives a sense of actual chain links in the Mai. Just to emphasize the point, here is an even closer detail of the Mai on the soldiers, next to a picture of a 15th century Mai shirt in the Metropolitan Museum's Arms and Armor collection. Here you can see how closely the details of the polychromy echoed the visual effects of shining Mai. Cross-sections of the gilded patterns disclose the use of mordant gilding, whereby small pieces of gold leaf are laid onto a brownish lipidic adhesive, where yellow ochre and lead pigments are mixed with carbon-based black, cinnabar, red, probably organic lakes, and an organic copper-green pigment to enrich the color of the gold. The very good condition of the gilding is testimony to an excellent application and choice of materials, including the use of lead-based pigments, which improve the body and drying quality of the mordant. Past research indicates that high-gloss polished marble provides poor adhesion for polychromy, with particularly poor results with egg tempera paints. So further analysis of this and other original mordants will better elucidate materials and techniques used for both the gilding and as surface preparations in this period. The sophisticated manipulation of the optical properties of gold using different substrates to bring nuance to the glittering effects of metal on 14th century marble sculptures emerges in the final case study. In this group of 3 kneeling figures, a king in center with a queen and a prince on either side, we have been able to identify 2 different types of gilding technique used to create distinct effects in different areas. And this is especially evident in the figure of the queen. The first observation is the classic gold leaf on mordant for the hair, with an overpaint clearly apparent on the cross-section, in the cross-section. A second, different gilding technique was used for the crown, as well as on the barb, the prototypical cloth draped under the chin, covering the queen's chest. Appearing as black, with a slight purple hue and few visible gold particles, the dark layer on the crown exhibits conspicuous round patterns in negative space. Found on the barb as well, the black material has been identified as deteriorated gold nanoparticles, an unusual gold corrosion phenomenon visible here in the high-resolution SEM image, and I thank Marco Leona and Federico Cauer for this analysis. In this detail, we see the difference between the queen's hair, which has a visible ochre mordant at the top, and the barb, where the gold is applied directly on the stone substrate. Given the absence of a mordant and the presence of small gold particles, we may hypothesize that shell gold was used for the barb and also the crown. The technique of shell gold, that is powdered gold applied with a brush, is usually associated with medieval manuscripts. It has, however, recently been identified on 14th century alabaster reliefs from England, making it especially interesting to see it possibly used on the Met's French queen. The powdered gold would provide shimmer to the surface, changing the quality of the metal's luminosity. Finally, while no evidence was found to further characterize the round patterns visible on the queen's crown, the missing decorations are strongly reminiscent of the gesso nodules found on some English alabasters. In this detail from an example now in Paris, the nodules have been lost, but the small round reliefs have left behind a distinctive outline surrounded by gold, similar to the pattern on the queen's crown.
So this discussion has only scratched the surface of the Met's collection of medieval marbles, and much research remains to be done. What we hope to have demonstrated, however, is that each sculpture still carries traces of a past appearance that was far richer and more colorful than we have realized. As much as medieval audiences appreciated the luminous qualities of polished white marble, their experience of these sculptures was inflected by the careful use of polychromy to highlight details and bring the figures to life. And with that, we'll pass the podium on to Denise Allen. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all for coming. I would like to thank the organizers of the Chroma exhibition, including Mariana Siciliano and Sean Hemingway and Sarah Lipinski for inviting me. This talk focuses on the Met's landmark acquisition in 1992 of Cavalli's roundel. My talk is indebted to the previous work of the late James David Draper and Richard E. Stone. It is also deeply indebted intellectually to Sarah E. Lawrence, who spearheaded the acquisition of the work last year. And it also is indebted to the technical and scientific contributions of Linda Borsch and Federico Caro. At left, you see Leonardo da Vinci's portrait of Isabella d'Este, co-ruler of the North Italian Marquisate of Mantua during the late 15th and early 16th century. Isabella was esteemed for her erudition and renowned for her superlative collection of ancient and contemporary art in the antique style. She likely commissioned the magnificent rondel at right from the goldsmith, engraver, sculptor, and medalist Gian Marco Cavalli, around the time that Leonardo painted her portrait. Cavalli's roundel is cast in one piece with its frame. The original attached suspension loop indicates that it was made to be hung by itself on a wall like a painting. At 16.5 inches in diameter, this, the largest independent bronze rondel of the early Renaissance, is the size of a picture. Modeled in low relief, Cavalli's roundel illustrates 4 ancient Roman deities depicted in foreshortened 3/4 view and placed in a stony landscape as if they were on a stage. Golden-winged Venus, goddess of love, subdues Mars, god of war, with her gaze. Her son Cupid stands on her lap. At right, Vulcan, god of metalwork, fashions Mars's helmet on his anvil. Below the platform, a tablet hangs, suspended from crinkling ribbons. Its inscription reads, "Venus and Mars and Cupid rejoice. Vulcan, keep working." The subject celebrates harmony born of the love between Venus and fearsome Mars. In the sovereign guise of Venus, love indeed conquers all. Today, I would like us to consider how early Renaissance creators of bronze reliefs achieved pictorial effects that we associate with paintings by evoking the chromatic, multimetallic palette and light effects of ancient bronze reliefs. On the roundel, these elements include the use of surface patination on the bronze to vary its color, as you see here in the dark figures and background. The use of silver inlay, as seen in the intricate patterning around the rim of Mars's shield, as well as on the eyes of the principal figures. And the varied treatment of gilding, as in the delicate matte texturing of Venus's wing, achieved through chasing or tooling, which contrasts with the burnished elements, like the draperies, that reflect light. At right is the white and colored marble doorway made for the entrance to Isabella's studiolo, or study, one of the 3 intimate chambers in which she housed her famous collection of antiquities and contemporary art. Mantegna's painting, the Parnassus, or Triumph of Venus and Mars, was installed in the studiolo in 1497. Cavalli's roundel of around 1500 probably was made to complement Mantegna's painting there. By 1501, Antico's statuette of the Spinario surmounted the interior doorway of the Studiolo. Cavalli worked as Mantegna's print engraver, and he cast some of Antico's bronze statuettes. Together, the three artists were the ingenious creators of the antiquarian Mantuan court style. The Met owns 4 works by Antico, who revived the ancient genres of the bronze statuette and portrait bust for the Mantuan court. His use of gilding and silvering evokes ancient examples. In the Chroma exhibition, Paris is juxtaposed with an ancient statuette of a silver-eyed Venus holding a golden apple. But it's important to remember that Antico's multimetallic bronzes are not replications, but rather reimaginings of their ancient prototypes. For example, Antico transforms the life-size bronze Spinario in Rome into a precious, exquisite statuette, and he translates the marble portrait of a mild-mannered emperor into the emotionally complex character you see here. And I think you will agree that in this bust, Antico evokes some of the colorism, focused intensity, and lifelikeness of ancient bronze statuary. But we are discussing relief, and here we encounter a problem. Neither ancient literary sources nor Renaissance texts tell us much in particular about gilt and silvered bronze reliefs. As John Pope Hennessy pointed out long ago, in 15th century Italy, this lack of discussion is largely because relief was considered a form of painting. In his treatise on painting of 1436, Leon Battista Alberti calls painting and sculpture cognate arts. And Leonardo da Vinci, who believed painting superior to sculpture, noted that if a sculpture was carved in low relief and partook of the nature of painting, it ranked as painting, not as sculpture. Ghiberti's gilded bronze doors and Donatello's crucifixion illustrate the remarkable intersection between the illusionistic effects of sculpture in low relief and painting. Both reliefs convincingly depict spatial recession, organized according to the geometric principles of one-point perspective discussed by Alberti in his treatise, and optical pictorial effects, best characterized by Alberti as the action of light, abound. For example, Ghiberti highly burnished the gilt background to create the illusion of a vast golden sky bathed in light. And Donatello places the crucifixion in a gold frame, just like a painting, and uses the zigzag gilded patterns on the clothing to heighten the agitated movements of the distraught crowd. He astonishingly employs silver inlay on the good thief's cross and the ladder, as well as in the landscape and on the clouds, to evoke the eerie flashes of light appearing at the moment of Christ's death, when a storm ripped the curtains of the temple and the heavens darkened. In Ghiberti's relief, God the Father appears to Moses in a blinding circle of celestial light, accompanied by blaring trumpets. These effects have led Amy Block to suggest that here Ghiberti sets out to challenge Apelles, the greatest painter of antiquity. In his Natural History, well known to the Renaissance, the ancient Roman author Pliny praises Apelles for his ability to paint that which cannot be painted, the flash of lightning and the booming sound of thunder. And Donatello, too, I think, challenges Apelles' dramatic evocation of light and sound in the crucifixion. And Donatello also might have directly emulated Apelles as a painter. Pliny tells us that Apelles painted his works using only 4 colors: black, white, ochre, and red. A reduced palette expressive of the action of light that is quite similar to Donatello's use of a palette of gold, silver, and bronze. Donatello's multi-metallic relief additionally might reflect Pliny's famous passage on Corinthian bronze, a type of alloy made from copper, silver, and gold that could be produced in the colors black, silver, gold, and variations of red. In the past 30 years or so, studies have shown that Corinthian black bronze is not an ancient myth. It actually exists. And here I draw on Sophie Decomb's essay, The Colors of Bronze, from the Getty exhibition, Power and Pathos. And left is a fragment of a military cloak from the lost colossal statue of Emperor Caracalla. The combination of multicolored metal inlays, including black bronze, creates the illusion of a richly embroidered figurative textile. At right is an inkwell and its reconstruction in watercolor. The figures and border are inlaid with silver. Venus's drapery is black bronze outlined in gold inlay, as are the Puti's wings. Both works provide a glimpse into the chromatic pictorial effects possible in ancient bronzes. As Richard Stone has shown, in order to emulate ancient bronzes, Antico invented a black chemical patina, or surface coating. Antico's Hercules relief at left has lost its original black patina, which is rarely preserved in the sculptor's works. You should imagine the shiny brown figures and background with a uniform, very fine, almost velvety black surface that softly scatters the light in contrast with the highly tooled and brightly burnished reflective surfaces of the well-preserved gilding. Cavalli clearly was inspired by the format of Antico's rondel, and it is possible he also similarly applied a matte black patina to the surface of his relief. Technical and scientific studies to be performed by Linda Borsch and Federico Caro will tell if any evidence of this black patina has survived. However, Cavalli's complicated use of silver inlay around the border of Mars's shield is unlike anything in Antico's work, and it adds a coloristic dimension closely in keeping with ancient practice. Cavalli not only engraved Mantegna's prints, he also remained the irascible painter's friend for 30 years. And as you see here, the rondel's figurative composition is deeply indebted to Mantegna's art. But I'd also like you to note how each work similarly conveys the action of light, as it gently models the body of the sea gods, as well as those of Mars, Venus, and Vulcan. Though Mantegna's light is fictive, and Cavalli's is actual, both artists control its changes and movements to achieve pictorial effects. Among the most compelling examples of the kinship between painting and bronze relief at the Mantuan court are Mantegna's 4 small pictures of exemplary heroines, probably created for Isabella d'Este's studioli. In an early inventory, the 4 paintings are listed as fictive bronze pictures. In all 4, as in the Judith scene here, the figures are depicted as gilded bronze reliefs set against marble backgrounds. Mantegna's superlative use of a color palette of golden tones set off by highlights painted with fine lines of actual gold has led Roger Jones and later Sabina Blumenroder to suggest that Mantegna here emulated the restricted palette and fineness of line that are principal features of Apelli's painting technique. And if so for Mantegna, then perhaps too for Cavalli. Certainly, the light reflected over Judith's textured gilded curls harmonizes with how Cavalli captures these effects in Venus's golden locks using delicate tooling. And Judith's translucent crystal earring evokes Cavalli's similar play with light over Venus's liquid, shining silver eyes. Now, Mantegna began his second grand mythological allegory for Isabella's Studiolo shortly after completing the Parnassus in 1497, finishing Minerva expelling the Vices in 1502. You see a detail of Minerva wearing a gilded breastplate from that painting. Perhaps here, as at no other time, is the creative synergy between Mantegna and Cavalli more focused. For example, details such as the beaded scroll pattern bordering Minerva's breastplate also appear bordering the top of Mars's boot, and each pattern's linear edging reflects light with equal vigor. On Mars's scabbard, the shiny foliate pattern, set against a chiseled background, bears close kinship with the breastplate's vine foliage set against a similarly textured matte surface. Mantegna and Cavalli were engaged in making these two works at the same time. And as is well known, Mantegna was a passionate student of ancient sculpture. Although it is generally said that Cavalli's art was influenced by Mantegna's, in this instance, I think it's fair to ask, how much did Mantegna learn from studying the brilliantly all'antica gilded reliefs of Cavalli? This is a selection of objects that are documented or very likely to have been contained within Isabella's studiolo. Isabella's collection celebrated antiquity and its splendid revival at the Mantuan court. Her studiolo was a transformative space in which visitors were transported into a fabulous ancient world that inspired their imaginations. You see a detail of Venus's outspread golden wing and that of Pegasus from Mantegna's Parnassus. The Renaissance's imaginative recovery of antiquity was also stimulated by the Greco-Roman tradition of ekphrasis, a literary genre in which the author describes an imaginary work of art and the reader, in turn, conjures it in their imagination. Isabella owned a translated copy of the Imagines written by the ancient Greek author Philostratus the Elder. And she certainly was familiar with a popular contemporary compilation of ekphrastic descriptions, the Hypnerotomachia Polyphili, a groundbreaking illustrated book in which the hero, Polyphilo, recounts his wanderings through an ancient landscape strewn with fantastic monuments and sculpture, all of which he enchantingly describes. The wings of Cavalli's Venus and Mantegna's Pegasus each partake of the magical shifting colors of Cupid's golden wings as described by Polyphilo. He says, "I admired Cupid's wings to stupefaction. How beautiful and charming to the senses were these little wings of red and gold. Some feathers were blazing with that gold and red color, while others were bright emerald, mauve, and light blue, and more yellow than an oriole's. These went together wonderfully with the gold." Guido Repicchini recently has emphasized that Cavalli was inspired by a translucent alabaster group carved in high relief showing Mars, Venus, and Vulcan that is described in the Hypnerotomachia Polyphili. The alabaster group decorated the square base below a set of double columns flanking the entrance to the Temple of Venus. The illustration of the temple's entrance is devoid of lavish sculptural decoration because Polyphilo describes these works, leaving it up to the reader to envision them. The facade acts like a template to be filled by the reader's imaginings, or in Cavalli's case, to be re-envisioned in a pictorial low relief created from gold, silver, and bronze. In her essay, de Camps quotes from The Life of Apollonius by the 3rd century Athenian Lucius Flavius Philostratus, that is a rare eyewitness comment on ancient large-scale bronze reliefs. Philostratus says, the relief should not be considered merely as the works of bronze casters, since they look like pictures, or they should not be considered as the work of painters, since they are cast in bronze. When you view Cavalli's roundel in Gallery 536, I hope you think about how Philostratus's observation was answered by the 15th century Italian sculptors who brilliantly married the sister arts of painting and sculpture in bronze pictorial relief. Thank you. And yeah.
Thank you, Denise. It's going to take us just a couple minutes to set up the chairs for the discussion section, so just bear with us in 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. So good afternoon again, and welcome to the discussion section for session 4. And I really want to congratulate and thank all of the speakers for really powerful and interesting presentations. And it's great to have an opportunity now to discuss them in a little bit more detail. And I thought maybe we could start JF. And move a little bit chronologically, but I'm also open to discussion from all of you. First, I should say, before diving into the questions, a little bit about the session, because it's a very far-reaching session. It stretches from the ancient Near East, centuries, even many centuries before the Chroma exhibition, the span of the Chroma, much of the Chroma exhibition, and extends all the way to the Renaissance and into the 16th century in Italy and the Americas. So we're looking at a vast a range of subjects And something that struck me in terms of all these presentations, though, is that in many of these different areas, and I'm really thrilled to be here with colleagues, colleagues from the Met in so many different departments that are grappling with the same problems to do with polychromy in so many different areas. And that was a bit of an eye-opener for me in realizing how important color is in sculpture across so many cultures and time periods. So that's just an observation from the papers. And so, JF, I wanted to start by really thinking about your and Michael's wonderful presentation about the ancient Near Eastern galleries, and which is so interesting and dear to me because we are collaborating as representing the Cypriot side of it. It's been fascinating and a wonderful journey to work with you all on this project, which you guys have been working on for many years. But this notion of color reconstructions and the public's reaction to them, because in Chroma we've had all kinds of reactions to the magnificent reconstructions by the Brinkmans in our galleries, and many people love them, many people don't love them. And it's interesting that they've elicited strong reactions in many different ways. And this speaks a little bit to what you were speaking very eloquently at the beginning of your talk about the emotional reactions to color. And so I wanted to ask you a little bit your thoughts also about using color in the new installations, and your thoughts also about the good and the bad reactions.
Well, yes, I mean, I do think that, as I think was alluded to yesterday, there have been times when color was not appreciated, that the true form of a work of art did not require color, and the color was somehow garish, cheap. And I think that's a view that developed at some point during the Victorian period, although I would defer to Michael because he's much more of an expert on this. But I first became particularly aware of this when I read Alexander Nagel's dissertation, which contained a very, very interesting section on this, and referring to a book written by Scottish artist David Batchelor entitled Chromophobia, which traces this kind of fear. And I suppose, since I was talking about emotional reactions, I mean, people can have different feelings about an emotional reaction. If someone could find something stimulating and the other person finds it a disturbing emotion. But I think I would defer to Michael because I think his historical knowledge on this issue is much better than mine is.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Maybe it's useful that I showed that sort of very Victorian, the Henry Layard reconstruction of an Assyrian palace, which, as you see, is filled with color. And that's representative of one strand of what's going on in the mid-19th century. You could say that it's in a tradition that sits with Owen Jones, with the sculpture courts of the Sydenham Crystal Palace, and with a view of ancient color that's very busy and very very large. And in a way, to me, it feels a bit high Victorian in that palace image. But at exactly the same moment that's going on, the sculpture galleries of the British Museum, which of course has such a huge impact in reception terms, are pushing very much the other way. And I'm thinking of Richard Westmacott, a very influential figure in that. And the sort of, that push toward the proper and the high presentation of sculpture as non-polychrome, in the end seems to win out, I think, in some ways, and definitely shapes that late 19th century picture. At least that's sort of, I think, how it looks coming from the perspective of the material the material we work on. And I think that's why, one reason why those very early reconstructions are the boldest. And there's this huge gap. And now we're at a place where we can sort of acknowledge that there's a challenge there, you know, to kind of, how do we sort of step into that breach again in terms of reconstructing and expressing the presence of ancient color.
Following on that, Michael, I wanted to ask you just to talk maybe a little bit more, knowing as we have been collaborating on these new galleries, which will open in 2026, and also reflecting a little bit on Jennifer Steger's comment at the end of the last session, and thinking a little more holistically about the presence of polychromy in sculpture, but also in the ancient world, and your teams and Kim Benzel's team, all of your team's approach to the importance of bringing color into the galleries and the design of the galleries. Could you speak and maybe also touch a little bit on, you presented, you know, 3 different very interesting and quite different in many ways reconstructions of the Nimrod ivory, and if you'd maybe also mention a little bit about how you could bring that variety of representation and interpretation into the public in the new installation.
Thank you. Yeah, well, maybe I'll start there. And actually, it comes back to the discussion in the previous session where just as your complicated ideas run up against a 100-word label, so too with images. It's very hard to justify the bandwidth to show multiple visual reconstructions of a single object in the gallery. You can only do that in a few places. And I think we should do that in a few places. I think that showing uncertainty is really an important part of sort of meeting the visitor halfway and saying there isn't an omniscient, voice in the sort of hidden offices of the museum that knows it all. You know, we're all kind of engaged in figuring it out together. Please come look at the object, figure it out with us. And so that to me is very important, but you can only do it in isolated moments. I should say without embarrassing JF too much with huge praise of all the incredible work he's done with the collection and our department, and he's been so intimately involved with the gallery redesign project, and the presence of more conservation and scientific research stories in the galleries is going to be one of the most important factors, I think, in bringing some of that reality of color to bear. But the final thing I'd like to mention is, so we're working with a wonderful Boston-based architect called Najee, who, among their many strengths, are really intently interested in materiality. And they do a lot of materials research, a lot of color research. We work together and go back and forth. And I think that the presence of colorful, bold materials in the galleries themselves is actually going to be a really significant factor. You know, I'm not talking about literal reconstructions of anything, but about moving us into a space where, this world is colorful, the setting of these objects is colorful. I think that's actually going to be a really powerful part of it, and it'll be built into the very, the walls and floors of the galleries themselves. So I'm very excited about that part of the project.
Thank you, Michael. And following on that, Laura, you sort of presented to us, for me anyway, an entirely new world in the Americas, and some incredible sculptures, really incredible sculptures, and so interesting the use of primary colors for the decoration of those sculptures. And I wondered, also thinking about the greater context of the display of those works, which you show in these very impressive museum settings, but also on the sites. Was there a lot of color in the architecture and in the buildings that were that accompanied those works?
Yes, the whole city of Tenochtitlan was painted, or almost the sacred precinct was painted. We know that by 2 sources. We have the Spanish documents or the Spanish sources written in the 16th century, where they have they have descriptions of the city and mentioning that the main temple was painted at least in those same colors. And also we have some ancient codices that shows architecture and with the actual colors that they were using for painting the city. And also in the archaeological remains of the main temple of the precinct of the sacred precinct and the surrounding buildings, the archaeologists have found a lot of remains of painting. So we have two types of coloring the walls. So that's it's another kind of painting, because they were using mostly stucco. So they were painting, like playing with a surface of lime stucco or lime base to make like sort of frescoes. So the city, the architecture was painted with a fresco style painting. In the sculpture is different, at least what we are seeing, because they were not using this fresco type technique. They were using more these pigments directly to the stones. In some of the sculptures, we only found red. So they were only like putting a red coat of pigment with some binder, organic binder, to the surface. And then to the other sculptures, they were adding the other hues to make the 5 colors. So one interesting thing is that the difference, the aesthetic, or the difference between those two type of surfaces is different, because stucco has this whitish background and also like a polished surface that reflect more the light. And the sculptures are more opaque. So that's an interesting thing about sensations, as that you mentioned, because you have also in the same scenario, you have both type of things. Some are like more polished and more brilliant, and the sculpture is more opaque. So it's interesting. So I think we have to make more studies about how all these objects were conserved in antiquity as well, because they need a lot of maintenance. So that's another thing that maybe we can think, because sometimes we are seeing different layers of polychromy all over the objects, and they are always the same. So they were only using these 5 colors, that's for sure. And this is due to the meaning of the sculptures, or due to the meaning of the program of the whole religious precinct, so that everything was set in place because it had a special significance.
And that leads me to my second question for you, Laura, which is, you touched on a really important subject, and that's the meaning of color. And you had you quoted another scholar's suggestive interpretation of the use of these primary colors, suggesting a cosmological purpose, an allusion to the center of the universe and the 4 cardinal directions, which is so fascinating and powerful. And I wondered if you agree with that, and if you have anything else you could tell us about your thoughts on that.
No, yes, it's really interesting, and I think when you see the programmatic the program of the whole sacred precinct in Tenochtitlan, you see that everything it's placed in a special place. Nothing is there because so everything had a special place, and it's playing the polychromy is playing a very important role in enhancing these messages that are being sent to the audiences. We have to think that a huge amount of people were seeing all these buildings and all these huge monoliths from far away from the plazas, but they were looking at this whole the color where were everywhere. Let's say color was everywhere, and everything had a special meaning. And yes, in Aztec society, Mexica society was ruled by this meaning of the center of the universe and the 4 cardinal points, and all the deities were related to each part of the cosmos. So that's why they were using the same colors to represent each of the gods and each of the buildings that are devoted to different divinities.
Thank you. So moving almost to a contemporary period in medieval 14th century France, Shirin and Lucretia, your paper was so interesting, especially when we think of it, as I think of it, in comparison to ancient Greek and Roman sculptures and marbles and painted marbles. So you touched on the importance of polishing the marble, and I wondered if there's more in antiquity. We have so little, written evidence about the technical processes. Is there more information in the medieval period in this area?
No. Wait, is working, right? Is it working?
Is it working?
Yes? Okay, sorry, I can't hear myself. No, the polishing, there's surprisingly little literature on polishing of marble. It comes later with Vasari, I believe, and so 16th, 17th century treatises. In Middle Ages, there's very little description of how to polish marble. So that's the short answer.
Okay, and
Well, I have to just respond and say it's really fun to be the modernists for once in our lives. So we're really enjoying this. But I think that, it's interesting, right? Because Lucretia and I have gone back and forth about kind of when we start finding texts and early modern texts. And so I think part of the fun of the 14th century is that for a medievalist, it's towards the end of our time period, but it's also when we start overlapping with the early modern time period. And when we start finding written sources and what kinds of archival sources you start finding. And I think, I think one aspect of the paper that if we had more time, I think one thing we would have said more about is also the enthusiasm for the material of marble, right? And one of the reasons it was important, even though I didn't say it out loud, but one of the reasons it was important to show you the marble next to ivory is that this is a moment when the trade routes are opening up. And towards the end of the Middle Ages. And so the ivories, of course, are coming from Africa, right? And medieval people are very, very aware of this, that they're able to import things from what to them is very far away, and that there's material coming from Africa after centuries of this being largely inaccessible. And we could say something similar about marble, that they're able to import marble. Carrara marble is coming from Italy, entering Northern Europe. And so the period a few centuries before what we're talking about, when you're looking at Northern Europe, it's mostly about the reuse of what they have left over from the ancient period. Now we're talking about a moment when they're getting raw materials in a way that they hadn't before. So written sources about polishing are few and far between and mostly come from after this material. But the visual evidence for this kind of enthusiasm for tapping into materials that for them are like the hot new commodity that they didn't used to have. I think that's a really exciting thing about this moment. And of course, being in the Middle Ages, I'm not talking about from one year to the next, I'm talking about from one century to the next. But still, there's a kind of newness, right? And I think that's why it's so important for us to think about this dialogue between what was painted and what was left unpainted, because they're so attentive to the value and the qualities of these materials that are very exciting for them.
Yes,
Yes,
it's quite fair. I'm kind of slow when I think of these questions, and the polishing of marble. There's one. The reason why we chose the term colorem in our title is that there is this publication on Burgundian 14th and 15th century marble tombs by Suzy Nash, who's a professor or a scholar at the Courtauld Institute. And in one of her articles, she describes in a footnote the term colorem that she found in the books of the marble, the carvers, and the polychromes, or the people who polished the marbles. And it says in the account books, it says, and the colorem. And she says, I don't know what these colorem are. And so I looked into this, and I found, in actually looking into gem polishing. Now, there's one source, which is gem polishing in Middle Ages. There's a treatise, a 13th century treatise on gem polishing that describes the use of these colorem, or couleurs, which are actually not color, but are the slurries that craftsmen or stone carvers used to polish the marble. So actually, the idea of polishing a surface was sort of bringing out from a stone its own intrinsic color. You think of when you have a, let's say, Dinan marble, which is this black marble, when you have it as a raw material, it's rather gray. If you start polishing it, it becomes this very brilliant, lustrous black marble. So it's an idea of bringing out color out of a material, just as much as medieval craftsmen would bring out from sand, and they would create stained glass. Yeah. You could bring from a stone, however opaque, its luminosity, its color. So it's a different way of sort of approach. Of thinking of the art of polishing.
And in a related topic, an interesting and an important subject for Greek and Roman sculpture, and especially Roman sculpture, is the painting of marble for skin color. And I wondered, in this group of 14th century marbles that you've been studying for this paper, is there evidence for painting the skin tones, or is that not a practice that's done?
So there's definitely blue for the eyes, and it's in some cases we found some lapis lazuli blue, this really precious blue that we all know. There's traces of red in the lips, and I said even in the depth of the nose there was some red in the tear duct, so there is some sort of emotion that's depicted in depicting an eye. But as far as this group of marble, sculptures, I haven't found any traces of flesh. That said, it doesn't mean that there weren't in other groups. I'm trying to think also of alabaster sculptures, which have it's so often alabaster and marble in Middle Ages were sort of confused. In text, you describe an alabaster sculpture, and it turns out to be marble. But for alabaster sculptures, and I'm thinking specifically Spanish medieval alabaster sculptures, the faces were painted. And the reason why, I think, is that the quality of the alabaster in Spain has veins. The Spanish alabaster, if you see the differences of alabasters, whether they are Spanish or French or German, have different aspects. They're white, but they have some have veins, and so I think it was to hide the different figures on the stone that you had the faces painted. But so it's a granular question. No generalizations here, and there's still a lot of work to be done. So,
and I want to be very quick because I want to hear about the Renaissance as well. But I just want to say I was very inspired by some of the papers. But I was inspired by all of the papers across the symposium. But there were two papers in the morning panel talking about race and ethnicity in Greek and Roman materials. And that really resonated, I think, very deeply with us in the medieval department because we also have, if you look at other types of sculpture, and also if you look at manuscripts and other materials, this question of how to depict people who are, what does it mean to depict blackness in the Middle Ages? What does it mean to identify these figures as African? Are they African? We do know from documentary archival sources that there were immigrated groups from Africa living in Paris in the 13th century. We know this, right? So they are present. We're finding in our tapestries. We're finding it, right? And one of the marbles that we showed today, we just didn't have time. This would have been a much longer paper. But in the group of soldiers, one of them has the same type of nose and lips that were in some of the sculptures that you saw this morning in some of the other papers. So whether this is, and we haven't found any traces of black polychromy on that marble. So they're also thinking of ways other than color to come up with these kind of racial and ethnic differences. So that's also a huge topic where I think we want to really look and see what is the relationship between form and color in creating these faces.
Thank you, Sharon. So, Denise, last but not least,
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Are you okay, Michael? I want to turn to your paper, which I have to say I found revelatory. It was really magnificent, and I have to admit that much of what I've learned about Renaissance bronzes comes from the shows that you've curated here in New York over many years. So I want to thank you for your body of work. But in terms of this paper, I think you presented such a rich tapestry of the context of this roundel, this major new acquisition for the Met, which is presented in solitary grandeur in the gallery. And I want to ask you how, if you have any ideas about how to communicate all of this Isabella d'Este Studiolo and the richness of that whole world, and that this was how it was a part of it, and how all of the information that you were researching and presenting on this that gives us the context for this roundel, which is a beautiful work of art in and of itself, but when you begin to understand the layers, its relationship to antiquity, the relationship between sculpture and painting that you talked about so eloquently, how do we communicate all of this to the visitors who can't be in the room today to hear what you had to say?
Sarah Lawrence is going to be delighted with that question, by the way, because we're planning a sort of a dossier exhibition, chiefly using works of art from the Met's collections, because the Met has an extraordinary amount of North Italian material from this period, some of it directly associated with Isabella d'Este. And we'll put the roundel in that context. And I guess this is also a forewarning to you, Sean. There are many objects in your department that are the same, but that will happen in the next couple of years. And so it will be first, these things will be presented. The roundel will be presented in context in an exhibition format, and then we'll go on from there. And it is, what I presented today. I mentioned authors. I didn't mention all the authors because Isabella d'Este, I think that working on her is like working on Leonardo da Vinci, right? That, the publications dedicated to her would probably fill this auditorium, and I'm not exaggerating. So, it will be a lot, it will require a lot of research to come to different ideas, or maybe perhaps more nuanced ideas, given this body of work. But one thing, I guess, that is radical, and I'm thinking about the use of color in your two talks, the taste, or not the taste for color. And Cavalli's roundel was discovered in 2003, and the owners, under a staircase, and the owner thought that it was a bit of Victoriana because it was so goldy gold, gilded, right? Anyway, and Antico sculptures often were in the 19th century covered with black paint because, the golden hair and the silver eyes and all of that was considered vulgar. Or not like a genuine Renaissance bronze. And so they just painted the figures up. And, that that stays with me. And I think one other point that's related to this is that, you know, most sculpture, most bronzes were published in black and white, right? And they didn't appear. I mean, in the Antico catalog, the Frick and National Gallery catalog of 2012, I mean, we had to make an effort to get color photographs of some of those bronzes for the catalog. It's the first time that, you know, a wide swath of Antico statuettes were printed in color. And 2008 is not, you know, all that long ago. But when one's eyes are conditioned by the visual material that is available and to your training, and training up until, you know, the mid-1990s was limited in terms of color, very limited. And that reminds me of what I think it was Vincent Brickman said in his opening. And one last thing to do with color. Donatello's crucifixion was believed by a great many scholars not to be by Donatello. The silver inlay was partly visible, it was greatly tarnished, but again, way too vulgar for Donatello to have made, right, in bronze. But over the past 20 years, 25 years, you know, there have been great conservation campaigns that have revealed the partial gilding, like on the Amor Artis, on many of Donatello's bronzes. And in 2014, the Bargello crucifixion was cleaned. And of course, the Met presented the cleaned baptistry doors in 2008, and Amy Bloch's wonderful book on Ghiberti is based on the revelatory character of the, you know, the gilt gates of paradise fully revealed.
Well, thank you so much, Denise. Thank you to all of our speakers. We're going to take a short break now and just stretch our legs, and we'll reconvene at 3:45 or maybe just slightly after. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the fifth and final session of the Chroma Symposium, which is entitled The Importance of Color, Recreations and Receptions of Ancient Polychromy. The 5 presentations in this session continue many themes we've encountered in the earlier sessions, including the reception and interpretation of ancient polychromy in the 18th through 20th centuries and even earlier, gauging from our last session. Also, the role of the reconstructions, such as models, casts, and digital renderings in the presentation of advanced research and art historical research to public audiences. And the history of the field of polychromy studies, albeit here in this session primarily through a North American lens, which is distinctive in a number of ways from the European historiographic narrative. The papers in this session extend the chronological range of the symposium content, stepping into the modern and early contemporary eras, art historically, and they offer significant opportunities to engage in overarching questions, as the other sessions have, engage in overarching questions in polychromy studies. Our first speaker, Oliver Primavesi, studied classics in Heidelberg and at Magdalen College, Oxford. He has taught classics at the University of Frankfurt, and since 2000 has held the chair of Greek at the University of Munich. In 2007, he received the Leipzig Prize of the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft. His fields of research include ancient philosophy, Homer, and the history of Greek art. He is currently working on a new edition of Aristotle's Metaphysics, and his paper is entitled Winkelmann on Polychrome and Monochrome Sculptures in Greek Art. Shianthi Tavapalan is our second speaker in this session. She's an assistant professor of ancient Near Eastern languages and cultures at the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. She holds a PhD in Assyriology from Yale University. Her research on Akkadian technical recipes, ancient color perception, and the history of crafts and technologies in Mesopotamia integrates methodologies in anthropological theory with philology and material culture studies. And you heard Michael refer to some of her work in our last session. She is the author of a monograph on the meaning of color in ancient Mesopotamia and is the author of The Value of Color, Material and Economic Aspects in the Ancient World. And her paper is entitled Reconstruction, Display, and Narrating Knowledge in the Museum. Andrea Schmulder-Veit is the senior curator in the Plaster Cast Gallery in Munich. She studied in Würzburg, Munich, and Florence, and her PhD work centered on fountains and wells in the western part of the Roman Empire. Andrea has worked extensively in museums and on research projects, such as the Glyptothek in Munich and in the Palatine in Rome for many years. And she is currently a visiting lecturer at the University in Munich, in addition to her responsibilities at the Plaster Cast Gallery. She will speak today on the Parthenon and its glory, a plaster model in color, from the Metropolitan Museum. Ellen Perry is our fourth speaker today, and she is the Monsignor Edward G. Murray Professor of Arts and Humanities at the College of the Holy Cross, and she's also authors of The Aesthetics of Emulation in the Visual Arts of Ancient Rome. Her other publications include one that is relevant to today's talk, Edward Robinson's Plaster Casts and the Battle for the Museum of the Fine Arts, in a volume entitled Pushing the Boundaries of Historia. Today she'll speak, her paper is entitled Laboriously and Delicately Tinted, Polychromy and Plaster Cast Exhibits at the Turn of the Last Century. And Abraham Thomas will offer our fifth paper today. Abraham is the Daniel Brodsky Curator of Modern Architecture, Design, and Decorative Arts in the Modern and Contemporary Art Department at the Met. Previously, he worked at the Smithsonian Institution, where he was curator in charge of the Renwick Gallery, and then senior curator at the Arts and Industry Building. Prior to experience in DC, he was based in London and was curator at the Victoria and Albert Museum and director of Sir John Sloane's museum. His exhibitions in these respective institutions are numerous, and today his various interests certainly inform his paper, which is entitled Radical Hues, Color and Ornament from Owen Jones to Late Postmodernism. The session, as we will follow the same format as we did in earlier sessions, it will be followed by a panel discussion, which will be moderated by Vincent Brinkmann. I invite Oliver Primavesi to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like to offer my heartfelt thanks to Sean Hemingway, Sarah Lipinski, and all the others who made this event so interesting and so friendly. Now, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in October 79 Common Era brought death and destruction to tens of thousands of people in Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae. It interrupted abruptly and radically human habitation and culture that had been flourishing continuously for 400 years. Yet at the same time, it conserved the victims' homes, their furniture, domestic appliances, books, paintings, and sculptures underneath the congealed lava and volcanic ash for almost 1,700 years. Only in 1738, the excavations of Herculaneum began. Those of Pompeii followed in 1748. The spectacular finds were on display in a museum established in the nearby Portici. One particular feature of that exposition was the polychromy of freshly excavated sculptures. Since painted marble sculptures preserve their colored surface much better when sealed airtight under a thick layer of volcanic ashes or lapilli than in the open air. J.J. Winkelmann, 1717 to 68, was arguably the founder of the discipline of art history and certainly the most influential archaeologist of 18th century Europe. Having left his native Germany in 1755, he settled down in Rome, from whence he traveled repeatedly to the excavations in Herculaneum and Pompeii and to the museum in Portici. He incorporated his observations in archaeological books that found readers all over Europe. In his groundbreaking History of Ancient Art, 1764, Winkelmann examines, among many other subjects, polychrome sculptures of dressed figures whose garments feature clearly delimited zones of different colors. No reader of Winkelmann can ignore his observations on polychrome sculpture. And yet, there is a time-honored habit of ascribing to him two claims which play down the impact of these observations. Claim one, I should rather say dubious claim one. The polychrome sculptures are neither Greek sculptures nor Roman copies of Greek Greek sculptures, but Etruscan works. Claim 2. Sculptures of unpainted white marble are more beautiful than polychrome sculptures. The ascription of these two claims to Winkelmann is completely unfounded and misleading, as we will now see, and I invite you to forget the seductive charms of the alliteration of White and Winkelmann forever. Claim 1. I begin with the supposedly Etruscan provenance of polychrome sculpture. The ascription of this claim to Winkelmann is misleading in that it ignores the development of Winkelmann's thoughts. The first edition of his History of Ancient Art, which I will henceforth call the original history, came out, as I said, in 1764. But, and we all know this, the day after publication, Winkelmann felt the most urgent need to prepare immediately a second edition completely revised and enlarged to at least double size. Yet his publisher, G.C. Walter of Dresden, refused him, sensibly enough, a second edition before the first one would be out of stock. He conceded, however, that was a compromise, an abridged version of the history with special emphasis on fresh evidence and new insights. This slim but truly innovative volume came out 3 years later in 1767 under the modest title Notes to the History of Ancient Art. So in order not to be perceived as a kind of competitor with the first edition, which had to be sold. Henceforth, I will call it the Notes. This is the last version published during Winkelmann's lifetime. But the notes are largely understudied. They are underrated precisely of the modest, over-modest title, and to my knowledge, were never translated into English. So again, we are dealing with a development in 2 stages. Stage 1, original history, the first edition of the History of Ancient Art in 1764, and stage 2, the notes. The notes of the History of Ancient Art, published in 1767. In order to trace the development of Winkelmann's thoughts, one should first study the original history, and that was everyone does who is interested in Winkelmann at all, and then compare it with the notes, and that's what nobody has done so far, especially as far as polychromy is concerned. We will now apply this rule of thumb to the ascription of Winkelmann of the claim that polychrome statues are neither Greek nor Roman, but Etruscan. The result will be the following. The Etruscan claim is indeed a feature of the original history. But in the notes, by contrast, Winkelmann has come to regard polychromy as a feature of Greek art. The evidence for this development is fairly straightforward. In Winkelmann's treatment of ancient polychrome sculpture, one work of art, and one only, took center stage right at the beginning and remained his paradigm until his death. The statue in question is an archaistic statue of the hunting goddess Artemis, now kept in the Museo Archeologico Nazionale di Napoli. In January 1762, Winkelmann could examine the statue and its colors, still fresh, in the Museum of Portici. The deep yellow color of her hair is immediately visible even today. I can and I will now sketch the development of Winkelmann's views on polychromy just by summarizing what he had to say on the Artemis Pompeii at each of the two stages just mentioned. Stage 1. In the original history, the most detailed description of the Artemis Pompeii appears in chapter 3, which is indeed devoted to Etruscan art. Even at this early stage, however, Winkelmann admits that it is not always possible to distinguish what he then called Etruscan art from the oldest style of Greek art. So there are doubts right from the start. It seems that in 1764, the style that we regard as typical of archaistic or downright archaic Greek art was still puzzling for Winkelmann. His way out was to call it Etruscan for the time being. Yet, important point, the statue's polychromy did not bewilder him at all. That was not his problem. His problem was rather the form of its face, the small chin, the upwardly drawn corners of the mouth, i.e., what we would now call the archaic smile. Quote, the six of the announced Etruscan marble statues, Diana depicted running, Diana is Latin for Artemis, is half size, clothed and painted. The corners of her mouth are turned upwards, and the chin is rather small. We see very clearly that this was not intended to be a portrait of any specific person, but is instead an imperfect configuration of beauty. End quote. Imperfect, that doesn't sound very Greek, does it? He then describes the statue's polychromy. Her clothing is painted white. The shirt or tunic has wide sleeves, which are set into crimped or ruffled folds, and the vest or short mantle has pleated parallel folds, as does the chiton. The mantle's hem is bordered at the outer edge with a small gold stripe, and directly above is a broad lacquer-colored stripe with white flowers indicating embroidery. Above this is a third stripe, also lacquer-colored. The hem of the chiton is painted in the same way. The quiver strap over her shoulder is red, as are the straps of the sandals. End quote. No sign of irritation. This description was more or less confirmed by the colored drawing based on autopsy that the French archaeologist Désiré Raoul Rochette published in 1836. In 2010, the thorough examination by Brinkmann, and Piening yielded important precisions. I would like to direct your attention only to the traces of color of the eye and of the hairband, but also to the fact that reconstruction of the statue's polychromy forms part of the present exhibition, so don't miss it before you leave. I come now to stage 2 of the development. The notes, so important and so rarely read and known. The notes, published in 1767, are shorter than the original history, but keep its chapter divisions. To the 4th chapter on Greek art, Winkelmann has now added a new section on, quote, the oldest style of Greek art, end quote, i.e. of what we now call the archaic style. And he characterized this style by referring to an Athena statue only recently acquired by his friend and donor, the Cardinal Albani. Quote, on the most ancient style of Greek art. The characteristic traits of that more ancient style are most evident in the statue of Athena, just mentioned, which became known only after the publication of my History of Ancient Arts. So don't blame me if I couldn't take it into account. Winkelmann had just published this Athena in his Italian album of unpublished ancient monuments, the same year of 1767, plate 17. Here is a more recent image. Winkelmann's identification of this Athena as a work of archaic Greek art rests on her face, again, her face that he finds similar to a Greek, late archaic tetradrachm from Syracuse. So obviously Greek, if it's from Syracuse, then Greek. He writes on the Athena, its head shows the form that we use to call Etrurian, i.e. Etruscan, and that is typical of the heads on the most ancient coins from Syracuse and Magna Graecia. You see, that's the link with Greek culture, the coins. The form of the eyes is stretched and flat, and with the corners turned upwards. The same is true of the corners of her mouth, the smile again, and the chin is rather small, so that the oval form of the face as a whole is deficient, end quote. Having formed by now a clear idea of the archaic style of Greek art, and not being longer irritated by the smile because he has seen it on undoubtedly Greek coins, Winkelmann now takes the decisive step for us polychromists. He ascribes the face of our painted Artemis Pompeii to the same style as the one of the Athena Albani. Quote, presumably, the Diana statue of painted marble in the Herculaneum Museum is as old as the statue of Athena, since the form of its face is entirely similar to the face of the Athena. You know, it's not the polychromy, it's the face, it's the smile, which had to be identified as Greek. This assertion clearly implies that he has now come to regard the painted Artemis Pompeii, i.e. his paradigm of ancient polychrome sculpture, as a work of archaic Greek art, and a remark contained in the extant manuscript draft of its notes confirms this reading. Quote, the statue of Diana, made of painted marble and now in the Herculaneum Museum of Portici, is probably even more ancient than the statues mentioned above. I have come to this opinion since I have been able to convince myself by way of repeated inspection of the face being an ideal type quite similar to that of the Athena Albani. This makes me think that this statue is one of the most ancient ones among those that represent the archaic style of Greek art. That's a decisive point. Imperfection has been replaced by archaic. I conclude that in the last book on the matter that he published in his lifetime, Winkelmann regarded the Artemis Pompeii and its polychromy as a product of archaic Greek art, and not, as he had done in the original history, of Etruscan art. Claim 2. I can be very brief on the second dubious claim ascribed to Winkelmann, the claim according to which unpainted white marble sculptures are more beautiful than polychrome ones. The purported evidence for it is a passage in the chapter on Greek art in the original history, 64, but a passage that he left unrevised. Yet, believe it or not, in this passage, Winkelmann does not mention polychrome sculpture at all. He rather compares the aesthetic merits of monochrome sculptures made from white marble or plaster with monochrome sculptures made from other materials and materials of other colors. And now he says, in the unlikely event that the form of a monochrome white marble or gypsum figure and the form of a monochrome sculpture from another material are of exactly equal beauty, then Winkelmann is prepared to accord a certain precedence to the former, i.e. the marble one, monochrome marble, since the white materials reflect, or so he says, more rays of light than other materials. So the white color of a statue can at best highlight the beauty already present in its form. It can never introduce a beauty otherwise absent. Quote, color contributes to beauty, but it is not beauty itself. It enhances beauty as such and its forms. Since white is the color that reflects the largest number of rays of light, and thus is most easily perceived, a beautiful body will be all the more beautiful the whiter it is. Nude, it will thereby appear larger than it actually is. Just as all newly formed gypsum, i.e. plaster figures, seem larger than the statues from which they were cast. End quote. That's the remark responsible for dubious claim 2. It's important for us now to try to measure the impact of this claim. So how many changes in our aesthetic assessment of ancient sculptures are brought about by that difference in color? Fortunately, he adds 2 examples. First, he refers to a beautiful woman's head of green basalt in the Villa Albani, or basalt for English-American speakers. According to Winkelmann, the perfect beauty of this head could not be enhanced further, even if it were made from white marble. He writes, the color of the metal, i.e. bronze sculpture, or of green basalt, is not detrimental to the beauty of ancient heads. The beautiful woman's head of green basalt in the Villa Albani would not be more beautiful in white marble, full stop, end quote. He adds a second example, a head of Scipio the Elder in green basalt and another head of the same statesman in white marble. Here you are. The comparison of these 2 heads yields the result that the head from green basalt is the more beautiful one of the 2, in spite of the white material of the other head. Quote, the head of Scipio the Elder in darker green basalt in the Palazzo Rospigliosi is more beautiful than the other heads representing him, i.e. Scipio, in marble. These green basalt heads will meet with approbation, even from the unlearned, provided that they look at them as statues, end quote. I must confess that these examples seem to undermine rather than to illustrate the aesthetic advantage of monochrome white marble sculptures over monochrome green basalt sculptures. They show, at any rate, the extremely marginal significance of this advantage. Yet above all, the comparison of two types of monochrome sculpture has nothing to do with the purported preference for an unpainted white marble statue over a polychrome one. If you are dealing with a polychrome sculpture, the form may interact with decoration, a polychrome decoration ornaments in completely different ways. You cannot simply extrapolate from his judgment on various types of monochrome sculptures to what he would have said in the same vein on the comparison between monochrome and polychrome. I conclude that Winkelmann has discovered in 1767 the polychromy of sculpture as a feature of Greek art. And I conclude that he has by no means expressed a negative value judgment on this find. So forget about Winkelmann white. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I invite Chianti to the floor.
Thank you very much to the organizers of this symposium and for the invitation to speak. It's my pleasure to be here, and it's been a real privilege to listen to all of your talks. Based on the material remains, because the material remains of the ancient world are often only accessible firsthand through their displays, museums have long played an authoritative role in curating the public's consciousness about the past. They are likewise instrumental in forming expert knowledge. Exhibitions do not discover or merely transmit objective truths, but rather create knowledge about science, about culture, and about history. What I'd like to do today is to look at the place of permanent physical reconstructions in creating this knowledge. Given the topic of this symposium, you're not going to be surprised that my particular concern is the polychrome reconstructions of ancient sculpture, which have occasioned such close collaboration between experts in the sciences and the humanities in the last decades. By drawing from parallels from the sciences, I want to map the work of archaeologists, art historians, and conservators in this respect against a broader epistemic framework and show how reconstructions are a vital tool for defining and communicating public as well as disciplinary knowledge. So let's start at the beginning. What exactly is a reconstruction? Essentially, a reconstruction is a model of an idea, or as Vincent Brinkmann put it so felicitously yesterday in his keynote, it is a dialogue between questions and answers. In research, they are used to test hypotheses, to produce new knowledge, and to stimulate novel avenues of inquiries. For example, as Ulrike Koch-Brinkmann pointed out yesterday, thanks to experimental archaeology and the creation of painted reconstructions of ancient sculpture, our knowledge about the materiality of natural pigments and how they may be used in restoration have grown tremendously since the 1990s. Or, as we learn more about the art of making and applying color, it is possible to ask new questions about, for example, the experiential aspects of craftsmanship in the ancient world. Educational institutions such as museums or university collections, in educational institutions, reconstructions are often used as a tool to communicate known facts, but also to contextualize discrete data that would be otherwise unintelligible to non-experts. In short, whether physical or digital, composite or type, reconstruction are a protocol in every branch of knowledge production. From the beginning, polychrome reconstructions of ancient art and architecture have brought about a close collaboration between humanists and scientists, and has subsequently stimulated healthy debate between experts on methodological, philosophical, and moral grounds. To simplify and sum it up, I would say that, on the one hand, conservators who are primarily concerned with the physical care of artifacts feel uneasy about producing and displaying reconstructions when the material evidence for polychromy is incomplete. Intangible data, evinced from art historical, philological, and literary analysis, is often of secondary importance to them, who on the grounds of their technically based training give precedence to physical data. On the other hand, many historians of ancient art and archaeology feel uneasy about perpetuating the white marble experience of Greek and Roman sculpture, which, as we all know, is a modern construction. In the case of Assyrian sculpture, I should call this a brown alabaster experience, since many of the early casts of Assyrian sculpture from Nineveh and Nimrud were actually painted brown. This is more misleading and culturally damaging than any reconstruction could ever be, in their view. So from here, it's easy to see how the debate becomes politically and morally charged, politically, morally, and also, as Michael Seymour pointed out earlier today, philosophically charged, because the disagreement is essentially about the value of particular types of knowledge and its relevance to society. And this, in turn, touches on several bigger issues that we've already started discussing since yesterday: the function of the modern museum, the place of reconstructions in permanent exhibitions, and the nature of the collaboration between the sciences and the humanities. In today's research climate, it is often necessary for larger projects seeking funding to propose some aspect of collaboration between the STEM fields and the arts and cultures. But as someone who sits on academic councils and who has to often review grant proposals, I must say that I find most plans fundamentally disappointing. I'm not talking about polychromy studies here, but more broadly. This is because even when they are working together, the sciences and the humanities continue to function as two cultures in the famous words of Charles Percy Snow. But are we so different in our approach to producing and communicating knowledge? Are we, as Snow lamented, speaking different languages while being essentially illiterate in each other's? To think through this problem, I interviewed a physicist, a paleobiologist, and compared their methods and perspectives to those of an archaeologist and historian. So what I observed are some essential similarities. The big data approach. A good example of this in polychromy studies is the spectral research library built by Heinrich Pinning that we learned about yesterday. Statistical analysis and the search for diagnostic signs in order to interpret and contextualize data. Inferences based on analogical reasoning, whether that takes the form of iconographic analysis in art history, the use of cladistics in paleontology or typologies in archaeology. And the strive for precision when the data is translated, while at the same time acknowledging the role of human error, selective judgment, and commentary in that process. The issue of consensus is foundational for science communication, but also for the arts and cultures. However, as far as I observe, at the moment, we're still missing a rigorous forum for consensus when the fields are working together. Joanne Dyer and Jan Stuber-Ostergaard have both already raised the question of the challenges interdisciplinary collaboration bring up, and in my view, working together to build such a forum is one of them. A key difference between the fields is the dependence on instruments in the STEM fields to extract data, to observe, measure, record, and so on. And as historians of science have documented, this has had certain lasting ideological consequences. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the question of whether there was an objective way to represent the truth of science became very important. If science is the objective study of nature, How then can we let science speak for itself? An important product of this debate was the elevation of the image over language and other means of representation as the perfect way to represent what universally and truly is. The invention of mechanized image-making instruments like the X-ray machine, the lithograph, and cameras added another dimension to this discourse. From the 19th century, machines have carried moral weight in the practice of science because they were thought to free science from the human artist's subjective impulses. They were thought to function, as one historian of science has put it, as talismanic guards against frauds and system builders, aesthetes and idealizers. This moralization of mechanized science and objectivity itself has had a long-lasting legacy, endowing to this day the STEM disciplines with a moral dignity of the highest order. I bring this up because as we collaborate with each other, it's important to be conscious of the histories of our respective disciplines, since it has a deep impact on how what we communicate is received by the public. For example, if we call a reconstruction based only on the physical evidence for polychromy a science-based reconstruction, and one that incorporates art historical and archaeological evidence as an experimental reconstruction, that comes across as the first is based on scholarly methodologies and the second is not. This has to do with the semantic valence of the word science in the English language, which distinguishes itself from arts and cultures, unlike, let's say, German Wissenschaft or the Dutch Wetenschap. But it also has to do, as I've mentioned, with the moral authority the sciences have enjoyed since the 19th century. But when it comes to communicating knowledge to the public, both scientists and humanists have to deal with a particular legacy of the fact that early museums functioned primarily as collectors of artifacts, and that is visitors coming in and asking the question, is it real? The expectation of authenticity and the subsequent resistance to accepting reconstructions as a source of knowledge is much more prevalent in historical museums than in a science museum. Polychrome reconstructions are a very good example of this. Just read the reviews of the Chroma exhibition. A lot of this is rooted in pernicious ideas and simply our baggage, as Philip Kennicott's review of the Chroma exhibition in the Washington Post has rightly pointed out. However, it is also a consequence of how we have trained our visitors to look at and understand the value of displays. Is it real? In a natural history museum, this is not a simple question to answer. As paleontologist Dave Holmes points out, plenty of displays in museums, even of single specimens, may mix fossils, casts, and sculptures, and may even have multiple different individuals mixed together to make one skeleton. To varying degrees, they are real, or are, at least, representative of real things. Even so, all of these represent what scientists know or can work out about the original organisms, and that makes them all quite appropriate for display. During my conversation with him, paleobiologist Luc Strotz told me, that's my entire job to try and reconstruct something. Muscle, flesh, feathers, sound, posture, and ecology of such animals are all reconstructed. And just like with a polychrome artifact, as the collection of data increases with more research, so does the probability that the reconstruction is accurate. Older models of sauropods, for example, these dinosaurs with the long heads, used to depict them with their necks upright, like giraffes, but thanks to biomechanical analysis based on reconstructions, it is now possible to say that they couldn't have pivoted their necks in such a way. Reconstructions, very valuably, can also correct misleading interpretations of the original. This is Trix, the T-Rex housed in Naturalis, the Natural History Museum in Leiden. A few years ago, a 3D printed reconstruction of Trix was made out of PLA bioplastic for the Dinosaur Museum in Nagasaki, Japan. The 3D model will be displayed upright, with its knees close together, whereas in most museums, including in Leiden, the legs are set wide apart, a posture that is actually incorrect if you look at the evidence of fossilized footprints. Is it real? Asked in a planetarium, this now famous photograph of the black hole from 2019 would produce the same ambiguity. Telescopes like the James Webb or the Event Horizon Telescope Cluster collect and transmit electromagnetic waves, including frequencies that are not visible to human beings. This data, signatures of various types of matter detected, are interpreted and translated in reconstructed images like this. This is an image of the center of our galaxy taken by the Spitze Space Telescope's infrared cameras. Is it real? Well, the colors are not, for one thing. The colors used in astrophotography are often based on aesthetic choices to capture the public's attention or else to define details. For another, the Earth is situated on the outer rim of the Milky Way. Telescopes can only photograph it from an angle, so any image that depicts it from a bird's eye point of view is an entirely reconstruction. Today, museums are no longer mausoleums for culture. If we want our museums to evolve into places where people gather for debate and where new knowledge is produced, if we want to make our science visible, and here I use the word science in the German way, like Wissenschaft, then our displays and our exhibitions should adapt as well. They should lead visitors away from the question, is this real, to how does what is displayed correspond to our state of knowledge? This, as I see it, is one of the successes of Natural History and Science Museum. Reconstructions play a vital role in this transformation because they inherently confront visitors with the question of how knowledge is formed. So we shouldn't tell our visitors, this is what the the archer from the Fire Temple in Egna really looked like. We should tell them it is what we know about what the archer looked like in 1990, in 2005, and in 2019. We began reflecting yesterday on the impact of the material and the digital turns on the way we study objects from the ancient world. These trends have not only increased the volume of data that has become available, but they have also fundamentally changed the way we look and the way we see artifacts. And so, as we recover the aesthetics of ancient art, we are simultaneously, slowly, deconstructing a canon that has long held the highest cultural and political currency in Western society. Museums are crucial to this epistemic project, and I think it is of the greatest importance for museums to acknowledge that their authority lies not in the exclusive possession and transmission of objective truths via discrete artifacts, but rather in defining and shaping our ever-evolving knowledge about the ancient world. Thank you. And I now invite Andrea Schmölder-Veit to deliver her lecture.
Yes, thank you, Shanti, and thank you very much for the whole team. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you, Sean Hemingway, Sarah Lipinski, Marianne Siciliano, Debbie Quo, and Ace Evans. The topic of my talk is the model of the Parthenon, ordered by the Willard Architectural Commission for the Met in New York, made in Paris and now exhibited in Munich. The plaster model shows the Parthenon, the largest temple on the Acropolis, the main sanctuary of the goddess Athena in ancient Athens. The model in scale 1:20 features the temple with all its relevant elements, like the ring hall with 8 by 17 Doric columns, the Doric frieze on the facade, or the frieze which was placed on the outer wall of the cella. All lost parts were reconstructed. The missing figures in the tympana and metopes, as well as the complete interior of the cella. Additionally, the entire model is colored. All this makes the model an extraordinary reconstruction, unique in its kind. In 1883, Levi Hale Willard stipulated in his will that $100,000 go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, quote, to be devoted to the founding of a museum of architecture, which should comprise carefully made, good-sized models of typical buildings, quote end. In 1884, the Willard Architectural Commission of the Met began its work. Amongst others, they ordered a model of the Parthenon in Paris, where the, quote, drawings and careful restorations of ancient monuments, end quote, made by French Prix de Rome winners were kept. The French architect Charles Chipier was chosen to manage the creation of the model. The sculptor Adolphe Joly executed the plan, while the archaeologist Georges Perrault was almost certainly involved as an advisor. At first, the plaster model was conceptualized to be white. But in April 1888, the Willard Architectural Commission, quote, resolved to polychrome throughout the model of the Parthenon already ordered and declared polychroming to be done according to Monsieur Chipier's researches and design. What ultimately led to having the model colored can only be conjectured. 3 reasons may have led to the decision. Firstly, generally speaking, in the 1880s, knowledge about ancient polychromy was consolidated. It was the time of the vast excavations in Greece and Turkey that brought large amounts of colorful architectural elements and sculptures to the surface. This news, of course, also reached the Commission in New York. Secondly, back then, ancient polychromy was not only discussed amongst archaeologists, but they also started to conceptualize ways to visualize colorful antiquity. One of the first, as we heard already yesterday, was Georg Treu in Germany, who in 1885, in his famous exhibition called Ausstellung farbiger und getönter Bildwerke, put a wide range of colored casts on display to inform visitors about the history and spread of ancient polychromy. The special exhibition was a great success and was met with great interest, namely by scholars like Edward Robinson in the US, curator at the Museum of Fine Art in Boston, and later director of the Met. Ellen Perry will talk more about that. Thirdly, what also may have led to the decision to polychrome the model is the fact that the colored reconstructions done by the winners of the Prix de Rome, the so-called pensionnaires, were at hand in Paris. Although these were unpublished at the time, Chipier must have known them. They clearly were partially used as drafts for the coloration of the model. I will talk more about this later. The polychrome model of the Parthenon was finished in 1889 and was shown at the Universal Exhibition in Paris the same year. In 1890, it was shipped to New York and immediately exhibited in the Great Hall of the Met with other models, such as a relief map from the Acropolis. One of the earliest reactions is a report from 1894, quote, "We lift our eyes from the Acropolis in its ruin, meaning the relief map, to the Parthenon in its glory. Monsieur Charles Chipier has conjured from its ruins and from the tints with which its marble fragments were veined a picture of symmetry and color that commands immediate enthusiasm. In this period, the model obviously met the expectations. Only about 10 years later, the opinion about the model changed. In the Cast Collections catalog from 1908, the polychromy was critiqued, quote, "No traces of the actual colors used were found. Therefore, coloring is entirely conjectural," end quote. One of the consequences of this clearly critical view is that the model was no longer regarded as a unique piece of art. In the 1940s, Gisela Richter had the model extensively rebuilt and adapted to fit with the then current state of research. During the second half of the 20th century, the model was moved a number of times, for example, to the Junior Museum of the Met. In the 1980s, parts were added to most of the damaged sculptures, and the outer facade was completely painted over by former restorer Charles von Nostitz. The model's appearance has hardly changed since then. Today, the model can be seen in the plaster cast collection in Munich. How did it get there? Paul Zanker was the director of the cast collection from 1976 to 2001. During this time, he was able to develop the museum into a modern cast collection for research and teaching purposes. I show here some pictures. This is our great hall. As a way of enriching the collection in Munich, which in the 1980s was still quite small, Zanker was offered casts of the Met as permanent loans. From 1987 onward, about 170 plaster casts were shipped in multiple batches to Munich, and we are still very grateful for that. In 2005, the Parthenon model came to our plaster cast collection on long-term loan. Since its arrival, it has been analyzed in great detail. It was and still is our goal to study its original appearance, architecture, and polychromy. Up to 2005, it was only known that the outer facade had been repainted. Its coloration clearly differs from the rest of the temple's coloring. The mantelpiece and pediments are kept in darker and more subdued tones. The paint is thick and glossy. The cellar frieze and parts of the interior show a different color range. The tones are pastel and matte. The colors are painted on like a varnish. Various methods were used for the study. In addition to visual analyses, UV light was used to make, for example, overpainting visible. And cross-sections of small chipped fragments of the colored surface were examined. This example from the South Metopy 12 shows a red superficial layer, in the middle a layer of zinc white, and below there is another red layer which belongs to the original coloration. Some results of our research are particularly interesting. The cellar frieze, the coffered ceiling, and many areas of the cellar interior show the original colors used in 1888. But the exterior facade was painted over at least once within the last 100 years, and some areas were repainted multiple times. One of these middle layers is particularly interesting, as it represents the model state in 1958, when parts of it were painted white. This is the case for the Mutulis and Regulae with the Goutte, as is also shown in a color postcard of the model from that time. Our analyses have also proven that later other elements, such as the backgrounds of the mantelpiece and the panels above the mantelpiece, were painted white. So far, the following explanations for this whitening are plausible. Either one wanted to achieve a rather puristic reconstruction style, and white was chosen for those areas where the ancient coloration was unclear, or white was chosen to reduce the coloration of the model in order to appeal to the notion of antiquity at that time. Now I will talk about the polychromy in the 19th century. In 1888, Chipier must have presented a compelling case to the Villard Architectural Commission for coloring the model, presumably based on drawings by the Pensionnaires de Prix de Rome. They not only had the task of precisely documenting buildings during their travels, they also designed colored reconstructions, as seen before. Through this, the architects proved that they had good taste and creativity. Already in 1824, the maxim of these reconstruction drawings was to, quote, return the ruined monuments to their former glory and to come as close as possible to the truth, end quote. One of all the plausible pensionnaires, Alexis Paccard, whose designs were made in 1845 and 46, is the most likely candidate. In his comment, he explicitly explains his choice of colors. Quote, I carry out my investigations here with the firm intention that I only reproduce what I have seen. This meets Chipier's requirements, who writes, quote, it is not a matter for him, the archaeologist, to find the richest and most splendid ornament that the imagination of the decorator can invent for a building like the Parthenon. It is a question of finding out, by the study of the monuments, and by this study alone, what colors the Greeks used to decorate their buildings, and in what spirit and with what reservations they made use of these means. This is a question of fact, in which aesthetic considerations play no part, end quote. Of course, Chipier was not able to base his color reconstruction solely on facts, as missing pieces needed to be added, and in those cases, he had to decide what color to use. Even in the cases where the color was given by the original, he had to decide what shade was appropriate. Naturally, Chipier would have made those decisions according to his aesthetic and his taste. That this did not convince all contemporaries is shown by the criticism of a British architect who imputed, quote, a somewhat tinsel and Parisian appearance to the model, end quote. As I already mentioned, the coloration of the model you see today dates to the 1980s. In order to learn more about the original polychromy, we peeled away the younger layers of color on parts of the outer facade to expose the original layer. Then it was compared to old black and white photos of the model. This allowed us to make a digital reconstruction of the old colored values, which is what you see here, only a first try, of course, or an attempt. A comparison with Paccard's reconstruction shows that the model is colored in a similar manner. The similarities are the blue regulae and guttae, the blue triglyphs, and blue panels above the metopes, the red tania above the Doric frieze, the blue mutulus above that, and the red valle. The significant differences lie in the above architrave, which is left white on the model, and the colored antefixes. Both are probably based on Danish architect Ludwig Peter Fenger's reconstruction from 1886. The coloration of the model is surprisingly still quite accurate. Recent studies of the Parthenon have shown that the regulae were blue, the triglyphs were blue, the background of the metopiece was red, the panel above the metopiece was blue, the mutules were blue, and the valle were red. The accuracy, of course, only applies to the general color, while the shade is completely freely chosen. The color tone does naturally contribute decisively to the effect of color. This is also shown by a comparison of the current color scheme and a digital reconstruction of the original polychromy using the east side as an example. While Charles von Nostitz obviously based his choice of colors as much as possible on the original colors of 100 years ago, his colors are of a completely different hue. To conclude, the model is a product of a very specific time and a very specific scholarly and cultural environment. This means that it could only be created in this way in a short period of time and in a specific place. In the 1880s, efforts were made to show polychromy of ancient culture in museums. colored plaster casts commissioned by archaeologists paved the way for a colored architectural model. Only 20 years later, reconstructions of this kind were judged rather critically, since they were completely fictitious in many points. At the beginning of the 20th century, such a model would probably not have been commissioned. Spatially, the model is inseparable from the reconstructions of the pensionnaire of the Prix de Rome. Only in the breeding ground of this long tradition of colorful reconstructions of Greek temples was it possible to conceptualize such a model. Of course, other nations were also researching ancient polychromy, but it was the French architects who had been filling in the blanks on a larger scale. Georges Seurat describes this in retrospect in 1912, quote, "Archaeology has a strict duty to abandon its claims as soon as it lacks knowledge. The architect has license to substitute fantasy for certainties," end quote. As our research so far has shown, the model is a mix of both. It takes many findings into account and is partially based on well-researched facts. Everything else, meaning the blanks, is product of taste and ideas about antiquity that was dominant in the late 19th century. And thus the model reflects, above all, the desire of the time to convey a vivid image of antiquity. This paper was made, of course, possible thanks to the help of many restorers and colleagues at the Met and in Munich. Many thanks to them, and thank you very much for your attention. And now it is my pleasure to invite Ellen Perry to the podium.
All right, I'm flipping past that first slide very quickly because I tweaked my title. Actually, the alternate title is "We've Been Here Before." Last week, my husband Mark interrupted me as I was writing this talk, mostly slashing paragraphs out of it, in order to interpose a copy of the Times literary supplement between me and my laptop. And there I was, reading an article that began, and I quote, "Everyone by now knows that ancient Greek statues were painted, and that far from being models of cold, crystalline beauty, they were riots of garish color, all purple, gold leaf, and gemstone eyes." My husband knew I would laugh at that, because, leaving aside the fact that scholars have been arguing since 1814 that most ancient sculpture was polychrome, there's a decent case to be made that at the turn of the last century, far more of the American public knew about the polychromy of ancient sculpture than does today. And the American public knew about this because of a tight-knit group of curators, art collectors, and artists, many of them situated in the American Northeast, who took it upon themselves to make sure that they knew. I list the member of this group on my slide. Today, I'm going to highlight three of them: Edward Robinson, whose name was mentioned several times yesterday. At the time I'm talking about, he was the curator of antiquities at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Painter Joseph Lyndon Smith, and architect and critic and founder of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Russell Sturgis. And I need a disclaimer here. At the time I'm talking about, which is the early 1890s, all of these men were much younger than they look in these various different portraits. Russell Sturgis was in his mid-50s. Edward Robinson was actually in his early 30s, and Joseph Lyndon Smith was in his late 20s. Okay. Along the way, I'll hint at the contributions of the others in the hopes that you'll leave with some sense of the sheer glut of evidence that at the turn of the last century, both professionals and the public were utterly fascinated, and some of them horrified, by the prevalence of polychromy in ancient Mediterranean sculpture. We'll start with Russell Sturgis, who was, as many here know, one of the founders of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Sturgis happened to be in Athens in the spring of 1883, not long after painted archaic sculpture first began to emerge on the Acropolis. He hired the artist Émile Gilliéron, who had previously done some work for the German Archaeological Institute, to make accurate color renditions of the sculptures soon after their discovery. And I'm showing here a later reproduction by Gilliéron, which is in the Met's collection, of a well-known Heracles and Hydra pediment that was discovered in the fall of 1882. I have to show this reproduction because Sturgis's commissions are mysteriously missing. Interesting story, no time. If you know where they are, call me. And these are just a couple of the sculptures that came out in 1886 of the so-called Korai pit, and where everybody else in this conference has been saying, here's what happens if you restore the color. I'm saying, here's what happens if you wait a few decades after something's pulled out of the ground and you haven't recorded the color or stabilized it. Then there's Edward Robinson. Over the course of a couple of decades, he had committed himself to improving and protecting the cast collection at the Boston Museum. He did this first as a curator and later as the museum's director. He was, in fact, so committed to the cast collection that he would end up resigning the directorship of the MFA in 1905 over the truly underhanded maneuvers of rivals to cull and even eliminate the collection. That's how he ended up at the Met. And if you want to know all of the colorful details of that episode, buy me a drink one day. But years before that, in the mid-1880s, Robinson was galvanized by the research of Georg Troy in Dresden. 1884 was the year the Troy head was discovered, and the year Troy published a pamphlet titled Sollen wir unsere Statuen bemalen? Should we paint our sculptures? It was this pamphlet that piqued Robinson's interest in polychromy. And he was in Europe at the time, and as he traveled through Greece and Italy and to what he called the larger northern museums, he began to take careful notes on every bit of evidence, pro and con, for the polychromy of ancient sculpture. By 1890 at the latest, Sturgis and Robinson were in touch and at work on the same project, the dissemination of information about the polychromy of ancient sculpture and architecture. And again, Daniel Chester French in 1890 is about 40 years old. And also what I'm about to tell you happens in his New York studio, not his Massachusetts studio, but this is a convenient shorthand for letting anybody who doesn't know who Daniel Chester French is, who he is. In January of 1890, Robinson delivered a lecture on the topic to a group of some 40 artists in the New York studio of the sculptor Daniel Chester French, who wrote 2 museum directors about it, Charles Loring of the Boston Museum and his own brother, W.M.R. French, who was the first director of the Art Institute of Chicago. In 1890 as well, Sturgis and Robinson wrote articles on the topic for popular publications. Sturgis for Harper's and Robinson for Century Magazine. Now, Robinson's article didn't appear until 2 years later, and that annoyed him greatly, which is, I think, an experience that many academics can sympathize with. Robinson's article summarized the evidence he had collected so painstakingly during his trip through Italy and Greece. And understandably, Sturgis's focused on the Acropolis discoveries. And he didn't resist taunting his pseudo-archaeologist predecessors who willfully ignored the evidence for polychromy and believed that, quote, the refined art of the Greeks had found its expression in pure form, disregarding color. Thereafter, in the course of 2 years, 1891 to 1892, there were no fewer than 4 exhibitions in the United States on the subject of ancient polychromy. 2 at the Boston MFA, 1 at the Art Institute of Chicago, and as I recently discovered, one at the Slater Memorial Museum on the campus of the Norwich Free Academy in Connecticut. And if you've never heard of that museum, you're not alone. It's a plaster cast museum that still exists. It just went through renovations. It opened in 1888, and its cast selection was selected by Edward Robinson. In the 1890s, it was punching way above its weight, so that when the Met actually put together a committee to decide what casts it wanted to buy for the museum in 1891, a committee that included Louis Comfort Tiffany and Augustus St. Gaudens, they piled everybody onto a train, sent them up to Connecticut to look at the Slater Memorial Museum. So go visit it one day. First, in March of 1891, Robinson launched in Boston what he described as a modest exhibition of materials that illustrated the use of color in ancient art. And he said, quote, "The nucleus of this collection was the Sturgis collection of watercolors and colored photographs, which the museum subsequently purchased. These are the ones that are missing, so I can't show them to you." In addition, however, an artist under Robinson's instruction colored 2 plaster cast heads replicated from ancient sculptures. And these are stand-ins. They weren't busts, they were heads, and Robinson even calls them masks, so they were really probably quite small. But I like these stand-ins for what's missing because they show you the change in color or the difference in color between male and female, which was one of the things that Robinson wanted to show. One was a head of the Hermes of Praxiteles, a sculpture that had been excavated in 1877, and the other was the Medici Venus. Although we no longer possess these casts, we know from Robinson's publications that the chief aim of painting them was, quote, "to note the distinction which the Greeks maintained in the color of the flesh between their male and female figures." The artist even added touches of gilding to their hair. Robinson then displayed these 2 casts side by side with uncolored plaster casts of the entire sculptures so that the viewing public could compare. Like the Sturgis collection of watercolors and tinted photographs, but perhaps more understandably, the plaster casts from the 1891 exhibition have vanished. There are only a few works that I've been able to identify with any plausibility as coming from that first exhibition. These terracottas, which were all donated to the museum early in 1891, and Robinson does talk about the museum owning a few pieces which demonstrate polychromy. And importantly, these were donated by Francis Bartlett, who is very important for the second polychromy exhibition that Robinson engages in. And this oil painting of the Amazon sarcophagus in Florence, which seems to have been on loan for the exhibition. Robinson mentions this sarcophagus prominently in his various writings on polychromy. The artist Francis Loring was a first cousin of the museum's director, Charles Greeley Loring, and right smack in the middle of the exhibit, the painting was purchased by a donor, Julia James, and actually donated to the museum. Robinson later reported to the museum's trustees that he had not expected this exhibition to appeal to more than a small circle of architects and painters, but that in fact, the rooms were crowded on Saturdays and Sundays. The newspapers gave much space to the discussion of the subject, not only here, but in other parts of the country. And many letters were received showing that the interest was widespread and the desire for knowledge of the matter was more than passing. So the next year, 1892, Robinson decided on a more ambitious show on the same topic. This time, he acquired 2 full-scale casts for painting and made them the central exhibit of the show. And here, again, we don't have the casts, so I'm just going to show you the originals. He selected, again, the Hermes of Praxiteles, but paired it with a cast of the Louvre's Venus Genetrix. In this project, Robinson was aided by a young Joseph Lyndon Smith, who had developed his own interest in the subject of color on Greek sculpture. Robinson had therefore invited Smith to accompany him to a conference in Athens in the spring of 1891, where he could discuss his findings on polychromy with others, and to collaborate on the second MFA show. Smith thereby embarked on what would become a long and distinguished career as an illustrator of antiquities, with an enduring interest in recording the color that was applied to ancient monuments. And while he's better known for his paintings of Egyptian and Persian antiquities, I'm going to jump ahead a few years here. Here are some of his own renditions of Acropolis Korai, watercolor and pen, from a later trip he took in 1899. And here are a couple of paintings of the Alexander sarcophagus that Robinson commissioned from him in 1900, and for which he traveled all the way to Constantinople, not knowing whether he was going to be allowed to paint the sarcophagus. No artist had been allowed to paint it before, and it's a minor miracle that he actually got in. However, he had just the right letter of recommendation from somebody who knew very well and was friends with Osman Hamdi Bey, so he was the one artist who was allowed to get in and paint this. And now I'm going to do a blank slide. So think back to the Hermes of Praxiteles and the Venus Genetrix, and here I'm going to want you to use the artificial intelligence of your imagination. For the 1892 MFA exhibit, Robinson and Smith also published a pamphlet explaining in exhaustive detail their various rationales for employing the colors they had in the reconstruction of the two sculptures. For the Venus Genetrix, the garments were based on Tanagra figurines, and, quote, a pale, delicate blue chiton and salmon pink himation with a dark purple border, a border of seahorses, my favorite detail, which was based on a 4th century vase, honeysuckle petals, alternated lilac and violet, and in both this and the border of seahorses, gilding has been freely used, though in fine lines, to pick out details and outlines. I actually think Robinson would have taken one look at the small Herculaneum woman in the Chroma exhibit and thought, I did okay. In his pamphlet, Robinson also praises Lyndon's patience and courage when faced with work that, quote, has presented obstacles of the most unexpected and vexatious nature at almost every turn. He's mostly referring to the labor itself, but the part about courage was a little baffling to me until I got my hands on Smith's memoirs. And Smith makes it clear that, that a public furor, his phrase, was anticipated in response to this experiment. And then there was the reaction of Charles Eliot Norton, Harvard professor of art, public intellectual, and considered in some circles, according to his biographer, to be the most cultivated man in America. Oh, there we go, okay. Norton gave one glance of agonized horror at the colored Hermes and without a word fled from the gallery. I followed him and said that both Robinson and I had personally apologized to Hermes at Olympia. They took a side trip from Athens to apologize. Norton made no reply and left the museum. In the same year as Robinson's second exhibition, 1892, the Art Institute of Chicago, under the directorship of William M.R. French, launched its own exhibition on polychromy. For this show, the Art Institute borrowed the Sturgis collection and the painted plaster heads from Robinson's first show. Museum director W.M.R. French tried his own hand at painting a cast. His wife, Alice Helm French, painted a cast of the Nike of Paionios. And D.C. French, Daniel Chester French, contributed 2 painted casts of his own. The Art Institute added some of its own terracotta figurines, and in all, the Chicago show included 57 works and was judged by one admittedly local newspaper to be, quote, much more important than the one that was shown in Boston last spring. In the introduction to the show's catalog, curator Alfred Emerson primarily connects the early 19th century's preference for monochrome sculpture to a distaste for industrial and decorative art. That is to say, for a propensity for distinguishing between high and low art, and for sidelining the decorative arts as unimportant. You can tell right now that we're in the middle of the arts and crafts movement. And he also echoes Sturgis in his contempt for earlier generations' willful slighting of the evidence for color on ancient sculpture. The accidental destruction of the ancient coloring was exalted into a special merit and ridiculously associated with the ideal qualities of the highest art, its lofty serenity, its unsullied purity, its divorce from the vulgarities of crude realism, and whatnot. Not only have we been talking about polychromy in sculpture for 2 centuries, but our generation, it would seem, is not even the first to excoriate its predecessors for fixating on the supposed whiteness and purity of ancient sculpture. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome to the podium Abraham Thomas.
Hi, everyone. So it's my honor to bring us home after the 2 days of wonderful papers and sessions. Before I start, I'd just like to say a big thank you to my colleagues, Sean and Sarah and Mariana, for this wonderful invitation, and thank you to all of my fellow speakers. It's been wonderful to see the papers and discover so much more about all your research. My paper today is really going to be based in 3 parts. It really focuses on the legacy of the 19th century architect, designer, and theorist Owen Jones, and particularly his studies of the polychromy of the Alhambra Palace in Granada, and how that work really came to influence his work at the 1851 Great Exhibition, and as part of a much wider sort of project within the design reform movement that led to the formation of the V&A and the National Design Collections in Britain. And I want to sort of compare that in the second part to this sort of 100 years later, this sort of flourishing of color that came again in the 20th century with the rise of postmodernism, which in a similar way to what Jones was doing in the 19th century was this sort of reaction against this sort of dominance of this idea of monochrome whiteness within architecture and sculpture. And then finally, I want to examine what's been happening just the last sort of 5 years, really, in terms of a sort of late postmodernism and a sort of re-engagement with color and ornament that's been happening, particularly in London with some emerging designers and architects. So I hope to bring us home with a real riot of modern and contemporary color within architecture for you all. So this is Owen Jones, and this is his portrait within the collection of the Royal Institute of British Architects. And you can see him here set against the color and decoration of the Alhambra, which really was the project and the study which cemented his legacy. And you can see here a number of watercolors that exist in the V&A collection from his studies at the Alhambra. He embarked on these studies in the early 1830s, and in fact, before coming to Granada, he had spent time on his grand tour as a sort of emerging architect. He'd gone to Athens and then later on to Egypt and Constantinople. But it was in Athens, actually, that he met his compatriot on these studies of the Alhambra, the French architect Jules Goury, who at the time had actually been assisting Gottfried Semper on his studies of polychromy in ancient Greek architecture. So, and I know that Semper had come up earlier in the sessions, and it's rather nice to think of this connection between Jones and Semper's work. So, having sort of poached Goury from Semper's studies, the two men arrive in Granada to study the Alhambra. And this becomes really the first ever holistic, detailed study of the Alhambra, not just in its coloring and its architecture, but also to really analyze the systems and the formal frameworks that distribute the color amongst the tiling, the Murcanus sort of stalactite forms in the archways. And this is at the very same time that Washington Irving is publishing his Tales of the Alhambra, much more a sort of Orientalist approach to this idea of Spanish Islamic architecture. So the publication becomes sort of groundbreaking for a number of reasons. Tragically, Guri dies of cholera as they're finishing these studies, and so Jones goes ahead and publishes these multiple volumes at the very start of the 1840s, almost as a tribute to his friend and colleague. And it's worth saying that in terms of this idea of polychromy within architecture, this book itself is also this amazing experiment of color printing. And although chromolithography had existed at this time, of course, in sort of early stages, this book becomes the sort of first book to be extensively colored with chromolithography, and Jones almost has to innovate and develop these processes himself, and has his own lithostones, and it's a huge amount of personal investment, but the results are really spectacular. He then later on, having gained the attention of Prince Albert and the wider circle around the design reform movement in Britain, he is asked to design the interior of the 1851 Great Exhibition, the landmark showcase of contemporary manufacturing from around the world. But I just wanted to mention this project particularly because of the way in which Jones, I wanted to point out the way in which Jones applies polychromy to the iron structure of the Crystal Palace. And you can see here in the detail image how Jones very specifically applies proportions of primary coloring of yellow, red, and blue to the exact same sort of system and framework of coloring that he observes at the Alhambra. And this is really not just as a sort of a way of sort of transmitting the knowledge that he generates from the Alhambra, but also to create a very practical way of using color in a functional way to create depth and perspective within the halls of the Great Exhibition. A few years later, the Crystal Palace, as a temporary exhibition, is reassembled in South London, in Sydenham. And rather than being a showcase of contemporary work, this becomes much more of a sort of historical study of full-scale architectural environments. And so there are a number of fine art courts that Jones and other architects such as Matthew Digby Wyatt are building. And this is a chance for Jones to apply many of the studies that he's completed on his travels through the Islamic world and the sort of Eastern Mediterranean. And so I'm showing here some drawings by Jones, which also exist in the V&A collection, and some historic photographs of the time at the Crystal Palace when it's reassembled in Sydenham. And I wanted to point out that what is interesting about these fine art courts is that there's although it's based on a lot of documented evidence and Jones's drawings, there's also this acceptance that this is not a museum. It's a complex that includes a skating rink and regular sort of circus performances, and it's very much what we might now call sort of edutainment. And the idea is that the public are sort of passing through these halls, getting a little bit of knowledge of historic ornament and color, but it's this hugely popular attraction that exists for decades, but sadly is destroyed by fire in the 1930s. What's very different is that in addition to the Egyptian court, the Greek courts that Jones and others build, the Alhambra court is very different because it's obviously based on the designs that he had observed so closely over a number of years in the 1830s. So this is the one part of the Crystal Palace which really was very specific in the architectural environments that it was recreating. The others, I would say, are more of a sort of hybrid and a sort of amalgamation of a number of different architectural spaces, and they're more of a sort of theoretical study. Whereas here, the idea was to really immerse visitors in the polychromy and the very specific color systems of the Alhambra. And you can see here in the middle one of Jones's design drawings for the Alhambra. And on the right, I wanted to just share a little anecdote from about 12, 13 years ago when I was at the V&A and we arranged an Owen Jones study day, and we were talking about the Crystal Palace at Sydenham, and a woman came up to me at the end of the study day saying, I have this
funny thing in my house. It's a fire surround, but I believe it's from the Crystal Palace. And we always knew there were these apocryphal stories of local residents of Sydenham after the fire coming and literally hacking away elements of this burned wreckage of the Crystal Palace. So we went to the house, and my colleagues in the ceramics department actually acquired the fire surround, which had been there for decades, having been sort of repurposed and recycled from the Crystal Palace. So I love this idea of all around South London, around Sydenham, these sort of elements of Jones's Alhambra polychromy just existing in these sort of suburban houses around Sydenham. Jones's main legacy, probably what he's mainly known for, was this landmark publication, the Grammar of Ornament, which was really a culmination of all of his studies on his travels, the idea of sort of creating these immersive environments at the Crystal Palace in Sydenham, but really creating a long-term printed legacy, so almost in book form what he was creating with the fine art courts at Sydenham. And what I think is really interesting about the Grammar of Ornament is that he is it's a huge amount of historical research. There are 18, 19 chapters, each dedicated to, for example, Spanish Islamic design, or you'll see a chapter here named Pompeian, Egyptian art. And the idea is taking these samples, which he had observed firsthand at collections like the British Museum or collections in Paris, making sketches and drawings from all of these museum collections and assembling them in this very interesting sort of collage grid-like framework to sort of allow for this comparison and contrast across different time periods and different cultures. And the idea is that this becomes this design source book for young designers, and it becomes almost like this the centerpiece for the emerging forms of design education in Britain. But of course, from today's perspective, we can look at this and see a lot of problematic areas around this idea of trying to flatten history and flatten disparate cultures to almost create these false equivalences. And I think the Grammar of Ornament can also be read as this, very much a product of empire and this idea of control and categorization, where these chapters are trying to showcase these sort of areas of polychromy and decoration. So this is in the 1850s, 1860s, and then we see a marked shift in the early 20th century with the sort of rise of modernist design and publications like Adolf Loos's essay, Ornament and Crime, where there is this stark reaction against the sort of plethora of ornament and color, and the idea to sort of remove ornament because it's almost seen as too distracting and too confusing to be able to find a new modern style for a new world. And so, we see decades in the early 20th century of modernist architecture really thinking about form rather than color, which is something I think came up a number of times in the session just now. And what you then see happen in the 1960s and 1970s, which I think is interesting, is that having had a couple of decades of key projects like Mies van der Rohe's Farnsworth House or Philip Johnson's Glass House, this idea of transparency, lightweight, precision, engineering, you see, rather like Jones and the Grammar of Ornament and his studies at the Alhambra, this re-embracing of color and ornament in the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, where, for example, this is Arata Isozaki, the Japanese architect's design for the Team Disney headquarters in Orlando, where you see this idea of taking ornament and color and scaling up, scaling down, huge amounts of exaggeration of form, which in a way, sometimes in a funny way, reminds you of the way in which the Grammar of Ornament creates these sort of false equivalences, and you almost don't have a sense of scale of what the original object those colored plates are drawing upon. And during this height of postmodernism in the mid-70s to the 80s, you also see some really fascinating examples of architects working within this postmodernist vein who are not only re-engaging with color and ornament, and often in a sort of very whimsical, self-conscious, ironic way, but it's interesting seeing how many times they draw upon examples of classical architecture. So, for example, on the left, this is the British architect John Outram's designs for a pumping station in East London, and it was part of a sort of sewage works and for sort of storm overflow drains. And so he described it as the Temple of Storms. And I love the kind of exaggerated capitals on the columns, which seem to be a hybrid of Egyptian papyrus columns and sort of acanthus columns, the amazing embedded polychromy within the brickwork. But it's also interesting thinking about a building like this in the 1980s compared to a building from 100 years ago, which was, for example, Joseph Bazalgette's Abbey Mills pumping works, which was at the time colloquially called the Cathedral of Sewage. So this idea of architecture and sort of very utilitarian function being dressed in this amazing sort of system of polychromy. And Bazalgette's so-called Cathedral of Sewage also had these amazing embedded forms of ornament and color within it. And I don't have any images here, but it's definitely worth looking up. And then on the right, this is by Denise Scott Brown and Robert Venturi, their designs for the Children's Museum in Houston. And again, you can see the exaggerated, hefty columns, the oversized pediment and ornaments above. And then probably my favorite element is if you can see along the right-hand side, under that sort of long canopy, these are all figures of children, almost like caryatids, and Scott Brown and Venturi called them carrier kids. Very wonderful pun, but it's almost cartoonish approach to exaggerating architectural forms and styles. And Scott Brown and Venturi were very famous for their studies of the Las Vegas Strip, and they had a research studio at Yale in the early 70s, which resulted in their landmark publication, Learning from Las Vegas. And this was very much about looking at the kind of the vernacular architecture of Vegas and the Strip, looking at the sort of signs and symbols and the sort of idea of the decorated shed. And not only in terms of the sort of neon signs of Vegas, but the idea of scaling up and scaling down these examples of architecture, where color seems to be a key way of sort of identifying these sort of mashed up together elements of architecture. And in a weird way, it again reminds us of the grammar of ornament and the way in which Jones is finding these sources and sort of remixing and collaging, but obviously in a very different sort of postmodern moment. Another great example is Charles Moore's Urban Plaza in New Orleans, the Piazza d'Italia, which almost feels like a sheet of discarded pages from books with classical sources of architecture. And I love the sort of the very bold tinting that you see in various elements of this project. In a slightly more restrained way, this is Ricardo Bofill's housing project just outside Paris, which has these, again, very specific references to classical architecture, but a much more restrained idea of coloring, which seems almost monochrome, but with these subtle hues and sort of ranges of tone of umber and brown and reds, which seem to be very subtly referencing historic sort of wall decorations, as discovered in Pompeii, for example. And then, for me personally, one of my favorite views of the Centre Pompidou is not the front, but the back, which is always hard to photograph because you can't really get very far from it because it's on this fairly narrow street. But I love the, again, when we talk about the idea of functional color, the idea of how Renzo Piano and Richard Rogers color-coded the sort of inside-out nature of the building and the sort of, rather like our Temple of Storms that we saw earlier on, these heating ducts and air conditioning units and water pipes are all specifically color-coded to create this wonderful form of ornament and sort of encoded sort of function, as it were. Another great example is the work of the British architect James Stirling. On the left, you can see here his Staats Gallery in Stuttgart, where very utilitarian elements such as the balustrade, the pink balustrade going up the ramp is boldly colored and color-coded. But the form, rather like his One Poultry building in London on the right, very much derived from ancient forms of architecture, and here particularly forms of Egyptian temples and tombs. And then finally, I wanted to just share a couple of examples of what's been happening in London, which I find very interesting over the last sort of 5 years or so, where there's a loose network of designers and architects who are collectively known as this sort of a movement known as New London Fabulous. And I think this is almost in the same way that we saw the postmodernists reacting to the sort of decades of austere modernism. I think this is a reaction to what's been happening in the sort of post 9/11 world in the sort of early 2000s, where there was again this sort of orthodoxy of form, and color and ornament were almost seen as unfashionable and sort of not spoken about within design education or architectural education circles. So you have examples like on the left, for example, the work of Adam Nathaniel Furman, who created, this is a rendering of an unrealized project for a series of town halls around the UK, which was based on this idea of creating a hybrid of various architectural styles and time periods, almost to represent the sort of pluralism within those communities. And on the right, this was a built project, but a temporary pavilion known as the Temple of Agape, which was part of a festival of love at the South Bank Center. And this idea was to explore the 7 ancient Greek notions of love. So here, the notion of agape was the sort of centerpiece of this temple, which also refers, of course, to the idea of Scott Brown and Venturi's project in Las Vegas, the idea of taking these signs and symbols and remixing these areas of text. I share here just an example of the work of Studio Mutt, who had done a series of site-specific installations at the John Soane Museum, and I think this is particularly striking, seeing we've been hearing a lot about some of the amazing plaster collections around the world, and it's just so striking seeing these sort of late postmodernist ideas about color within architecture and design being set against Soane's famous plaster cast collection. And then finally, I just wanted to share some of the work of a Nigerian-British architect, Yinka Ilori. The chair you see on the right is actually within our Afrofuturist Period Room project here at the Met, if you have a chance to go and see it later on this evening. And he, rather like the theoretical town hall that we saw early on by Adam Furman, here this is reflecting his own cultural background and the sort of diversity of his background, and here bringing in sort of the notion of West African textiles within these sort of remixes of modern furniture. And on the left, again, another John Soane project in the background. This is Soane's Dulwich Picture Gallery, the sort of restrained classicism of that building and the brickwork compared to Yinka Ilori's Color Palace, which was one of their inaugural architectural temporary installations. And this was also a project by Yinka Ilori where he sort of took the iconic zebra crossing in London as made very famous by the Abbey Road cover with Paul McCartney in his bare feet, and taking this idea, I kind of love this because it takes this idea of the sort of monochrome of the black and white crossing, taking that function, sort of turning on its head with this right of color and ornament. And this was a sort of temporary installation where a number of zebra crossings, pedestrian crossings were sort of remixed in this way. And then this is my final slide, just to showcase the work of Sam Jacob, who has been working as an architect for a number of years, hugely influenced by architects like Owen Jones and the Grammar of Ornament, where he's really been thinking about color as this functional purpose. And this is a fairly recent project of his for the British Museum's brand new collection center. And the idea here was to use color as a way to mark out the grids where the palettes and the sort of objects would be stored long term. And so on the one hand, it's a wonderful use of applied functional color with the shapes referring to different sizes, and obviously it's color-coded according to the areas of the collection. But as a sort of color field, it sort of reminds us of this, the power of color and ornament to be not only sort of functional and inspiring, but also potentially a sort of radical act within design. Thank you very much. And if you can bear with us just for a few minutes, we've almost come to the end of our two-day symposium, but we're just going to rearrange the chairs here so we can start our discussion. So thanks for your patience.
I believe this is a erroneous decision to have me to moderate, because I'm emotionally too much involved in order to be at least a little objective. I'm absolutely overwhelmed by the symposium in general, but I'm specifically moved by this last session, because it turned into the, concerning our perspective, into the most important issues, topics concerning our evolution in this project. We started 40 years ago, and as you may imagine, we came through a lot of ideas, aspects, perspectives concerning color, color perception, perception of ornament, the meaning of ornament, the meaning of reconstruction, the role of the 19th century, the model of the Parthenon at a certain point arriving in Munich. My office was quite near to this event of the Parthenon arriving at Munich, and this long-term cooperation with Oliver, which started 20 years ago, and we are, from the perspective of our project, so grateful for his major support due to his, and I would like to pronounce it correctly now, the Leibniz Award, which is, from the German perspective, the German Nobel Prize. So, and happily enough, just in this year, in 2007, when Oliver was granted the Leibniz Prize, the overall sum, the amount, was raised from 1 million to 2,500,000, and we were meeting at the very same evening of this fundamental news, and he was asking us somehow, help me to spend this money. So thank you very much, Oliver, and thank you very much for your revelatory observations concerning Winkelmann. I was wondering, Quatrième de Quincy, 1814, is collecting just, I believe, the majority of the literary evidence, so the ancient Roman and Greek sources. What, as far as I remember, Winkelmann did read other books and was consulting. What was his knowledge on ancient sources concerning the fact that ancient sculpture had been painted?
So I think texts are important when the color is not longer visible, at least not immediately and not completely. Then it's interesting to read texts written by people who had the full polychrome evidence before them. So that's the importance of ancient Greek and Latin literature for the question, how did ancient Greek and Roman sculpture look like in general, as opposed to Quatrième de Quincy, who was a nobleman who managed to survive revolution, Napoleon, and served the day after the return of Louis the 18th. He changed from an imperial to a royal museum's director. So he was entirely building on what Winkelmann had done. As Joanne Mertens told me, this museum, among many other things, owns one of the famous paintings of Winkelmann by Mengs, Raphael Mengs, a painting which shows, a picture which shows Winkelmann as a reader of Homer. He was very much a man of books, a librarian, before he developed his interest in sculptural art. And the ability of creating this new discipline of the history of ancient art was partly founded on his knowledge of ancient culture acquired by 30 years of reading ancient Latin and Greek texts. And so, part of the evidence presented already in the first edition of the History of Ancient Art is the main texts, Circumlitio, for instance, the Plato passage, which shows that Plato, who has been mentioned as being the embodiment of the idea of lofty immaterial ideals and so forth. No, Plato is our source for the polychromy of classical Athenian 4th century culture. So this is already in Winkelmann, and neither Winkelmann nor Quatremer de Quincy collected the whole of the evidence. I would like to draw your attention to a book, on a 1,000-pages book on the all known literary sources by Felix Henke on polychrome sculpture in Greek and Latin literature. What I wanted to add to this is the following. The questions which we have been discussing in these presentations and sessions are quite different and far more complex than the primary problem of was it really colored, yes or no? Is there evidence for color in text, yes or no? So now we have more complex questions, and therefore it's interesting and important to go back to the Latin and Greek literature with this other and more and richer series of questions. And let me just briefly quote one example. We learned this morning about the problematic reuse or recycling of ancient views on the Ethiopians, the Aethiopes, and the illegitimate mixture of modern concepts of race with this ancient concept. To this I would like to add one Winkelmannian example, i.e. What does Homer tell us about the Ethiopians with regard to this morning's presentation of that problem? And Homer tells us, that it may well be that in the 2nd millennium BCE, the far more developed contacts in the Aegean Crete as a center to Egypt and mainland on the one hand and mainland Greece on the other, there may have been or certainly will have been contact with people from what we call today Sudan. But in the ages where the oral tradition of Homeric poetry was shaped, this was forgotten as writing was forgotten, Linear B was forgotten, and so they took the word Aethiopes, i.e. burnt face, and then fantasized on what it could mean. Answer, these are the two peoples in the Far East, sunrise, and Far West, sunset, which are closer to the sun, because as you know, the Earth is a disk, and so sunrise and sunset are the two regions of that disk, that flat Earth of Homeric imagination, where the sun is closer to people living there than it is in the middle. And so the Homeric picture has nothing to do with color. It's the two favorite people of Poseidon, because they offer the richest the sacrifices, and one in the Far East and one in the Far West. And that is the non-colored image of Ethiopians, which then had slowly to be transformed with more real information about African people. That's one example of what to do with ancient literature in modern questions on polychromy.
Shanti, this was, for me, the lecture of this two-day event. This was quite of a relief, so I can't be objective. Sorry for this. very precise and epistemically correct approach to what we are doing. And there is I believe that the central aspect of this approach is the moral or political authority aspect. I feel that one should meet again at a certain point in future and get a little bit deeper in the historical political framework of so-called ethics and moral. What do you believe?
I agree. And it's not, I think in the last 2 days, the art historians and the archaeologists have been deeply engaged in this because we have this historiography, especially of the 20th century, that we are confronted with. And then we go back to the 19th century and see how that's different. And we are, you know, the research in the last decades about polychromy has made us very self-conscious about this. What I wanted to point out is that this same degree of self-consciousness and self-reflectivity is also really important for scientists, because there is also a historiography there that is affecting the knowledge that is being produced and the way it's being communicated. And scientists are doing that. I wasn't saying that they don't, but it's really important because we're working together, that is to say, archaeologists, art historians, and historians and philologists like myself. We are working together, and this is a new, it's polychromy studies is bringing us in this so close, into close contact in this way. So we should be aware of each other's histories in the discipline, which was, I think, the point of my, one of the points that I was trying to make.
Yeah, we are a closed conversation here, but I would like very much at a certain point to be asked what could be a better way of than doing a 3D reconstruction. I would say it would be to make a better reconstruction or to answer, to respond to a reconstruction by a reconstruction of another team, of another time. So there is a big aspect of historicity in the evolution of reconstruction, and it's always an intellectual process. It is always a process which has so many iterative steps, which you almost cannot document even for the scientific community, and you couldn't do it for the audience, but the best would be that what is normal in our disciplines, that you have a thesis, and then you have an antithesis, and so forth. So why do we ask whether those reconstructions are a necessary evil or an evil, instead of using this time to produce an
May I throw in a remark here? Yeah. I like your various ways of referring to your reconstructions. I like best when you call them didactic models. And what I learned from your presentation is it's at least misleading to be against didactic models in the name of scientific objectivities if you know that all the popularization of scientific research is based on didactic models with didactic colors.
Yeah, those were illustrative examples. It's of course a much bigger question, and to go back to yours, Vincenz, I agree that whether it's permanent, that is to say physical reconstructions, or also digital reconstructions, I learned a lot about them in these 2 days, making more of them, and also, so what I found difficult to understand is how we form consensus when it comes to reconstruction. That is still unclear to me, because we need to find a way. So, every museum shouldn't decide, okay, this is my reconstruction. We need to find a way to find a way to reach a consensus, and part of that is making reconstructions, and part of that is actually also publishing. In the course of the research for this paper, I couldn't find a lot of publication on the concept on the theoretical framework behind what reconstructions are in the formation of knowledge, and I think that's important too.
Yeah. Andrea, this brings us to the Parthenon, and it is an historical reconstruction, and as you were pointing out, and working out, it is a historical object, and we start to research this instead of much more the object itself as a reconstruction than the sources of knowledge producing this. What makes a reconstruction a historical object?
Well, the Parthenon model, as we have it now in Munich, shows, of course, a history of reconstruction over 130 years now. And this is, of course, what it makes a historical reconstruction. And what is really our effort now, and what is our purpose in the next years, is, as Shanti has pointed out, that we want to make science visible, and not only the science we are working about today, but also the science of our predecessors, the ones who did in the 19th century the Parthenon, and the ones who, like Gisela Richter, readapted it, remodeled it, and worked with it, and how she worked with it. I think that's also very, very interesting conception of a reconstruction, to work with a model, not only leave it like it is for centuries, but to work with it.
Will you physically reconstruct the first reconstruction?
No, we just now have peeled off layers from the corner, the southwest corner, and to do all of it. But show it to the visitors. We can easily use digital projections and digital methods to make it visible to them, and to take visitors seriously, and to show them the questions what we have as archaeologists on all these different reconstructions.
I remember we took part in the opening exhibition of Fondazione Prada with the first reconstruction of Riace A, and Salvatore Settis made a big introductory text, and we suddenly found ourselves in the tradition of classicism. So this was a mixed feeling. We thought we are just a current, merely scientific or scholarly movement, but he made us already, he looked at us from a distant, historical distance, and made us an object of the past. I liked it and I hated it. Maybe this, Ellen, this brings us to what the 19th century did, and your talk was amazing and again revelatory for us, because we often try to get more information about those activities in the late 19th century in the US, and now we have you. Our big question always was, why? Why is there so much activity? In your quotations were so clearly pointing out that those people, the pro-polychrome people, they had the same feelings like we have today as pro-polychrome people. And they had the same sort of opponents, guardians of the good taste and so forth. why is there a gap of 100 years in between us and those? And why is there so many decades in which nothing happened?
Yeah, that's such an interesting question, and all I can do is speculate, obviously.
Yeah.
I'll try a big speculation and then maybe a really specific speculation to the area around Boston and what happens in Boston. But the big speculation is these sorts of exhibits, as you know, require replicative technologies. You have to replicate the sculptures or use photographs that you color or do any of the number of things that we were shown during the symposium over the last 2 days. And, around the middle of the 20th century, particularly in classical archaeology, there was a real devaluing of the replica. One that came out, for example, in narratives about how Greek sculptures were originals by masters and Roman sculptures were replicas that were sort of windows you could look through to understand lost Greek sculptures. So I think some of the very same impulses that caused people to demote Roman sculpture were also demoting plaster casts and causing people to toss their plaster casts out or at least give them away. In a very specific way, in Boston, one of the things that happened was that while Edward Robinson in the 1880s and 1890s was lobbying very strongly for the museum to buy originals, the conflict that he got into with some of the other people at the museum created a sort of schismogenesis where he ended up representing the museum as a place of education, and they were representing the museum as a place of aesthetic refreshment. And the aesthetic refreshment team really didn't think there was any place for education in the museum. And so what wasn't a false binary in the 1890s became a false binary in this argument in 1905.
Yeah, but they offered a solution, and this is the traveling exhibition, so which does not disturb the aesthetic aspect of a permanent collection.
Yeah, I think from our point of view, it really is a false binary. Why is it education versus beauty, right?
Why?
But I think it was because they got into a fight.
I think we have to get deeper in it. At some certain point, we should understand what happened in the 20th century.
You want me to answer that? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we have some events in the beginning of the 20th century which are peculiar, irritating, distorting, humiliating, and not so much here in the US, but Europe was full of it. And maybe this brings us to Adolf Loos, Ornament and Crime, which is heavily debated. It is a highly esteemed architect. I do like his forms and houses, but this treatise is toxic. It's not only the title is toxic, but the content is toxic. So it reveals a new attitude, which I feel could be the most strong opponent of our approach, color and ornament. What is your belief?
Yeah, I think it's so interesting because it's almost like this political act to reject history and to reject the truth around polychromy and color because of this overarching desire to find, in the same way that Owen Jones was trying to find a new style, something that was different from neoclassicism or the Gothic revival, in the same way that he was doing that in the 19th century. Loos and other modernists. I mean, Loos was reacting against the Viennese secession, for example, and it's almost this kind of very problematic language around, decoration and color being frivolous or being simply applied onto good design, which is not the truth. And as Jones showed with the ground of ornament, color was almost scientific in its application. And I think, it as you say, it was a very controversial essay. And when one thinks about the sort of the controversy, in the way that Owen Jones had a lot of controversy when he was presenting those colored fine art quartz at the Crystal Palace. A lot of the discussion around there is the idea that surely there can't be color in these buildings because it's almost, rather like in the way that Loos is making that argument. There's this idea that color is too distracting, it's too confusing, it takes away from the form and the sort of the geometries and that, and the idea that color and ornament can't be part of that. I found it so problematic, but it's also really interesting, and the idea of this so-called purity of form, which allows you to really understand what the Greeks or the designers of the 19th century were trying to do. It's this sort of binary which is so false, I think.
But Owen Jones is a person who perfectly understood the meaning of ornament in Islamic culture. And he was promoting the intellectual, the abstract, the geometry of Islamic ornament, which is it's the highest intellectual and aesthetic expression of a culture denying the maybe a naive Western idea of the image, the figurative image. So was the ornament defeated in the West because it is maybe even a cultural clash, a cultural problem? Was he promoting ornament too much?
Yeah, I've often thought about this. I think, even though in the grammar of ornament, even though people talk about the images, the plates, there's probably more text than images in those books. And he's very specific about what he calls the principles and the sort of propositions for applying color and ornament. And people tend to ignore that, and they just look at the plates and they think this is just, especially now when we look back at that material, we think this is the worst example of Victorian excess of decoration and design. It looks, I can imagine a lot of interior designers look at that and think this is just horrible. It's like everything and it doesn't make sense. And I think we don't do Jones a favor by ignoring the text, which is very careful and very scientific, and it's in the way in which he's analyzed the polychromy. And I think in the 20th century, it became easy to think about, well, let's just start afresh. Let's start the project again. We'll remove color and ornament and think about what represents efficient form and a new form of architecture for a new century. And it's a shame that color becomes this, and as we found in the, even 10, 15 years ago with new designers in London who are also reacting against this strange ignorance of color, it just, I kind of feel it's becomes almost like this political game and the cycles of color coming back into fashion being removed again. And I wonder whether that's actually why these exhibitions become less popular in the 20th century, because as you were describing, Ellen, the kind of the popularity of those exhibitions in the 19th century. I think about how at the V&A in the 40s and 50s, the museum covered up all the ornamentation, all the polychromy and the mosaic tessellated floorings. It was covered in black vinyl for decades, and it was only when I was there that we removed that again, because we restored the historic colors in the cast courts, for example, which many of you will have seen. I think even within the museum, there's this cycling of embracing historic ornament and color, and So I wonder if that's why those exhibitions because it's not trendy to sort of even think about color, and even in a museum space.
Yeah, I was definitely getting that impression too, that there's a kind of cyclical thing where Quatre Mers de Quincy makes the case, and then Robinson actually names some scholars who basically say, well, only the ones that are polychrome were polychrome in antiquity. And so it takes, making the case again, and then there's amnesia, and then you have to, so, yeah.
So the cycle will go on?
I hope not. I think part of it is that you have, it's so much effort, as you know, having, been doing this for so many years, it's so much effort to keep it in front of people's eyes. And it's possible that many of these new technologies will, in fact, keep it in front of people's eyes.
Very good concluding words. thank you so much again, and I hand the microphone to Sean for Sarah.
Thank you so much. I think that's the perfect conclusion. This session has been the perfect punctuation for these 2 incredibly expansive days. I want to thank all of our speakers for each of the sessions, and maybe just a round of applause. We're sure to ensure that the amnesia does not descend again with these 2 days of sessions. The importance of color from antiquity to now has certainly, in my eyes, been reinforced manifold, and as have the real importance of collaboration and maintaining ambiguity. So with those words, I just want to thank our audience for being here on both days, both in person and virtually. I want to thank our support, Mary Jaharis, who has supported this programming today on the Met side, and our Mariana Siciliano and her entire team here at the Met for supporting these wonderfully expansive sessions that we've had. So thank you again for being here.
Mm-hmm.